Hello and welcome everybody to an exciting day of UniVersus action here at the Albuquerque Regional Championship. I, of course, am Sam Tate from Ace Maneuvers. I'm joined by Let's Talk Tombs and David. It's very weird to see you in the flesh, my guy.
I know I originally came here to play as a player, but I got sucked into commentary. And to be honest, I'm excited. I feel the day of a regional, I'm typically very nervous. I have a lot of that nervous energy going on, and I'm thinking about the deck I'm about to play, but I have none of those nerves today, just excitement because I just get to watch.
You watch all these players playing their awesome decks, showing off their skills, getting the accolades, having fun playing UniVersus. You get very jealous of them, but it is kind of nice knowing I'm going to go undefeated this weekend, and so are you, because we are not in the hot seat. But we've got a lot of cool decks to talk about. I know, David, you've done some snooping about. Is there any players or any decks that you think people should be on the lookout for over this weekend that maybe they weren't expecting?
Yeah, I did a little snooping this morning. Not everybody had put up their deck lists by the morning time. Everybody likes to wait until the last minute if you're a UniVersus player. But my biggest surprise was, typically in a UniVersus event, the saying is that UniVersus players just want to play what they like. We don't, and we especially love top cutting with characters that are unexpected or
rogue
deck builds. Right. We love rogue decks. But this tournament, from the snooping I did, 75% of decks were probably up this morning. I could hardly find any decks that I thought couldn't win the entire thing. It was actually kind of stunning how high the quality of decks were. So all of the meta characters we have in spades, we've got Void Rodans, King Ghidorahs, we've got Godzillas, Nick Reagans, Devil Jin is still out in numbers here today. We've got
Any Ymir? Ymir
that
over
was
the...
actually the one that I didn't.
Oh.
I didn't see many Ymirs, but there was a lot of. This was the kind of surprising one to me, but I don't think it's wrong. Is there was several like Reiner ones and not Reiner one, sorry, Reiner Bronze and then Reiner Braun Warriors. The second one from Origins of Power. So at some point we'll have to get one of those Reiners on stream. But I was a little surprised at the representation of those two characters.
Yeah, I'm very surprised because obviously when Immortal Shapeshifter added itself to the ban and errata list, a lot of people thought that was a significant hit to Ymir, but then it won the UK regional anyways, right? It was,
right.
Correct me if I'm wrong, it was Mike Hardiman, right? Won with
Lethal
Ymir.
Slash.
Yeah, and so I was expecting Ymir to come back in full force because it's been proven to be a very strong aggro deck that, gets out ahead of the opponent. But with the reemergence, I guess you could say, of the Reiner Bronze out there with the resource denial plan, maybe that's something people were worried about. Maybe that's a metagame call that they were looking out for. I want to talk about some players that I want to keep an eye on throughout this tournament. We've got Calvin Tahan here, who is a player who made a huge splash in his first events, dipping his toe into UniVersus, and pretty much every time I see him at an event, he's right on the cusp. He's being gate-kept right out of top cuts, and I feel like this is his moment to really break back into a top cut environment, really show his skills that he's acquired in a relatively small amount of time playing UniVersus. We've also got Brent Pendragon here from across the sea, so this is going to be his chance to stick up for the boys in the UK and show them what it's like in the American meta game and things like that.
Yeah, the saying is that we go over there to conquer them, but now we're getting taken over here. So
it's called colonizing, but but it's kind of a reverse Justin Birch situation, who's also going to be here, one of the loudest members, not of just the Four Checks podcast, but of our community. And so it'll be very interesting if we get Justin Birch versus Brett Pendragon in Swiss. I feel like we got to get that one on stream, right?
Yeah, and I mean this with all love towards Justin. I hope he gets all the way to a win-and-in match today. I hope he makes it all the way to round 7.
I hope he wins all the games except the one that matters.
Yeah, and that's on stream. We'll definitely. No. Justin and I like to trash talk, but
We've also got Clinton Thomas, who was a player who has qualified for every world championship that he has been eligible for.
Yeah.
He's made it down here. The Rochester boys are in full force. Team MJLA, of course, always heavy hitters, always some of the best tournament grinders. There's too many of them to mention.
Yeah, and MGLA typically has decks that are unforeseen going into the tournament. They do a pretty good job of like keeping lids on what they're cooking, and keeping word from getting out. Like Krista came out and just took nationals by storm. They had several of their players on Krista, and Travis ultimately won. Yeah, Calvin, he started with Amajiki. He's kind of transitioned to Godzilla, but he's staying in that Chaos mold. I don't know.
Right.
I don't know what he's on today, so that'll be interesting to see if he's sticking with Godzilla or Amajiki or evolving.
So I'm going to do something very difficult for you, David. I'm going to make you pick between your children. You have to pick one Let's Talk UVS member that you think is going to win the entire event. You cannot say any of them. There is no honorary choice. And I'm going to hard mode for you. You can't pick your brother.
Okay, I can't pick my brother.
Yeah, I'm saving your brother for you. I'm saving it so you don't have to ruin the family reunion.
Yeah, you might think that I would pick Drew because,
because I already won a regional.
Let's Talk UVS did win Denver with Andrew Porat's Void Rodan list. But I'm not going to pick Drew. I'm going with TC. I think TC is taking it all today. He's got a really, really cool Air Nick Reagan list. It was so cool that actually 5 to 6 of us all kind of bandwagoned on it. But yeah,
hey, if there's any deck
TC.
to bandwagon, it's Nick Reagan right now.
Yeah, very true. So TC will be mine. How about you? Who's your dark horse player to
Do
come
I have to
in
pick
and
a Let's Talk UVS player?
No, not a Let's Talk UVS.
If it's got to be a dark horse player specifically, I'm not sure. I'll go with Brian Garza. Brian Garza qualified for Worlds.
Response on play?
Yeah, response on play. Qualified for Worlds, played King Ghidorah, has been killing it with the content game, with his team, with response on play. Only one of them could go to the summit, unfortunately, yesterday, but got to rub some more elbows with them. And so Brian Garza is just an excellent human being, and I would love to see him accomplish a regional win here.
Okay, one last thing before you go. Give us something juicy from the summit.
Juicy from the
I
summit.
say this because I didn't go, so I want to give us some, get the chat kind of riled up here.
So the juiciest thing I can give you right now is that we were given material to make content on. So you will get an inside look at some things that went on at the summit. I know I'm being vague right now, but that's because we have been given, clarification on how to produce that content. But if you remember from the last summit, there was and I think that is UniVersus Games listening to that feedback and realizing, that's what people are interested in, right? People want to know the juicy, meaty bits. So you will get to see part of what we got to experience. And I will say, I would love to see if what they're doing for the summit just becomes a panel that every UniVersus player can go to, because it was a very cool experience. There was a lot of knowledge. There was a lot of good information that was given to us, and I don't see why it's all of it would be content creator specific. Some of it was, but I would love to see at a Worlds or a UVS
maybe
con,
like a convention, where you can go, and if you go to the convention, you get a
panel where we get Jeremy Ray talking about game design, and you can maybe ask questions to Josh about the next year's organized play, just something like that. I feel like that there would be, probably have to sell tickets to it. Don't get me wrong. There'd be a limited space just like there was with the summit. But if that's something, you guys would be interested in, listening to the people who make the game talk about the game in a presentation panel style, and, have a back and forth with a Q&A section, give them that feedback, because the whole time I was sitting there, I was thinking, I know so many people who would pay money to be here, people who would love to be privy to this insight. Again, there's a lot of stuff that they probably couldn't include to the public, as far as products and future site and things like that go. But the insight that we got from the design team, why they make the choices they do, was really good. Now, granted, my full bias is we We are having Street Fighter be a new product that's coming out, and we
We've
are having
got stuff today.
yeah. I'm getting to that. Hold on,
Okay.
I got the transition. Don't worry. But you got and Guilty Gear and fighting games are not only my personal interest, but they're what bridged me into UFS back when it was a fighting game card game. And so my personal bias is that they talk to me as a fighting game player. As a fighting game player, they made fighting game cards that I said, wow, you know what you're doing. You are speaking my language. And that's what's got me super excited. So I think that there's people.
I haven't played fighting games, but I'm excited to get into it because I came in purely for My Hero is why I joined UniVersus. And now I'm addicted to the play of the game to where I don't care what IP there is. But I understand now how UBS is like a fighting game. And how you want to attack, but also keep your balance. And as soon as you lose your footing, your opponent just pummels you on a backswing. So I'm excited to see the game, even though I'm not a Street Fighter person personally. I'm excited to see it come back.
Yeah, but so I was very concerned with the authenticity of translating these characters into cardboard. And from what I've seen, from what I've heard, I'm very excited and very hopeful for the future. But what you guys should be excited and hopeful for is the fact that we're going to have Street Fighter reveals for you. You guys have gotten teased. You've gotten maybe some blurry images of some cards, but we should have some character cards for you as reveals and a little bit of their support throughout the weekend. So we don't have a schedule for that just yet. You're going to have to tune in and watch if you want to catch those reveals.
All right. And you might have heard in the background some whoops and cheers over here. Everybody has sat down at their tables. And I think we are going to go and find a juicy round one match to stream.
Yeah, we're going to get started in just a minute, guys. So we're going to take a very small break, probably less than 2 minutes, and we're going to be back with round one action. Please don't go anywhere.
Welcome back. We are ready for some round one action, and we've got two very interesting characters here. One from Attack on Titan, Erwin Smith, and then the other is from Critical Role Heroes of Exandria, Grog Strongjaw. Grog came into when he was first revealed, there was a lot of fanfare. Everybody was excited, but he really hasn't yet had a strong performance at a major competitive event like a regional. And so this could be it. I think he's actually a pretty strong meta play. But in this matchup, we've got Jacob on Erwin, and we have Nick on Grog. In this matchup, what are you looking for? We've got a 7 hand size versus a 50 health 5 hand size character here.
So what I'm looking for is, what are the big attacks that Erwin has? When we saw Erwin find success in a regional environment, it was almost exclusively with Risky Encounter, right? That was the one big move. That was the big string payoff move. Outside of that, I got to imagine getting a charged up battle aura release is going to feel pretty good, but 8 damage is not this massive number to most Grog lists, right? They are focused on that damage reduction. So longer strings typically are going to wear you out more often. So I gotta see something big, something that we used to call a haymaker before that became its own nomenclature within the game. But just one big attack, a big powerful outlet to spend all that momentum Grog's going to give you.
My favorite big attack that Erwin has access to is the Erwin's Final Charge. I think
Right.
it's the most thematic attack where if that doesn't land and win the game, you just die.
You just lost all your stage, right?
You stacked everything towards it. One thing that I really like looking here is both players have some alternate art versions here. We got the Gen Con version of Erwin, and we got the alt art of Grog. So showing off some collector's items.
Yeah, and I think what's really cool that I hope we can continue throughout the event, at least when we can, is the players' playmats on the stream are their symbols. So we've got Grog on the Earth symbol with the Earth playmat, and Erwin on the Death symbol with the Death playmat. I think that's such a cool touch for the production team. So very awesome stuff. And we see Weapon Clash, a nice 4 build, Weapon Clash, setting the record straight. We've got all this damage reduction. I'll let you on a little tip, David. I played Nick's deck yesterday. We were hanging out at Duke City Games, and I played the Earth Grog list, and it wasn't Nick himself. I shouldn't say Nick's list, but I was playing Earth Grog, and the one thing I was looking for when I was playing that deck, barring one of the other competitors here's deck, was setting the record straight. I was gobsmacked that he wasn't playing it, and I told him, man, this turns Grog almost into -4 damage, because your ability to draw a card after you take damage and then discard the card you drew for another -2 is absolutely massive. So seeing him get 2 setting the record straights down, meaning that Erwin will have to flip, commit, whatever, both of them for it to even matter, I think is going to be a huge deal. Because right now, Jacob Johnson can look at every attack he's going to play as an automatic -4 damage minimum.
Yeah, setting the record straight is a card that I have felt has been underrated for a long time. And Grog is kind of the character that really unlocks it because he draws so many cards.
Defensively, right?
Right. He can do it on defense or on offense. And, once Grog gets going, he plays more like an 8 or 10 hander. So this is already a very powerful stage. Both players here are just choosing to have 2 build turns and really set up their stages. Erwin is going to have to make some massive attacks to get over the hump on this, over Grog's defense and his damage reduction. But also, we have triple Always Cool getting built into Erwin's stage. So he also can just lock Grog down. It's going to be difficult for Grog to push through attacks unless we have throws, which Earth typically does have some throws, but we're not seeing them. We're seeing instead some really fast moves like defeating the Colossus Titan, Pact of Wrath, 6-speed move. So a little bit different of a take here than the typical Earth lists that I've seen personally.
Yeah, one of the things that Erwin is doing really well right now is he is a speed reduction character with the 7 hand size to build enough foundations to compensate for the destruction cost that the Death symbol has, and then he can back it up with damage reduction. It is a 2-pronged defense. You are going to get your attacks blocked. And if they are throws, they're going to have their damage reduced to basically nothing. So it's going to be really uphill for Grog. One of the keys to victory typically in a matchup like this is early aggression, is getting on the board before the opponent gets set up, before they have the ability to fix their block zones. Maybe you win a block zone lottery and you just get the right move at the right time. But at this point, with the amount of ramp that Irwin can pull off, with the amount of damage reduction Irwin can pull off, I don't think you're ever going to find that right scenario where he doesn't have the right block zone and can't reduce the damage.
Right, and we see a pretty cool play here with falling heel strike. I love that this is coming back. It's a really nice unflipped target. So Irwin destroyed one of his foundations for 2 speed, and now he gets to flip his to draw a card, and now he gets to unflip it to draw a card again later on. So this falling heel strike plus greater goal kind of combo is, and the pushing the limits is going to be a really, really neat combo here. And we saw him check the Irwin's final charge. So we know that Grog has to be aware that could be coming.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Grog only takes 1 point of damage from this move. So again, Grog, luckily with his response, is minimum 1, and he does typically want to take damage, right? Because the way Grog works is after an attack deals damage, you get a rage counter. You can then enhance, remove that rage counter to get +3 damage to your attack and draw a card, which means on the rival's turn, it's just simply draw a card with no drawback. So Grog typically wants to have at least 1 counter before he gets things going. This poke might turn out to hurt Jacob Johnson in the long run.
Is there a Spirit Sword Ultimate? This is a very spicy add to this Grog list, but Jacob has just gone full throttle into Deadlock here. Are there any cards that we can think of off the top of our head that Grog could use to punish that Deadlock, or is Jacob going to sit pretty here on a massive stage?
Off the Earth symbol? No, I don't think so.
Maybe the quick response? Maybe there's that.
Well, you had to say
speed?
the commentator's curse. We do see the Dwaithvar, the Star Razor, sealing quick response as soon as you mentioned it. So that card is going to have no abilities and can gain no abilities for the rest of the turn. The quick response would have been a really good one to allude to, but I don't even know, again, we just talked about how changing the zone, how the zone lottery element of the game kind of doesn't matter when you've got this much damage reduction. So the speed itself, you destroy a foundation for +2 speed. Irwin destroys a foundation for -2 speed. I don't think you're winning that battle. Right. As the 5-hander build versus the 7-hander build, the fact that Irwin can refund that cost by spending wall counters, because every time Irwin sacrifices a foundation, we're going to see that die tick up on his character. Those are the wall counters that Irwin has access to. With 3 wall counters, you can spend 3 of them to build the top card of your deck and basically refund the costs that you've been paying. So,
ouch, a showdown block is coming down. Now, what would you pick of the foundations to commit down?
Oh, I think it's got to be double setting the record straight. Setting the record straight is the freest damage reduction that Grog has access to. Weapon Clash is a good one, but Grog doesn't even have face downs yet, so it's not something I'm worried about.
There. He goes for the 2-diff. I'm going to be honest, I don't know what that one does. That 2-diff fire attack on Titan Foundation.
Well, it's going to be very fun for me when you find out what it does. So I'm going to let that one marinate a bit.
Okay.
I'm going to let that one torture you. You wonderful folks at home, you can spam it in the chat all you want, but David can't see it. So. But we have a second Spirit Sword Ultimate. So Spirit Sword Ultimate's very cool because it has a repeatable enhance where you can commit a foundation to buff up the damage of the attack over and over again. So for every foundation that you commit during the enhance, it'll get +2 damage. And then on top of that, you can discard a card from your hand to cancel a character ability played by your opponent during this attack. So it's a very strong attack with some nice control elements. The problem, David, is how worth it is it to be committing foundations to add damage to a 4-speed move here?
Right. You're almost certainly not going to be doing that until it's ready to. Oh, and the double showdown. This is just nasty. That's the thing. When you take like 3 turns basically as build turns, you can really sculpt your defense well.
Mhm.
And so it's almost like the first person to go in gets punished in this type of a game where you're both kind of playing footsies with each other. Who's going to try first? Because this could be a really big backswing turn for Jacob after this off of double showdown.
Yeah, it's tough because as a seven-hander, Jacob's going to have better control over reviewing and sculpting his hand, and he's going to have the ability to hold those extra action cards for a little bit longer. But at some point, too, you have to play the game, right? You have to push into it. You have to force your rival to start using some resource, start playing cards. The more cards your opponent plays, the faster they run off their deck. That's at least one angle. But we've got the inevitable clash coming down here. It is a 6 difficulty move from the Challenger Series decks, from the Trigun Challenger Series decks. And this one is so cool because it has an enhance that is very modular. It adds the top card of your discard pile to your hand. And there's a lot of ways to get that card to make the card on top of your discard pile the one you want.
Right. One is you could just destroy with Irwin, and then you can be building things in with like Weapon Clash and Always Cool, and there could theoretically be an attack there. You could just discard the momentum. Irwin does have a momentum, correct?
Yep. There's a powerful 3 on this move, so discarding the momentum is probably the most common way. You basically get to recur an attack that you used once before, and we see that falling heel strike coming down. But we did also see what you were talking about. One of those face-down foundations is an orange card, so we could have destroyed it with Irwin, and that turns Irwin's build the top card ability on his character into kind of a hand advantage thing. So very cool inclusion, not something I think I've ever seen in an Irwin deck before.
Yeah, and he's with the greater goal on board, we can kind of push through Grog's damage reduction, especially with like the I'm with you as well. We could, destroy I'm with you, 2 damage, respond greater goal, give it an extra 2 damage. We have a lot of things that when we destroy, we get to do cool things.
Yeah,
we get to steal cards, get damage.
Yeah, we see the engine going here. We got a flip a card for +2 damage with greater goal. We flip pushing the limits once again to draw another card. So, yeah, the name of the game with Attack on Titan in general, the name of the game for the death symbol is Sacrifice Foundations, get huge benefits. And we're seeing that with a 6 high for 6 move. That is through some damage reduction and with Grog. And we're going to go down to 26 as Grog taking 4 damage there.
This definitely feels like a turn for Jacob to push. Well, no, he's going, like, as soon as I say that, he immediately opts to build. Now we know he had a falling heel strike in hand, and we can see that there was an Irwin's final charge. But other than that, it was mostly gray. It's an interesting choice because I feel like with both setting the record straight, tap down, and the weapon clash, it felt like a pretty good time to at least throw out some more pokes because you have such a healthy board. But at the same time, Jacob's one of the best players in the game, and so going to, I don't even know how many that is. That looks like 70 cards down there in the stage.
So a big reason not to push there is you have already taken some amount of risk by playing a 6 difficulty move. Granted, it's very easy to recoup that risk in this style of deck at this point in the game. But you already got something, David. You already dealt damage. You already got the momentum. You already recurred an attack. You have already done as much as you can, or you've already gotten so much for committing as little as you can. And doing anything else would incur more risk, right? And so if it were the kind of thing where Nick was blocking and committing more resources, he would be worsening his position defensively. And that would tell Jacob, okay, well, I need to do a little bit more to get some value out of this turn. But considering the value he's already gotten, why take the risk?
But a little bit of value is going to go away here because Pact of Wrath is some really solid momentum hate for Grog here. So that momentum's going to get spent and get a couple damage here for Pact of Wrath, although I don't see a world in which this possibly gets through the Irwin stage.
He could just have the wrong zone and not decide to reduce it to 0 with all of his damage reduction. I'll tell you right now, there is a lot of board states in this game, David, where it is so difficult to understand how to win from this position, and yet time and time again I've seen it. Time and time again, we've seen players absolutely shock us by playing 6 more attacks after this. The most common strategy is probably just play more attacks and my rival can block, right? At that point, you expect damage reduction to not be a full and complete answer. So it's very possible that Grog could have a huge explosive turn, but 23 damage does seem well out of reach.
I remember a game a couple years ago, actually, and it had really gone into the late game to where both of them had 20 foundations at least. I think one of them was like Overhaul back in those days. And I felt like as a viewer, there's just no way anybody can push.
Right.
But the player playing against the Overhaul correctly realized that Overhaul only had like 3 cards in hand and only 2 foundations in stage that were capable of drawing. And then he played like Funny Punch, Deadlock, took out those 2 foundations and just murdered the Overhaul.
Right.
And so as a viewer, it was difficult to find the line, but the player across just realized those are the 2 foundations that matter. I take down those 2, I win the game.
To be fair, back then we didn't have access to deck lists, and it's much easier when you're looking at the focus attack in your hand.
Right, focus attack, sorry. I still say Funny Punch. I know that's...
There's no attack called Funny Punch, David. I don't know why you would say that. What's funny about her punching you?
Yeah.
There's nothing funny about that.
Oh, it hurt.
That's not funny, David. That's painful. They don't call it painful attack.
So did that just get through? No. I got blocked with a weapon clash.
Yeah, I got blocked with a weapon clash. So it's going to be pretty difficult to see the lines for Grog, but I promise you they exist. They are not likely. They are not ones that you want to hear if you're the Grog player, but there is at least one line that exists. You might need the time stone to find it, but it is out there. However, we are going to see Jacob Johnson ready up his stage with pretty much as many foundations as you could ask for. I mean, he could play every attack in his deck at this point.
Right. He's really put a lock on Grog because Grog wants to get those attacks through so that he can draw more cards. And we saw that Grog only built 1. He only built 1 because, well, I assume he didn't want to go past 10 because he's scared of whatever deadlock Jacob has, although I don't see anything on stage that has crazy deadlock. So this kind of feels unfair in a sense. Like in advantage, it feels like all in Jacob's favor because Nick is playing a 10 foundation game and Jacob is playing a 30 foundation game, and he's not scared to go into deadlock. And then Nick's character feels kind of blank since it can't push through this. It can't push through this damage.
Yeah, this was definitely a matchup. This was a game where Nick really wanted to see some turn 2 aggression. That was going to be his opportunity to not only get some damage, to not only get some potential momentum, but to also generate counters. And those counters really help Grog get the card flow going. And I want to say, too, what we were talking about earlier where Jacob didn't press his advantage, every attack you send at Grog is another card he gets to draw. So poking him little by little, playing one move at a time that you know is going to do some damage, that you know is going to become a useful resource
this
later.
This feels almost insulting. I play my one move, I get my damage in, I build, you can't do anything about it.
David, what is insulting about optimal play?
No, there's
this
nothing.
Is called this is respect. Jacob Johnson is respecting Nick's offense.
But if I'm Nick, I'm slowly dying inside watching this happen.
Then I have one excellent suggestion for you that you may have never considered, David. You know what that is?
Okay, let's hear it.
Scoop and go to game 2.
Would you do that in this situation?
Probably after this turn, actually. In this situation, if I'm building this turn, right, if I wasn't playing an attack this turn, I probably would scoop.
Yeah.
That is where I'm at. That is my level of understanding with Grog. Now, granted, I don't play the Earth symbol Grog very often. Like I said, I borrowed someone's deck to play it, just the other day. And my experiences with the build, very similar to this, is that it's probably better for me to look at the time, say I've spent a third of the time in this round losing a third of the games I get to play. And so this would be the time to go, do I have anything in my sideboard? If my sideboard improves my chances and I get to go first again, I think it's actually a great call.
Right. Yeah, I would be curious to see if Grog had like a lot of throws in his sideboard to kind of get
that's
over
the
the
death
edge.
version you're thinking of. The death version is the one that has all the throws.
Well, Earth's got some stuff. You got Aura Slam, right? Or is that death too?
I don't know any Grog that's playing Aura Slam. I'm just going to be honest.
You got some things.
Also, what are the Bui symbols?
But I'm kind of with you. It feels it's going to feel very difficult to get through quadruple always cool. Although perhaps Jacob goes on a long I mean, like what Nick is hoping for is Jacob goes on a long attack string and commits out too much and gives Grog an opening.
Actually, I think what Nick is hoping for is that Jacob Johnson is going to mill himself out by putting every card in his deck into his stage.
Well, he can destroy him, so
Yeah,
he gets.
which I wouldn't be surprised to see a ton of cards destroyed here just for the sake of slowing down his own mill.
Right.
Because we just cycled for the first time. We cycled well before our Grog opponent, and we have so many more cards in our stage. By destroying them and putting them in our discard pile, we can then shuffle them back in the next time we go to cycle. So that could be something that we see, but it looks like we're just going directly into the enhanced step.
And what do you think? What do you think about leading with Irwin's final charge?
You know, I've played a lot of decks where it's the only attack I'm going to play for the turn, so technically I'm leading with it, but there's not much that comes after it. Irwin's final charge usually does signal the end of a game, but that often requires you to be sacrificing a lot of foundations. It's a wonderful, wonderful combo piece with Science Bros. So I've done that where it's my opening attack, but Science Bros is going to give it a lot of speed from the synergistic destroy and remove effects. But here, I think we're just going to rely on the fact that Grog has never blocked an attack this game and is almost certainly going to opt to take about 2 to 3 damage from this.
Right, and now we have double always cool on Jacob's side, so it's not going to be too difficult to get over the top of Grog's damage reduction if Jacob draws.
You mean greater goal?
Greater goal.
We have 4 always cool, actually.
Yeah, 4 always cool. Yeah, 2 greater goal.
Yeah.
Yeah. The main offensive engine here for Irwin.
And it looks like we've got it looks like we had a Botons where Nick had to discard a Falling Skies. And a Falling Skies is one of those Earth symbol throws, quote unquote asterisk throws.
Right.
But it can't generate enough damage to overcome the damage reduction that Irwin has. So even with a throw game plan, it feels like we're too far down the hole. And again, it's such a tough decision to make. It feels crummy. It feels entirely bad. But strategically, I think that scooping is the game plan here because the longer you wait to play game 2, the less opportunity you're going to have to even win a game 3. And if you're going second against Irwin Smith and he's already put this much of a lock on the game by building, in a game where we built for 2 turns instead of attacking, you're basically saying in game 3, when Irwin goes first, he always has the opportunity. He always has the choice to build twice and put us in this game state.
Yeah, I don't disagree, especially because Grog games tend to take a little bit longer. And here we see we're sealing one of the set the record straights. I really like the stream team using these markers so that we can clearly tell when like the once per turn on the ambition of Irwin Smith was used, and really easy to keep track of.
Huge upgrade, yeah.
The ambition of Irwin Smith, it can selectively commit something, correct? If we destroy we can sacrifice it.
Correct. It's one of my old favorite Denki cards that had the same effect. But now we've got the inevitable clash, bringing us to what may be an inevitable end to this game. There's a certain amount of playing with your food that you really shouldn't do. Because, again, there is one line where Grog can win this game. I promise you it does exist. It's just not likely to happen. But the way that it does occur is by Jacob Johnson playing with his food and not winning this game. He could also be deciding that the longer this game goes, that I feel like I'm destined to win, would benefit him, but you're giving Grog the opportunity to find that line the longer you do it. So it looks like we're going to get that push that you were looking for, and I think that we're going to see our first 4 or 5 attack string here to bring this game 1 to a close.
Yeah, and we're really pumping the damage on this. It's going to get to at least 14 or even higher. I assume he's going to spend the momentum. So it's almost going to be, if you're Grog, I kind of want to block this instead of damage reducing. I'll spend 5 foundations maybe on a block here.
And we see a second seal come down. We're going to seal both setting the record straight, which I talked about at the beginning of the game as being something super important for Grog's defense, but those are no longer available. And we saw the sweeping daggers in hand now. That's going to steal a Falling Skies if we wanted to. It could steal a Defeating the Colossus Titan that we saw. So there's a lot of really great sweeping daggers options here. That's another reason for Jacob Johnson to kind of get on the horse and ride before Grog cycles and loses all those juicy targets.
And he checks a 6 on the tri-gravity beam, so just
it must be
everything,
nice.
yeah, everything's showing up here. He doesn't even need,
He hasn't even like destroyed an I'm with you, has he? Like there's so
he
much.
did on the last one.
Okay, there's like so much power not even being utilized. And we see Grog's hand was more than half attacks, and we still didn't choose to go in last turn. So it begs the question, that's 7 extra minutes. If we lose the game, I can't say he will, but I mean, come on, David.
Yeah.
Once this game is over, that's at least 7 minutes that we could have had on the clock. And, I don't see a world where Grog is making a reverse sweep in this match.
Yeah, I think only the Boston Celtics can choke a game this when they had this much advantage.
Well, I mean, depends on the sport. There was 28-3 that one time.
There was that, although we don't bring that up in our house because my brother's a Falcons fan. It hurts too much.
Well, now I just have more ammunition. Anyways, this attack, we're seeing the greater goals get utilized, and our tri-gravity beam is up to 17 damage. I guess you just got to block this one, right? I mean, he took away our card from our hand, but partial block this. It's a mid attack, right, David?
Yeah. It's incredible how fast Jacob's stage went face down. Like when the greater goal is when you're ready to go, it just.
Oh, speaking of juicy sweeping daggers targets, checking a 3 here, not going to matter though, because we have no more cards in hand. So, and all of our stage is effectively blank. And this just looks like a complete and total victory for the Irwin deck, doesn't it?
It does. I imagine we go sweeping daggers into an Irwin's final charge, call it a day. And here comes the sweeping. If you get to copy Defeating the Colossus Titan, you can just make this. I guess there's still 4 foundations ready. Or does Grog not have any cards in hand? Oh, we're going Spirit Sword Ultimate. That's so funny.
That's kind of like an Irwin's final charge, except you don't have to destroy all your foundations. And it also cancels Grog's ability, which is just extra salt in the wound, I guess. Sweeping Dagger offers you something that I don't think anyone's ever talked about, actually, for Critical Role fans. How big of a Critical Role fan are you, David?
To be honest, I've listened to the Terry and Darrington parts, and I thought those were funny, but I haven't watched a lot of Critical Role. I did really enjoy the thematics and artwork of the set, though.
So for you critters out there, there is a Matt Mercer special, something he has introduced to the D&D world, which is when you defeat an enemy, usually for like the end of combat, he asks the players, how do you want to do this? And I feel like Sweeping Dagger really evokes that Matt Mercer moment where I get to ask you, hey, which of your attacks do you want me to kill you with? How do you want me to do this? And we do see the Sweeping Dagger close this game out. And what is the adaptation? What can the Earth Grog deck bring in from the sideboard that's going to help us win this matchup? Because we got our stage ripped apart. We got all of our attacks blocked. We dealt actually 0 damage. What is the game plan to make sure that that doesn't happen again?
I don't think we need to win early, but I do think that we need to deal sizable damage to Irwin early. I think that when in game 1 we both chose to take 2 build turns, that really favors Irwin because he's a 7-hander and Grog's a 5-hander. So Irwin's builds are just going to be better early in the game. Grog's builds could be great late in the game once he gets all the draw power. But if I'm Grog, I want to knock Irwin down to at least sub 10 health early in the game. And then even when Irwin's set up, if I play a string of 6 attacks, I can push through 9 damage.
Yeah, I agree fully. One of the greatest lies ever told is that the only health point that matters is the last. And why every health point matters is because when you put Irwin to a single-digit life total, when you put your opponent on a smaller life resource, because you got to remember health is a resource, it means they can't build out as much. It means they have to be more protective of that life total. It means that they have to hold more cards in hand. They have to, be less adventurous. And while Jacob Johnson was very risk averse in general anyways, he was able to build his entire hand at will whenever he wanted to at pretty much any point in the game. And I feel like if Erwin Smith has 6 health, that's not something he has the luxury to do.
I remember when I was a teenager, we had this cat in our house that was just a hunter through and through, despite being a house cat.
Slinky predator.
And we had this mouse in the garage, and the cat kept going. It's named Cosmo. Cosmo kept going, picking up the mouse, setting the mouse down, letting it run around, and then running over, picking it up again, setting it down, letting it run around, and then, finally eventually kills it. But
cats notorious for playing with their food.
Yeah, that felt like game one. That felt like Jacob just never felt threatened that game.
No, it certainly didn't appear that way. If he did, it'd be hard to tell. There is always that small voice in the back of your head that's telling you, okay, don't blow this, don't screw it up. Because again, there is some world where Grog finds a crazy line, but really not able to put it together, even with like a double falling skies in hand. So really, Grog is relying on those counters to give him a huge, I'll say a non-5 hand size game plan. It gives him like a huge boost to his card mobility. And so Jacob Johnson not taking those risks, not giving Grog more than one counter at a time, I think was a huge stroke of experience, and understanding of this matchup. So
yeah,
Grog,
it's like recovery girl, yeah. I don't want to just let you build your stage up while I'm attacking. Yeah. So I'm going to kind of save it for one big turn where I take you down.
Yeah, and so that's the biggest issue is Grog is really going to have to generate his own counters in this matchup, in a matchup where it's maybe the hardest to generate them.
And it was not a good build. We
Right.
have a build 2 versus a build 5 here.
Right. In the first game, we had a build 4. We had double setting the record straight, and it still wasn't good enough to, really have any impact on the game. But pretty good orange grip here.
And if I'm Grog, I'm playing him.
Yes.
I don't care. I will. Well, what can you do? But
after I'm going to try. And this early in the game, I don't know how much Grog's response really matters, right? And again, if we want to bait our opponent into attacking us multiple times, Grog will still get those counters while committed. So it could actually be the next level play to overextend on this turn 2, deal some damage, get some counters, get some momentum, and then maybe bait our opponent into some early aggression now that they're confident, now that they're up a game. This could be the mind game that Nick is going for, but we see a build out afterwards being a little more conservative than I would have been.
Yeah, we saw Falling Skies in hand. I think I played the Falling Skies 10 out of 10 times.
Just get a throwdown before DR is huge. Absolutely. I'm with you 100%. Just play it as a 3 high for 5 throw, 4 high for 6, whatever, and just say that you can't reduce this to 0. I get to hit you for once.
Right. I think there's a curve.
Speaking of overextending, wait, hold on.
Yeah, here's a 3. Here's a 3 on a 6. So this is, all you can ask for. All you can ask for is Grog. But I do think that beginner players tend to see orange play orange too much. But then even with experienced players, I think there is a time where you have to have crazy lines where you have to just say, the way I win this game is I check 5s.
Right.
And I have to just sling
Don't
it.
tell Chris Bromley that. He will string me up. He'll string me up alive, because that is the only way I beat Christopher Bromley, is just saying, all right, well, I guess I have to be God's favorite idiot.
And yeah, this is losing 3 resources and giving Grog a counter. Now we do keep some good ones with Always Cool and Weapon Clash, and I assume we'll have a pretty strong build from here. But this is kind of to your point of how many do we build and how many do we keep in our hand?
Yeah, and we end up taking 2 from a 7 damage move. So it shows you Grog has the damage reduction. He has an incredibly powerful suite to extend that health total, but every little inch that you give Erwin is going to turn into a mile if we don't progress our game plan on this very next turn. This has to be the turn, Nick. We have to see something explosive. We have to see something huge, something giant-like, or at least half giant-like. Give me some rage, Nick.
And we're basically going to be on 2 foundations again because of that Keiko Zaid. in
Yes.
Irwin's stage. So we're basically back to where we were last turn of, okay, just sling them. I don't know if you're ever going to have a better opportunity. Well, and we build, but that might just be what our hand said.
It is what it is. It is a card game, You can't play cards you don't draw unless it was risky encounter, but there's a reason that one's not legal anymore. All right, so this is exactly what Irwin wants to see. Basically the same game state we had last game, except now Irwin is even further ahead. Now Irwin has, last time they were kind of tied on foundations, but this time we see Irwin shooting double, what Grog
And that
has.
was about like checking the 3 on the 6 difficulty attack, checking the 3 when we tried to play the Desperate Struggle on a 4. That's about as bad luck as you could have, and we just totally survived.
No way to capitalize. Yeah, never punished. The Jacob Johnson life story, never punished. And this Inevitable Clash has been doing awesome stuff. Maybe this is a card that we see go up in the marketplace. I know you did some market watch videos at some point. What do you think the singles market for Inevitable Clash is going to look like after it probably wins this round 1 game almost single-handedly?
I think it's very cool. I think it's like a Jacob card of he's always playing something interesting. And, something that like most players, when you're looking through on making your deck list, you just scroll past the Inevitable Clash.
Yeah, Inevitable Clash goes, ooh, there's so many cool things I can do with it. And then you think, well, but then I have to be doing something extra, right? I have to be combining it with some way to mess with my discard pile. So it might not seem like the automatic value that a card like Battle Order Release would be, which we haven't seen a Battle Order Release yet. That's something I would think is an auto include in every Irwin Smith deck, and it's kind of absent here. So $40 ultra rare versus a starter deck card versus a challenger deck card.
I don't disagree. Irwin already has a lot of draw in this deck. Like, for example, I assume Battle Order Release was cut for this card that we're seeing right now, because we get a wall counter off of it, and we get
the draw card, and we get a wall counter, which Battle Aura just flips one. It doesn't give us a wall counter, right?
And with Greater Goal, it's like we don't really need that extra 4 damage from Battle Aura. I do also like in this deck specifically the Inevitable Clash, because you actually want your leading attack to have you commit a foundation so that you can blow it up with Irwin. Because if you lead with a 5, check a 5, you're having to blow up something ready.
Corny.
Yeah, or you have to commit something. Yeah, so the 6 difficulty gives us an excuse to feel like we're not losing value.
Yeah, and we're doing 3 damage at a time here, just plugging away. We're going to have a massive, momentum boost here pretty soon, but Nick's doing a good job of holding cards in hand, not biting on any of these baits, because he probably realizes that at any point that he finds himself defenseless, and Irwin's final charge would sack the entire stage and win the game. So he's doing the right things to not lose on the spot, but we're not doing anything to win the game in the meantime either.
Right, and we have another
card.
More builds. It seems like we're waiting for this perfect 5 attack hand with the foundations to play them all. But if Jacob never shows a weakness, then 5 attacks isn't. I mean, with a Desperate Struggle in there and the Always Cool, there's so many resets that the death symbol has access to right now, and Greater Goal is like a pseudo reset in and of itself.
Jacob Johnson is doing a great job of controlling how many counters Grog is getting at a time. Normally we see Grogs with 8 cards in hand. We see them with tons of card draw. We see them, laughing at the idea of being a 5-hander. But Nick has been the most 5-hander I think I've seen since maybe Fourth Kind. And that deck had Passing the Torch. So even, more so than Fourth Kind. Like, this is a tried and true, I get 5 cards, I get to play with these cards and nothing more. I mean, I can't remember the last time when I saw him draw a card during the combat phase.
Yeah, and this is going to be cool. We just discarded our Inevitable Clash with Inevitable Clash.
Oh, so we're drawing a card now.
Yeah, we get to double Inevitable Clash here if we would like.
Yeah, the Inevitable Clash, it's almost like they're looping, I don't think we've picked one up before, but yeah, this is going to be a thing where if you get hit by this Inevitable Clash, you will always see an Inevitable Clash as my first card of the turn until you either concede or die. So, yeah, Jacob's just got the value engine set up. He's got all the resource advantage. I can't think of an advantage that Grog has over Irwin at this point. He doesn't even have the health advantage anymore.
I guess like we're almost hoping he plays the second inevitable clash so that we can get some of Irwin's stage committed here, because we know that Grog's been sculpting quite a bit,
Right.
and that's also he doesn't want to block.
Right. that is primarily been the issue. But yeah, it's just Jacob has been fine to take an inch and not get greedy for a mile. And we're seeing kind of the same thing. Nick is throwing away attacks to -2 damage this move that he'll never be able to block because of the block zone. So not a move you typically see players make. Typically they're a bit more greedy with those attacks, especially when you're this far behind. But I don't know what the plan is for Nick at this point. I don't know what he could actually do at this point. Last game there was a line somewhere that I couldn't find. This game there probably is one, but it's even worse, right? It's so much worse than game one. So
I think this is kind of a nightmare scenario for your round one at a big regional, because I actually like this Grog list. It's playing a lot of fast attacks, and I'm quite confident that you could win a local championship with this Grog list. So, it's something that, like, you're crushing your locals with, and then you show up to the regional, and then to get put in a blender like this, it has to just, I don't know. If I was the player, I'm just feeling so gross.
And when's the last time you play test against Irwin Smith? Right. When's the last time you expected Irwin Smith to be facing you down at an event? It's just a deck that disappeared from the metagame because of what we talked about, that risky encounter, that one big giant move. Well, inevitable clashes, one big giant move when you've got momentum. It's one big giant move to play Irwin's final charge most of the time. So
we could go triple inevitable here.
We could go triple inevitable.
He chose to do powerful twice, actually.
Okay.
Because he could have gone the inevitable and then picked up the other one on another, but he probably just has. What that's telling me is that there's so much gas in hand that.
Right. So at this point, if I can't tell how many counters, I think Grog has one counter left, but there's a point where you can play a tri-gravity beam and he basically can't spend the counter during it. If he completely blocks this attack, he won't get an additional counter, And so I think Jacob is finally seeing like the sort of checkmate move where Grog's stage is not good enough with no cards in hand to survive anymore. But I also wouldn't be surprised if Jacob Johnson just builds out after this and, again, takes no risks to potentially fumble by
We're not near the stage we were last game quite yet.
Right. And we do see a 6-check and a high block. So,
but that was Grog's last card in hand, right?
Correct. We have one more counter, I believe, to draw one more card. So not super defenseless, but like, for example, a tri-gravity beam would be pretty much guaranteed full value. But it would be a risk to do something like an Irwin's final charge here.
We did see referee juries. Like, you could just draw into the referee jury if it doesn't get ripped.
But also at the same time, 2 moves probably gets you there if you make both of them lethal. Because if you make the first one lethal, he'd have to draw the correct block zone, block it, then he doesn't get the counter. Then he has actually no cards for the one after this. So we'll see what he decides to pick up.
Falling Skies, that's kind of cute with the double inevitable.
Yeah, we get a 2/2 out of this. Or we can also make it a throw potentially. Blitz is not the
but you can't
first
play
enhance.
Yeah.
True. It would not. Again, this would be a turn where we decide that we're far enough ahead that we don't need to win the game right now. So it's currently a 7 mid for 6, getting 2/2 from the number of high attacks in the card pool, thanks to that Falling Skies. We do see that final counter come down to draw a card, and it'll be interesting to see if we discard it for -2 damage or if it's a mid block. Or again, at this point, I mean, partial blocking would probably be the move, but this is 9 speed. There's a chance that's not even possible.
Yeah, Irwin just feels like the king of value right here. We got 3 counters here, so we could build another foundation. We have so much speed control.
Yeah, this has been basically surgical by Jacob Johnson here. I mean, most of that is it doesn't seem like the Grog deck gave Nick any options, right? It seems like Nick's deck just did not give him the opportunity to even roll the dice. It's like he put his money down on the table at the casino, and they just said thanks for the money and didn't even let you play the game. So it'll be interesting if there is any sign of life, but we are seeing he gets the counter, he keeps the card, and we're seeing our fourth attack. This is the longest string of the game so far.
That was my first experience when I went to Vegas for the first time. We were waiting for a show, and I thought, I'm just going to do the roulette wheel for a little bit here. And I threw down a couple 20s on the roulette wheel and immediately lost it. And then the person doing the thing just took the $20, and I felt so offended in that moment.
Right, you didn't do anything.
Yeah, that was like 5 seconds of like fun. That wasn't even fun.
Yeah, that's probably the worst part about roulette is it's not even like you rolling the dice. You don't play the card. You don't pick them up at all. You just watch some guy.
I think that was the first and last time I ever did the roulette wheel.
I think roulette's probably the worst game in the casino to try. So I'm not a big gambler man myself, but I think roulette is like historically the worst odds. I've also heard from working in a casino, I've also heard that they can kind of choose like which section it lands in. They can kind of aim it. So you want to be
put
careful.
In all those green spots. But here we knocked them all the way down to 6, and we chose not to go for the because we chose earlier, remember, to discard the inevitable clash when we could have done triple inevitable clash into that. I think we could have gotten to lethal that turn if we had done that string, but I think he was worried. We didn't know that we were going to check all 5s after that. And so a couple 3 if those last 2 attacks had checked 3s, that would look totally different.
Yeah, but there is a chance for Grog here for Nick. We do see some orange cards. We do have some counters. I mean, it's a sign of life, but less than 15 minutes in the round, we really got to make something happen. And at best, we're going to get a tie.
And this turn is the turn to do it. We have counters on our character from that long attack string of Jacob's. Jacob has half of his foundations turned sideways now. One thing that I kind of is really cute about this Grog list is all the momentum it has. Between Instant Shining Flash and Pact of Wrath, you're just not going to have momentum.
Right, which makes perfect sense for a character whose primary game plan is to get hit. So it is a very heads-up play to include those cards, and we are going to see the response come in, hit one of those momentums. The Sweeping Dagger will be lost to time, but what are the odds this attack deals damage, partner?
I think close to 0, but Jacob actually has to be really careful here. We only have 23 health. We only have 6 foundations ready. These Grog moves are pretty fast, so we basically want to use our foundations before we commit them to pass blocks. So we kind of, we like want to use the Desperate Struggle before we use it. We have double Keikos, but we have to keep those ready. So if we're able to put a lot of speed on these moves, we'll have to see. Instant Shining Flash isn't the fastest, but
I was going to say this is currently a 2-speed move.
Yeah,
so.
I could legitimately see a world in which Grog strings out attacks here and wins with 10 minutes to go in the round, and then it's Showdown might change that. Showdown plus Keiko's Aids is kind of nasty combo. But I could see a world where we win with 10 minutes to go, and then we somehow magically pull a draw out of a for sure loss.
It would be fairly commonplace in UniVersus somehow, but we're going to see 2 cards get committed by the Showdown. We're going to see the double Keikos because Jacob Johnson knows that one more turn of this game is probably all that Grog can afford. But
yeah, typically
I think you got to go for it.
Yeah, typically I don't like flipping both Keikos on the same one, but here it's just definitely the correct play.
Yeah, just given the situation of where we're at in the game and everything.
Because now we can commit those 2 face downs to pass our block, and we can keep the Greater Goal and Always Cool and Desperate Struggle ready to go.
So we do have the +4 difficulty from Keiko's Aids. We do have the -1 difficulty from our Instant Shining Flash. So a total net of +3, wasting a little bit of time figuring out on the dice when we pretty much know that you got to go in as Grog at this point. You got to play a 4 diff on an 8. It's just the world we live in.
Yeah, this has been every turn this game. Is you have to just pray you check 5s. And
we're playing on a 9.
Well, I mean, we don't care that. I mean, we can cancel a -2 speed, I suppose, from Irwin. Keep the speed up. Try and get some of those powerful face-ups committed if they choose to block.
Yep, gonna commit all the blinky blink ones. We do have a capture the target, so if we do play a third attack that is one foundation, we can potentially ready. But it looks like we're at a counter, so no more card draw until we land a move. Which, what are the odds this attack
We
deals
just
damage?
committed
David?
that fire one. You told me you were going to tell me what it does.
I did not say that actually. I said it'll be very funny when you find out what it does. That I was gonna let you stew on that forever.
I can't tell if we committed to pass the check or if we did some sort of effect on it.
Uh-huh.
Oh, we committed it, I think, for Spirit Sword Ultimate.
Yeah,
That's interesting. I guess that's saying we don't have a lot in our hand because there's Desperate Struggle there. So at any point with one of these bonuses, Jacob can take it back to printed.
Yeah, this is just an exercise in what are you willing to give up? This is just a feeling out process still. But this is the most committed Jacob Johnson stage has been all match.
Desperate Struggle.
Boy,
For
got
that
always
block.
cool. Always cool is kind of the same.
Always
Technically
cool is nice.
Technically better because you don't have to footsie with it. You just
I didn't
do it.
see anything where he can seal it,
Right.
So, and is this a build? A build is coming out. I think that was the window, and we just missed the window. Or, we had to raw draw the attacks from the top of our deck. We didn't really get a sculpt turn because we had to
Right.
survive. So it might have just been we didn't have it. But that felt like the best turn Grog had.
That was
this
the
game.
last gasp of air, and I would be very shocked if Jacob Johnson does not have the ability to put this one away from this position. I mean, there is a slim chance of a full brick, but seems unlikely with all the inevitable clash looping we were able to do earlier.
Yeah, Grog is down to 6. We don't have a reset on damage. We have a reset on speed. But we are going to be starting to be forced to block. Grog is going to have to be kind of uncomfortable here pretty soon. I think the only attack that we had in hand was
we
an
might
Irwin's
have
final
had the
charge.
full brick. We're building out, sending one more turn over. Maybe Jacob Johnson's playing with his food like you were alluding to, but that doesn't seem like his style at this point in the game.
It looks like he had a Sweeping Daggers and an Irwin's final charge, and I think that would have got the job done, but
it at least would have come pretty close. There is an amount of card drawing and blocking that Grog can do, but we'll have to see. I mean, you can steal a Falling Skies and make it a throw like we talked about earlier, so there's some level of guarantee, but Irwin not the best at pumping damage. That could be a factor.
we just got the 5-minute notification over here. These players might have a little bit longer since they're on the stream table.
Yeah, they got 3 extra minutes, it looks
Okay.
like, on the stream up there.
We're choosing to take it. So we're just saying, hey, make us scared, We don't mind eating these because I do think that there's at least 2 of those 3 cards in hand are attacks.
Yeah, and there's a world where you throw a game by blocking too much, by not being willing to give an inch. We talked about how Jacob Johnson was very willing to take an inch and not get greedy for a mile. Sometimes giving an inch is the right play because he's at a position where he has to think, what do I lose to? And what he loses to is by wasting resources on attacks that he doesn't have to. And, we saw Nathan DeWalt unfortunately fall victim to that in grand finals of a regional back in Orlando when he blocked every 4 damage move that was coming at him, whether it was 7 speed or 8 speed or whatever. And you got to find the right ones to block sometimes. You got to find the right ones to take sometimes.
And that's what I find really impressive about Jacob's play in this round is that sometimes when I'm playing a speed control 7-hander where I can block everything, you kind of turn off your brain and just go into that blocking mode. Like it
Right.
just sneaks up on you. We've been playing for an hour now and you can just do it by instinct, and then you realize, wait a second, if I had used my brain and
Right.
considered what kills me, I would not have lost. I lost a round at nationals because I didn't consider what would kill me, and I played a block early, and
Right.
And that was I went 6-3. I could have been in top cuts at nationals if I didn't do that. If I didn't make that move. So that's the difference between a player like me and a player like. That's why I'm on commentary now. I'm washed out.
Yeah, that's I mean, You know, just because you can doesn't mean you should. And so we see the Always Cool coming in. Gonna lock this one at 4 or at 3 with the greater goal. We got the greater goal response. So I imagine this one's also gonna deal damage, which is mildly impressive. We even forgot to update the life counter on Irwin's side because it's so forward. It's like the grog button is like worn out and the Irwin minus button is nice and shiny.
They should call that like if you win a 2 out of 3 and you never lost a single health, that's like in baseball you threw a no hitter, you know?
Yeah. Well, it's called a perfect. It's just called a perfect victory.
Yeah. Perfect game. There should be a little award for that.
In a fighting game, they instead of giving you the V for victory, it gives you a P for the round.
Interesting. Well, is there any world here? No, it looks like our hand is gray after this one. I don't know if we've drawn with grog yet, though.
It does look like we have 2 counters on grog, which makes it a little interesting that we didn't spend one of them, but it's so hard because not only are you spending grog's counters for card draw, you're spending it for bonus damage. And on an attack that you can't pump during Always Cool feels like kind of a waste. But with Always Cool being used, you also assume it's going to deal damage, meaning you'll get that counter back. So it is what it is. But all right, 5 minutes left in the round. If Jacob Johnson bricks his way to a 1-0, I'm going to be really upset. We got to just put the nail in the coffin right here. You've got the attacks. We know you can do it.
Yeah, this is where he sits back and considers for 2 minutes.
This is where most
do I
players
want to kill you with this one or this one? You know, what's more style points?
This is where most opponents would just show you their hand and ask if you even want to play it out. This is that stage in the game. But we've got the Falling Heel Strike coming in early. Gonna be able to unflip one of these valuable face downs.
And he could have, because Irwin's building his cards face down from his deck, this is a really cool one. There's all sorts of value things that you could be finding. It's interesting. I think he just unflipped Risky Gamble so that he could flip it with Greater Goal so that he could unflip it again.
Yeah, the deadlock to flip and target destroy a rival foundation is super strong and one of the best unflip targets around. So we are going to use our only foundation that is worth destroying.
I forgot that it had deadlock.
Yeah, no, that's the only way it can flip itself face down is with a deadlock ability, but it is one of the better deadlock abilities that we have access to. So a setting the record straight going to get destroyed. Probably not a super impactful target here, but again, we used our only really powerful target with that new number 1 committing itself for -1 speed, which is not what you want your 3 difficulty foundation to be doing, David.
Yeah, and now we cycle.
He's doing this on purpose to you and me.
It's nice. He knows that
paid for the hour. He wants the full hour.
He knows that they're being streamed, and this is, letting us have good content. Maybe he accidentally removes 11 and gets a game loss.
Can you imagine at this point? That is the only reason not to scoop. The only reason not, like when we talked earlier, right, about the almost 20 minutes in the round when Nick maybe should have thought about scooping and going to game 2. There is a world where you just ride it out and hope that your opponent makes a huge blunder that costs them a game, which not a great way to win, not a great way to play. But if you are a competitor and you're playing to the whistle and you're playing to your outs, you're already in a position where your opponent has to make some mistake, right?
I'm kind of thinking of like what this match would look like in a world where Attack on Titan Apocalypse was legal and either one of these players had Unyielding Destruction to reset
Probably
the
wouldn't be
stage.
playing these decks.
Yeah, maybe we needed that kind of card to come out here. I mean,
well, then you'll be really excited to play in the Louisville regional.
What I'm not excited for is for these Rhiners that are already seeing an uptick in play. They're going to lead Unyielding Destruction. They're going to take you down to 4. They're going to use they're going to transform on their turn, flip all of your 4, and then they're going to kill all of your foundations on their turn, and you're going to start with 0 foundations, and they have 8. I can already see this future.
If a Reiner can put us both down to 4 and then still transform on his own turn,
'Cause he
he
can use-
deserves to win.
Oh, that's true. That's
He
true. If he
deserves
goes to
to
4,
win.
yeah. I
If
guess
he's
he
got-
needs all 4 enormous axes. I
Right.
did forget to connect those two things.
Because you'll get to
That's
keep
so
one
funny.
from unyielding, but
Okay, chat, just ignore everything I just said.
That's
for the
what I
last-
always
for the
do,
last
chat.
2 minutes.
all right. We got some wall counter shenanigans going in here. We get some extra wall counters. We get to draw a card because we have wall counters. We get to spend wall counters to build a card. But you know what we're not doing yet, David? We're not doing damage. We're not putting the nail in the coffin. There's only 1 minute left, and Jacob went second. So this will be the last turn of the game, pretty much no matter what, unless he immediately builds and passes after this. But
Yeah,
looks like
why deal damage now when you can always deal damage later?
sweeping daggers, make it a throw, right?
Yeah, I think that's a game winner here.
Cut right to the falling
Or a
skies.
Spirit Sword Ultimate.
Or
I
a
think
Spirit
it's
Sword
always
Ultimate,
funny to
okay.
copy their like Spirit Sword Ultimate was like this is my secret sauce on
Yeah,
Grog's side.
that's
And so
true.
it's funny to kill Grog both times with their secret move.
It is also a secret rare, so you got the extra spice there.
But Grog does not have his speed reset. This is going to get pretty fast. It's almost certainly 7. We have 1 in our card pool. I don't think it's blockable. This should just be it. Yeah, and here it
Okay.
goes.
There we are. We see the cards hit the table. Not sure if it's going to be a 1-0 or a 2-0 recorded. Not sure if it really matters, but we can say for sure that Jacob Johnson had that game in the bag. So he is going to take down round 1 here at the Albuquerque Regional. And we're going to see if we can't get some words from Jacob talking about that matchup really quick. So please don't go anywhere. We're going to be back with your winner of this game, Jacob Johnson. Welcome back, everybody. I'm here with your round one winner, Jacob Johnson. JJ, how are you feeling here? It's got to feel good to have a win in the first run.
It does feel good every time. And it was a pretty favorable matchup, so I was just going okay into it. So it was pretty nice. It feels good.
You said it was a favorable matchup. Everything seemed to be going your way. Was there any moment where you were threatened or scared? Did you ever feel like there was some outside shot, or what was the most threatening part of the grog deck?
I saw what he was doing. The issue is I built so many always cools with the greater goals out that I knew that there's nothing he could interact with his entire deck to stop it. So I essentially just got to sit there for free, block everything I can, and then if he would ever surprise me with more attacks, I always had those. So game one, I just kind of
win your way.
walled up. Yeah.
When there's a double build turn, the Irwin deck feels pretty good, right?
I got to do it both times, too, because
Right.
game two I only built 2. So I was like, oh, man. And I had the Keiko's turn 1 with the inevitable clutch to keep looping it. So I'm just like, well, okay.
Tell me about the choice to play Irwin. Irwin was kind of absent from our metagame for a while. Why Irwin Smith at this event?
So I played Irwin a lot in the past. I played it at a case event, and I've been playing it locally a lot. And I kept losing to VME because I was like, oh, I can't hold – I have to hold all my block zones because of that. And so my 7-hand size becomes 5 because VME exists. And so now I'm like, well, no, I just get to be a 7-hander now. I know all your zones from you checking cards, and so I can just block everything you do.
And they can't fight back on the speed, right?
Correct. Unless you play as Rodan, but if I build enough shoot observation, I'm better than him. So
Right. Right. So Irwin, a really, really good call here. Tell me about MGLA. How many players from MGLA are here in Albuquerque?
I think we have 5, 6. One of them just not wearing their jersey.
Okay, fair enough. Big turnout from MGLA. You guys are always out here representing, always making it into top tables. Do you have any other shout-outs you want to do?
Yeah, I want to shout out. So Mitchell's friend Rob is doing a live stream on Wednesdays raising money for St. Jude.
Oh.
And I just wanted to shout it out. Go give it a look. They're giving a giveaway at the end of the month. I think a Chrome. I think they're giving away. So
yep, there's definitely a Chrome giveaway that's happening. That goal has already been reached, and there are more goals.
Correct.
So
He's
if you guys
more on top of it.
yeah,
now,
so if you guys support, there's going to be more giveaways.
Yep, and then it is Tito's Tabletop. Is that right? Tito's
Yes.
Tabletop, I believe, if I'm remembering correctly off the top of my head.
Yeah, so Tito's Tabletop is doing something very, very cool. If you guys can go out and show your support, not just for our community, but for St. Jude's Children's Hospital, that's such an amazing cause, and I know everyone here would appreciate it. I know Mitchell and Rob would appreciate it as well.
Yeah, a lot of people will.
Congratulations on your win.
Thank you.
Good luck with the rest of the tournament. Don't go anywhere, guys. Round 2 is going to be up very shortly.
What's up, everybody, and welcome back to round 2 here at the Albuquerque Regional. My first time on stream. David, your first time in person, our first time casting in person together. I'm incredibly excited. And we've got a very fun one for you. I was out there scouting and trying to find the coolest matchup, and you ran over, you screamed my name, and you're like, Tam. I've already found the coolest matchup. Hit me with it. Who are we watching today?
All right. First of all, I won't lie. I played a little bit of favorites because Caden on this matchup is one of my locals. And, he's 2 hours away at the Amarillo play group. They just recently started up. And he made top 8 in Denver with a Hanj list.
Yes.
And that was his first big kind of competitive achievement. And he's just cooking all the time. So he cooked up this Tendy list, and he's 1-0. And thought, hey, Tendy, how often, that was a character I didn't even expect to be in the room today. So
totally.
The
other side of the bracket, though, we have Michael Larson, make sure I got that correct, on a character we definitely expected to be on the room today, Nick Reagan, but maybe not on the symbol that is the normal.
Which symbol is he on?
Normally, he's on the all symbol. I mean, that's the one
Right.
that has found a lot of success over in Denver. But it's the air symbol today. And I got to say, I did a bunch of scouting out, and a lot of things really surprised me. There are a lot of really interesting characters at the Tendy that we're going to be seeing. Nick Reagan's all over the place. But the big thing that really surprised me about that is just the air symbol. And you were saying that Let's Talk UVS, the team, was jumping on the air symbol. Tell me a little bit about your thought process whenever it came to the decision of air versus all.
Yeah, so that's fascinating that Michael is on the Air Reagan list as well, because I did not know that. So this is going to be a fun matchup. But yeah, we have 6 Let's Talk UVS team members on Air Reagan. The primary thing is Sniping Spy and Warp Gate Portal. You have 8 times a higher likelihood of getting your Warp Gate Portal than you do checking it, even higher because you could just draw it. So you get to play that one check all the time. Keep your card pool clear. Also like Schoolyard Smackdown to copy to clear your card pool. I had a game the other day where I was playing Air Reagan. I built 1 on turn 1. I killed my opponent on turn 2, and I had 6 foundations at the end of the turn because I was hitting lightning rods. I was hitting like loot boxes and then invisible infiltration, building back the loot box. It was sometimes you check the 1 though and die. So I'm going to be interested if Michael's list is kind of crash out with like the 1 checks and the 2 checks.
Yeah.
But if it gets rolling on turn 2, we could be out of here in 5 minutes.
True. I mean, on the other side, we've got Caden, who gave an incredible interview in Denver on his Hanj list, and said, I was talking to him in between the round because he was one of the first people done, and he's like, "Hey man, I want to kill you on turn 2 again. I thought Ymir was too slow, and that's why I pulled up with this Devon Tendy eager science officer. And so obviously, I mean, going second, not great for the 7-hand size aggro character, but a build 4 is great, and we're going to see what we can do. Already have 2 ways to gain health inside of our stage by sacrificing 3 ways because of the haggler. Bit of a read here. I'm sure everybody else is at home.
Yeah, that's not going to be uncommon for the whole tournament.
Correct. Wait, Wait, it's +1 to your check for every time you heal? Yeah, man. I'm going to be playing some pretty late strings.
Yeah, and like you said, we've already got some ways to heal on stage and to help our checks. Ymir is too slow. How often do you hear that? I don't want to turn 3 people. This is UniVersus. We turn 2 people.
Yeah, 100%, especially with the matchups that we have. So Nick Reagan, Michael here, building 2, passing back, either respecting what Caden's got going on or not. But either way, Spirit Gun Final, huge opener for this deck. Paying health to give your moves a little bit of extra stats or stun, and then -3 for a massive +5 damage. 5 mid for 5. Stun 1 of the Lola cost of pay 4. Putting your engine online.
Yeah, Tendy covers up the downside of having to lose health for this card. So the lose health is for the damage, right? So we can immediately throw out a 10 damage move?
Correct. Yeah, so it's a 5 mid for 5. You pay 3 health for +5 damage. But Tendy has that extra ability of response after an attack is played. I'm going to give plus... I'm going to give my pay 1 for stun 1, or my rival's move gets a little minus speed. But here is the card that we've got to talk about. False Visage, the card that took Tendi from okay in the Star Trek Lower Decks deck, and then with Critical Role, this card is absolutely insane. Heals on itself. Every time that you heal, you get an extra +1/+1, which then says that Tendi gets to respond for +1 to your next check. There is so much. This is incredible. A crazy card for this character.
Yeah, are you surprised that we didn't try to block the Spirit Gun final? Because we took that full 10 damage, and we're going to slowly get stunned out by Tendi. It feels like you kind of, if they lead with the 10 damage move, I think if I'm Nick Reagan, I'm blocking it. I understand that you want to sculpt and that you're thinking, how does Tendi kill me turn 2? Well, we just might see it.
Yeah, I mean, this if there was a time to do it, Spirit Gun Final into False Visage is the way. It might be, a lack of not understanding what the game plan is going into game one, right? This is the power of playing something that's so not even off meta, but truly rogue as a Divine Attendee list. Coming in, I'm sure Michael has thought about what does Ymir look like, but if Caden's saying it's too slow, then it's too slow. 10 damage right off the gate on the first one, and this False Visage is going to get absolutely massive. Every time they gain health, it's going to get +1/+1. 4 high for 6, and a second one coming down. And then, although it looks like we checked a 3, we
don't care too much. We don't care too much. We're going to blow them up and get pluses to our checks.
Correct. Looks like that it is right there. Respond, gain 1 health. Respond with a Visage for +1/+1. This 4 damage move is already an additional 4 high for 6 coming down. Man, in a blink of an eye, Nick Reagan went from 30 plus health down to 16.
And it's going to go even further after this because we're going to be down to 2 ready foundations. It almost felt like that Spirit Gun final. And that's kind of the benefit of playing a rogue character, right? When you sit down your opponent's Tendi, you have no idea what they're up to. It's like, I don't know. And so you think, oh, I should keep my cards I'm sculpting. And so it made perfect sense if you're not realizing that he's going for this turn 2 kill to not block the Spirit Gun final. But looking back on it, that decision could have been what decides the game.
Especially because the further that we go to play out these attacks, the further we're committing our foundations to the point where Michael is feeling threatened enough that we are using a Nick Reagan enhanced defensively. Whenever I remove these 8 cards on top of my deck, when I crack that pack, I get to ready foundations on my rival's board because Nick now has 2 ready foundations on his board. If we have one more attack that packs a little bit of a punch, if another Spirit Gun final comes in, this could just be game over into that turn 2 that Caden's asking for.
And we have +2 to our check, so it's effectively like we have 1 in the card pool. And we are down to single digits on Nick Reagan's side. We whiffed on readying a foundation. It's going to be quite hard to block here if there is a finisher.
Very scary. It looks like Mikasa's knee strike coming in, responding. We're going to lose our 1 to give this thing that extra stun. Starts as a 5 high for 4.
Gets to be 7. I don't know how it gets to be 9. What do we have that is going to take this up? Or are we just counting on passing 1 more after this?
I mean, it's totally possible with the +1 to our check. We could play and then commit entirely out. Yeah, massive attacking string
This is
here.
one that's kind of difficult, and I understand why Caden was like nervous throwing it out there because you're throwing out your breaker 2. And now we're going on an 8, check a 5, commit out, and that is in all likelihood just game.
So scary. There it is.
Turn
2. 5 incredible attacks, starting with the strongest attacks in the deck, bar none, with a Spirit Gun final to lower that health total because Nick didn't get an attacking turn. Michael had no attacking turn to push the health total down, so Caden said, I have to do it myself. And it paid off. That was crazy. What a crazy turn, too.
That is so funny. He asked me if he could borrow Spirit Gun finals and Mikasa's knee strikes. I assumed he was playing Ymir when I brought it.
No.
It wasn't about until 20 minutes ago that I found out it was Tendi. And, man, that was nasty.
Yeah, I love it. And I love the idea of, like, in comparing these aggro 7-hand sized life characters, Ymir gets to play all these big long strings because she wants to find the 9 foundations and, turn her whole board sideways, lowering the health and then regain the health and so on and so forth. Caden has decided that Divana is just a better character to do it because of that plus to the check. It's like I already had those foundations. I'm just using my life total, gaining that back up in order to grab the extra. It's really smart and very cool to see adaptations like this. It's really funny. I thought about, so I host webcam tournaments every week. I was so close last week to like trying to build some four-check chaos knockdown blow.
Yeah, I
Tendy.
tried that out too. Tendy.
Her symbol spread is like so perfect for that idea, and I've got it stuck in my head. And then Cade looked at the character and went, "No, I'm just gonna play the good ones." Four checks, they're all four checks. I just got to gain enough health. Really, really cool. I think that the thing that I want to see out of this game too, though, is I want to watch Michael play an attack card. Truthfully,
well, both of these characters are, and he might have just whiffed that turn 2, because with Air Reagan, like even if you only find one attack, you play it and then you can hit Death from Above and just draw 2 and keep, or you hit Warp Gate Portal and you can play your next one from your deck. Like you can still string out even if you only draw one attack. So I wonder if it was just like a complete dud of a hand, or maybe it was just one and we thought, well, we'll just take a second build turn because we're feeling comfortable. But I have to imagine that after that turn 2 kill, Michael is feeling anything but comfortable.
Totally.
And round 1, the match we streamed was this kind of long game with Grog and Irwin. This could not be more separate. Both of these characters just want to kill each other turn 2. And right here, this is the downside of the Air Reagan. If you're playing like a Warp Gate Portal deck, playing from your deck, you have to shuffle this 100-card deck so many dang times. It's so much easier on the computer to press the shuffle button than it is in real life.
For sure.
We're seeing the struggle here.
And importantly, let's pull out back out of the metagame of like the tournament. I mean, this is precious seconds that Michael, if the game does happen to go long, because we are sitting here shuffling, there's less opportunity for us to take game 2 and then hopefully game 3.
Yeah, and while Reagan wants to win on turn 2, it is possible against a lot of like void prison decks where they just drag you out to deep water, and it's very difficult to overcome. Or like Grog, like just damage reduction can go a long way against it.
I do like that expression, drag out to deep water. It makes you feel very hopeless. It's a good visual, good word choice.
That's what those void decks do to me. Just sitting across from like Deku when he transforms to Quirks Unleashed, flashes a move, and then he gets Nonagons, he gets cheerleaders, he gets shutdowns, and like, okay, I cannot do anything this game.
Slightly worse build here this time. We started with a build 4 in our first game over on Michael's side.
Got some alt art, Sniping Spy, and Radiant.
Yeah.
How do you say it?
Visage. Radiant Visage.
Visage.
Yeah.
My brother was making fun of me because I think I was saying Visage. Or something. Yeah. Did check a 3 on that? I think
we did.
Oh no, that was
3,
it
is a 4. But this one looking a little rough. I think you have to commit the Tendy here because the foundations are key, especially if it's the best buddies, and we want to try and find the 5th. We did. Here's another one. Build 6. I mean, we saw how potent we were with only 4 foundations. We got 2 extra ones this time, and Michael over here on Nick Reagan built a little worse.
Check the
Titan's Haymaker coming down. Checks the 3 though.
Interesting decision to commit the Sniping Spy and not the Radiant here. I think I would keep the Sniping Spy ready. Oh, but we're committing that one as well.
Yeah, we got stunned. So stunned, we commit our foundations, and then a surprising skill. Hey, instead of rereading, I'm going to have you commit that last foundation as well.
I see.
Extra punish on that 3 check. Kind of asking my rival, hey, I need you to stop your turn, especially with the inspiring song, Flip Mill 3 over on Devonna's side.
A total blank.
We
really needed a lightning rod there, and all we hit was a Schoolyard Smackdown with nothing to clear.
Yeah, rough. Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty massive move, right? 6 for 7 coming in, and smacking right to the face. But the thing is this is where Devonna wants to be. Devonna wants to take this 7 damage, dropping down to 13, and saying, the next turn, that's just more pluses to my check, so I can play out more attack cards.
Did we get Breaker 2 there?
I didn't think so. We had -1 to our difficulty, or -1 to our check due to an inspiring song. But I'm not
Yeah, we checked
I'm a little confused by it, but we've got
I've got the judge there.
judges knowing what's up. But 6 foundations over here on Tendy's side, starting with a horrifying realization, fixing our hand just a little bit. Discard, redraw. If my rival discarded a foundation, committing one of our precious foundations. Looks like not the case for the discard. It is 8% falling roundhouse ultimate Omega Midoriya move. That's the name of that one.
Yeah.
I think I got it.
Pretty close. Pretty close. That's one that I actually cut from Air Reagan because it's blank when you go to remove it, and the extra +2, +2, +3, it wasn't being a game winner. I understand having it in here, and the alt art looks sick. So I like how Michael has fully alt arted everything that he can alt art. I know that he's one of the biggest collectors in the game.
Yeah.
I've purchased cards from him before because he's always so he's always got everything. So I like him showing off here. But we got a dual needle lunge, loses his health, goes to our momentum, clears our card pool. So we have our card pool clear, and we're giving checks to our bonuses to our check. Let's see if this is the start of something awesome here.
Yeah, I mean the added momentum I think is huge, especially with classic Ymir, Tetra Terra things coming in, going and grabbing extra resources. But it looks like tried and true Sphere Gun Final. Man, this card is very scary, especially when it's got Stun 1 on it. This Nick Reagan's board is just being absolutely slaughtered by the response on Devon Attendee.
Yeah, and it just Michael went first last time too, right? He just took 2 build turns. So this is the case we just seen on Reagan's side, both turn 2s have just gone a little wrong and stopped everything. And Tendy's side, these turn 2s have been just immaculate. Man, double Spirit Gun Final after dual needle lunges. This is
very, very strong. And there's no real draw that's happened either. And now the board is completely committed out. We are at the whim of what Devana has left in their hand. Can Caden, for a second time, clean this game up in a swift 15 minutes?
Yeah, I think that post Albuquerque, they really need to errata Reagan to have 40 health.
Yeah, that's what he needs, right?
Too few health.
Yeah, Devon Attendee is just hitting him too hard. A giant smile on her face. It looks like there's that false visage that we have on screen of 3 high for 5. I'm going to be gaining. This thing's going to get so much stats. It's +3/+3 for basically free.
And we don't care that we had to commit. What I like about the Tendy list is when we check 3s, we didn't really check 3s because we're blowing them up for pluses to our check. So it's everything is a 5.
100%. Yeah, the technology here is so cool. And again, Caden, the only person in the room with this list. Found the spice, like you said.
Yeah.
You Texas boys are cooking.
He told me that whenever he's in class at college, he's always got
Ultra up.
Yeah, he's always got his deck builder up,
trying
to think of combos.
And there it is. That is the game. 6 incredible turns. Wowzers.
Yeah,
Wowzers.
2 turn 2 kills for Tendy. I mean,
going
we have 40
nonetheless.
Yeah, we have 45 minutes left in the round, and we are done here. We'll be coming back on with an interview with Caden to talk about this Tendy list, so don't go anywhere. And then I know we have Street Fighter reveals throughout. I don't know how early we want to start dropping those.
We'll chat, and we'll come back with that in a little bit. Man, what an incredible game. Not on my bingo card, not on your bingo card, at home. Devon Attendee, aggro character. Her smile's so big. I would expect something so fierce from something so bright and bubbly.
Star Trek Lower Decks coming in, cleaning up.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to take a small break. Go grab Caden, pop on for a quick interview, so don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Ryan Garza ensemble, you know, got to only one. Damn it. Just go. A lot of board states in this game where, you know, the most common strategy is probably just play
Welcome back. I've got the winner of round 2 in that matchup. Caden is with me. Caden is pretty almost a local of mine, a little bit north with the Amarillo group. Recently jumped into the game. You asked me the other day, hey, could you bring some Spirit Gun Finals, Mikasa's Knee Strikes, and I forgot what the other one is, and I just assumed you were on Ymir. And we saw Tendi there. Why did you go Tendi over Ymir?
Ymir wants to win on 3 and Tendi wants to win on turn 2. I mean, it's just sack all your stuff, gain all the life, get plus to your checks, string out as far as you can.
Yeah.
As big attacks as we can get them.
We saw you kind of do a similar strategy in Denver where you made top 4, I think.
Third.
You got third. You got third with Hanj Zoe Four Eyes, the one from Origins of Power, with a similar turn 2 list. I assume, what was the card that recently got hit where you decided to switch from Hanj?
Combined Firepower got
Combined
hit,
Firepower, that was it.
and we moved over to Ghidorah, and then we didn't like being a 6-hander, so we went looking for 7-handers, and we went to Ymir and found out we didn't like turn 3.
Yeah, and 7-handers tend to be the best aggro characters because you just see more cards. You have a bigger turn. You have a bigger build on turn 1, and then you have a higher chance of seeing your attacks on turn 2. And you were saying you have it at a flat 60. You don't want any fluff in there. And so you were finding those Spirit Gun Finals because you're drawing 7 out of 60 cards early on.
You get a Horrifying Realization. You get the Shameless Haggler. You get to filter quite a bit. I play 21 attacks and 60 cards because the checks are amazing. Yeah, we're just looking to play the longest string we can with the best checks.
Mm-hmm. What was the moment you first found the Tendi sauce? Like, how long ago was that, and how did you first find Tendi, or was it what was the first realization that you had that led you to building this deck?
So we looked at other life and fire 7-handers when we were on Ymir and just didn't like it. So we went to digging through them. And we found her, and then we found out that the Visage card, she's a healer. And when we played it, we were just like, man, this is really, this is a lot of damage.
Yeah, so tell us, you won your round 1. Did any of those games go to turn 3?
No. No.
So
she
you're
killed-
4-0 on turn 2s, is what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm 4-0 on turn 2s, but I lost one in round 1 because she said Deception Dagger, 4 twirling needles, and she was on Toga. So
That'll do it. That'll do it.
I mean, there's nothing I could do about that.
But how often do they, rip quadruple twirling needle? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So is it in your testing? What's the scariest matchup? I guess. Like, what were you worried about coming in for
I was worried
today?
about Mitch, and then they hit VME, and it was amazing. I was like, man, this is gonna be a lot better than I thought this was gonna be.
That's funny because VME was like, we're at such a high offensive output in the game, and VME was one of the best defensive resources, and they just hit it before this event. So do you expect more of turn 2 aggro with that gone?
You should. You definitely should, because the zone changing, it was the problem there. It wasn't the -3 speed as much as I'm playing all highs, and now you can play all highs.
Right. Well, any I'm going to let you get going here, but any last shout outs that you want to give, or was there any aspect of your deck that we just didn't see in those games? Like, was there some secret sauce there that never revealed itself because the games never went past turn 2?
I'm going to shout out Aaron Cook, and I'm going to shout out Cohen from the UK for helping me test, and I'm going to keep my sauce to myself. I'll see you on top 8.
That's pretty smart. Yeah, good answer. All right, we will see you guys later. We've got a little bit of an extended break here. We might come back on with some more content, but don't go anywhere.
Can I take this back off when we're streaming? Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay. We good? Can I take this off? Okay. I know, right?
On stream, sending spam.
He said we're
emails,
good?
made it.
We good? Okay. Okay. So we're gonna be teaching Aylin and Ariel how to play UniVersus using the demo decks. So the demo decks have 3 types of cards that you're going to see commonly in all of your decks. You've obviously got your character card. This is the card that tells you how much health you have, tells you how many cards you're going to have in your hand. So we're just going to get a dice, and we're going to put it over on what our health marker is. So you've got 15, you've got 15, so just grab a dice, throw it on 15. Next up, we've got foundation cards. Foundation cards live in your stage. These have effects that abilities on them that affect the attacks that you make or that your opponent makes. You can pump damage, you can pump speed to make attacks more powerful or less powerful, and they also act as a form of currency if you need to pay for checks and things like that. Then you've got your attack cards. This is going to be what you're using to attack your opponent to try and whittle their health down to nothing. These are going to have a damage number on them. This is going to tell you how much damage the attack comes in with. It's going to have a speed number on it, which tells you how fast the attack is going towards your opponent and how difficult it is going to be for your opponent to block. And then it's going to have a block modifier on it. That doesn't matter when you are attacking, but when you are blocking, a block modifier will come into play. And we'll get into that as we start learning. So the other thing you need to know on the cards is that there's typically always 2 numbers in the corners. The big orange number is the difficulty number or the cost to play that card. And the check number is the value that you look at in order to see if you can pay this cost on other cards, not on the same card. So we are going to put these cards back in, and we are going to start first by drawing our hand size. So Ariel, you're going to draw 6. Aylin, you're going to draw 6 cards. And then the camera can see the cards, so you can just play like that for now. Ariel, you're going to go first. So we're going to start by playing our highest. Typically, we're going to start by playing our highest control difficulty number first. So you need to pay a 3 to pass this card. So you're going to turn over and discard. You're going to look at this value here, That is a 5. So that is greater than 3. It needs to match or be greater than that number for you to pass that check. So you pass that, you can now play another card. So you're going to play this 2. The game has progressive difficulty. So think of it like a fighting game. As you do more, you get less stamina and it becomes more difficult for you to perform moves. That is how fighting game kind of language is translated into the card game.
So
you're
now I
gonna,
need to pass a 2 plus a 1.
2 plus 1, yes. So you pass this one. You can try and play another one. So, yep, playing a 1 is good because 1 plus 2. And we pass that. And let's go ahead and try and play our 0 as well, because 3 plus 0 is 3. And that's great. So now we're going to end your turn. You are going to take your cards from your card pool, and these are going to build down to your stage. And now your turn is over. We're going to come over to Aylin, and then Aylin is going to do the same thing. So we're going to start with our highest difficulty number, which is a 3. And we've checked a 5, so we pass. We're going to try and play a 4. So we're going to check this, and we got a 3. Now we need 4. What we can do is use cards in our stage as currency. Those are worth 1 each. We can also commit our character. So you're going to commit your character. So you've got 3 plus 1 is the 4 that you need. So now we're going to let's play a 1 to be safe, so we know we get some foundations in, because we know that our attacks are going to have at least a 3 check on them. So we're going to turn over again. We got a 3, we passed that, and we're going to play our 0 again, because 3 plus 0 is 3, and we know that we can get that. That's great. So again, your cards from your card pool are going to come down to your stage.
Should I try a 1 too?
Not at this point, because we want to keep these cards for blocking at the next turn. So all of these 4 come down here. Any cards that were committed in your turn stay committed. So he's going to stay that way until the start of your next turn. So now it's Ariel's turn. Ariel doesn't have anything that is committed, so she doesn't have to ready her board, but this would be where you do that. Now is you would have a review step, so you can choose to get rid of a card in your hand, or you can just draw up to your hand size. So I think what you have is good. Let's draw up to 6. Okay, so we're going to bring our 2 attacks forward so we can see them. And then we're going to choose one of our attacks to play. They're all 5 difficulty. They're all vanilla attacks, which means that they have no ability text on them. So we can play any of these cards that we want to play. So here we're going to check a 5. So you're going to, again, try your checks. And this is a 5. So this passes. None of our cards have any abilities on them, because what we would be in now is called an enhance phase. You are correct, our character does have an enhance. So in order to use this, we look at the words that come after the word enhance, but before the colon, and that will tell you the cost to do the ability of whatever comes after the colon.
So I would have to turn to commit.
Yes.
To use the plus 4 speed.
So plus 4 speed. So this is a mid, so we're going to get our mid dice. We're going to find a 4, and we're going to put that here just to mark that we've done this. Now we're going to come over to Aylin. Aylin does not have any abilities on the foundations. At this point, you cannot use cards in your hand. You use these for blocking. Your character is committed, so we can't use anything on our character. These are all blank, so you pass back to your opponent because you can't do anything in this phase currently. And likewise, you have no more abilities you can play on these cards because there's no text on them. So you would go ahead and send that attack over to Aylin. So you would say, you would add this up. So this is a 9. It's mid. There's 3 different zones you can attack to, much like in a fighting game. High, middle, low. Block modifier is also high, middle, low. And Aylin is going to want to try and match this zone and try and beat this speed in order to block your attack. So Aylin is trying to beat a 9. And you have 2 mid blocks. Both of these mid blocks are zeros. So you can play either one of these because you're looking at this value here, not this value.
Okay.
So 5 plus 0 is 9. That is the number that you have to check. So you have to check 9. That is your magic number. So you're going to do your check. So you've checked a 5. You need to get me to 9. So you need to get me 4 cards. These are all worth 1 if you commit them, because they act as a kind of currency at this point. So 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This was a mid attack. This was a mid block. You have fully blocked this attack and you take no damage. Now we go back over to Ariel. Ariel has another attack. And because this has progressive difficulty, we are doing 5 plus 1 to check a 6. And we have a 5. We're going to pay our 1. We have no enhances, so we pass to our opponent. Our opponent has no enhances, so then it comes back to you, and then you will attack. So you are going to be sending 5. What zone is this? Low for how much damage?
5.
So a 5 low damage, 5 low speed, sorry, for 5 damage.
So once the character is committed, it can only enhance one card. It would not enhance the following card?
Correct. Once a card is committed, it cannot do its ability again. There is a keyword once you get past the demos and play slightly more advanced, which is called tenacious. Tenacious cards do let you play them when they are committed, as long as the criteria is met, but they are not in a demo deck.
Got it.
So we can definitely go into that at another point. So this is a low attack, and this is interesting because you have a mid block. What UniVersus lets you do is you can block in adjacent zones. So if you have a mid attack, you can block. If you have a mid attack, you can block with a high attack, a high block or a low block. And if you do that, you will take half of the damage if you successfully pass that block. If your opponent has a high attack and you only have a low block, that is not in an adjacent zone. It's not next to the zone that is being sent. So that a low block cannot block a high attack,
Okay.
and a high block cannot block a low attack.
Okay.
But mid block's pretty safe. You can always do some kind of blocking with a mid attack. So this is a 5 speed. This is 0. And this is going to have progressive difficulty on it. So if we do the math on that, 5 plus 0 is 5, plus 1 is going to be 6. So we can try and check a 6, but I'm pretty sure these decks don't have 6s in them.
Okay.
So you're going to say, I'm not going to block, I'm going to take that damage. And you're going to move your dice down 5 points. So you're going to be on 10 health now. So you've taken the damage. This attack was blocked. This attack did damage. So we're just going to turn that a little so that we know ourselves that this has done an attack. And we'll go into why in a minute. We're not going to attack again, but we're just going to build some foundations. So let's build let's build that. That's a 3. And we pass. And then we're going to build another 3. 3 plus 0 is 3. And we pass this. So now we're going to end our turn. Anything committed stays committed. Foundations build down. This attack dealt damage. This goes into our momentum pile. So this flips over. This comes down, sits underneath our character like this. And this is another type of currency. Whereas these cards will have ability text on them when you play the full game and can interact with your opponent's attacks. When you're using them to pay cost, they're worth 1 each. Momentum is another type of currency that can do... some cards will have keywords on them like EX3, Powerful 2. And those things will give your attack more speed or more damage or stun your opponent's cards where you turn their cards committed. So this is just another type of currency in the game that you get when you successfully deal damage to your opponent. This attack did not hit, so this clears to your discard pile. Okay, so now we come back over to Aylin. Aylin, you're going to draw up all of your cards ready, first off. So clear your card pool, so that's empty. I'm going to ready all of our cards, including our character. So these are all now usable cards. We can use all the enhances on them. And then you're going to draw up to 6. So you're going to draw five cards for me. Okay, we got 6 cards. So we're going to look at our attack cards first. We're going to bring those front. And they're both 5 checks, so we can play either of these, whichever, and they're both the same card. So you can play either one of those down as the first card. So again, you're going to check a 5 for me from your deck. And this is the 5, this passes. This goes to your enhance phase because this is your attack turn. You get to enhance first. So here, you can commit this. This attack will get +4 damage.
Oh, 5 and 4.
So 5, yeah, so you're going to commit that. You're going to get your 4 damage. So now you are at 9 damage. If we come over to Ariel, Ariel's going to see, do I have any cards with text on that can benefit me at this time? We do not, because these are all blank cards in the demo deck. So you can do nothing. It's going to go back to Aylin. Aylin has nothing that she can do to enhance this attack any further. So Aylin is going to send this attack to Ariel. So here you have a 5 mid attack. So 5 speed, middle zone for 9 damage. Ariel was going to check in the top right corner at her block modifiers. 2-0 blocks. So you're going to be doing blocks on 5 + 0. So that's great. You can choose to block with either of these cards. Okay, we're going to put this down. You are going to check a 5, because 5 + 0 is 5. And you pass that block, and because it was a mid-zone and a mid-block, you take no damage from this attack. Now, Aylin is going to attack again. So you're going to put down your attack. 5 + 1 is a 6. So you're going to check a 6. And you checked a 5. So now you're going to pay 1 for me. There we go. This now passes. You have used this enhance in the last turn, so you can't use this card again because it's committed. So he's exhausted that ability to enhance your card. You have no text on any of your ready cards. You pass that to your opponent to see if they have anything. Ariel does not have anything to enhance this attack with. So now you're going to send it 5 mid for 5 damage. So 5 mid + 0 + 1, because we have progressive difficulty. So you are going to be blocking on a 5 + 1, a 6. So you're going to check a 6 for us. You got a 3. So you now need to pay 3 foundations in order to pass that block. Okay, fully blocked again. Neither of these cards dealt damage. I'm sorry, Aylin. You have no more attacks in your hand, so this is a good time to beef up your stage a little. So let's build a 2. 2 + 2 is a 4. Let's check, see if we get a 4. 5 is greater than 4, we pass. Yep, let's build another one. This is 3 + 2 on a 5. And a 3, so you're going to owe 2. So you need to commit 2 in order to pass this check. You can choose to keep the foundations ready and fail this. This would then go over here and your turn would end, but it would mean that you had these foundations ready. So that's something we can do, is choose at any point to fail a check, and that will just end our turn.
Okay. Do you do that? Because I have a 0.
You can, but if she draws, you have to think about what your opponent is going to do as well. You don't want to be left in a situation where you have 1 or none cards in your hand when she's attacking, because then she just gets to do free damage to you. So you want to kind of keep 1 or 2 cards in your hand just so you have something to block with.
Okay.
Unless you're really confident that maybe they're playing a deck where they're not going to pull attacks. Or if you really just want to go in for the kill, you can just burn your whole hand playing attacks if you're really confident this is going to be your kill shot.
Okay.
But we're not at that point. So we're going to end our turn going this way to that way. We're going to build down our foundations. This attack did not hit. That attack did not hit. So they're both going to go to discard. And your character is going to stay committed because you used it. He's a little tired from doing his attacking. Now, Ariel is going to clear her card pool first. She's going to ready all her foundations. And then you are going to draw up to your hand size. Okay, we got 6 cards here. Okay, so we got our big power move in the demo deck here. So we're going to play our 6 attack. We're going to play our White Dragon Horse. So we're going to check a 6. 5. We're going to pay 1. We've passed a 6. Now, this card has what's called static text. It's just white text on it that doesn't have a keyword in front of it like enhance or response. This says, when this attack is played, you may discard 1 momentum. If you do, your rival loses 5 health. We have momentum. We want to do that because that is free damage to our opponent. So you're going to discard that to your discard pile. Your opponent is immediately just going to lose 5 health. So we go down to a 5. Now, that was a static ability. That just happens because you played the card. Now you get to play any enhances that you have. So from your stage, not your hand. So we have our Monkey King. We can commit him to give this more speed. Because this is a kill shot for you. This is 6 damage. Your opponent only has 5 health. So if we can beef this speed up, it's going to be very difficult for her to block that. So if we commit this attack is going to get 4 speed, and this is a high. So this is a high attack. We're going to give it 4 high speed. So we're going to come over here. Unfortunately, in the demo decks, oh no, wait, we do have something. We have our Pegasus wings. So you can choose to enhance on your opponent's attack. This, by committing this attack gets +2 or -2 speed. So you can choose to commit this to give this attack less speed. So you want to do that because right now 10 speed, it's not looking good for you. You want to make this a little easier for you to get. So we move our 4 down to a 2. Now we're going to go back to Ariel. You can. First, it's going to go to your opponent. You can only do 1 card on each turn. Okay. Ariel, do you have anything you can do? No, that is correct. Aylin, what are we going to do? We are going to do another one. We are going to knock 2 more speed off of this attack. Ariel, do you have anything you can do?
I do not.
You do not. Okay. Aylin, we have nothing else we can do. We have nothing else we can do. We're going to go to the block step. So this is a 6 high for 6 damage. What do we have in our block modifiers? Mids and zeros. So we know that we're going to have to block 6, 0, but this is an adjacent zone. This is not a high block. This is a medium block. So we're going to take half of whatever the damage is, round it up. So if it's a 5, 2.5 will round up to 3. If it's 6, we'll just take 3. So we're going to play. First, we're going to block. We're going to do 6 plus 0. We're going to try to check a 6. And we've checked a 5. We're going to commit our last foundation. And that is going to half block. So you are going to take half of that damage. You take 3 damage. You are at 2 health. Okay. Ariel, what do we have? Do we have anything that we can maybe end this game with? We have no orange cards. So, unfortunately, we're going to have to just build. So, let's start with our 3. 3 plus 1 is a 4. 5, we pass. Let's go again. 2 plus 2 is a 4. 3, let's pay 1, because we've got enough currency to pay for that. Do you maybe want to build 1 more? Going to go in on a 5. Oh, you're going to have to pay 2 more. But that's okay, because we kind of even it out when these build down. So, we're going to end our turn now. We're going to build down from this way back. And then this attack dealt damage, so it's going to flip. It's going to go in our momentum. Okay, Aylin, we're going to ready our stage. We're going to clear our card pool. Yep, goes to discard.
Can I?
Yep, everything is readied. Everything goes vertical. There is one instance in the game where you do not ready a foundation. That is when a card is frozen. So if you have a committed card and it is frozen, on your next ready turn, it stays committed. That doesn't happen in the demo decks. It's not all that often it happens depends what deck you're playing or your opponent's playing, but it doesn't matter for the demo deck. Everything readies. So now we're going to draw up to our hand size. We're going to draw 5 more cards to get us to 6. Okay, let's look at our attacks. Do we have any orange cards? We have, okay, that's good. We're going to play our powerful card first. We're going to play our 6. We're going to check that 6. We got a 5. We're going to pay 1. We're going to play one of our blank cards to play that. Now, what does our card say? It comes in. It is a static ability. When this attack is played, you may discard 1 momentum to commit all rival foundations. We don't have any momentum, so we can't do that ability. But we do have an enhance that we can do. We can commit this to give this attack plus 4 damage. So we're going to give it 4 damage. And now we're going to go see if Ariel has any enhances that can possibly reduce our speed. 10, 1. 1. Okay, we're going to speed this up a little because we have round 2. Round 2 starting. Okay, thanks, Josh. Round 3 is starting. Round 2 is finished. Round 3 is starting.
Round 2 is finishing. Round 3 is
okay, sorry everyone. Round 3 is starting in a minute, so we're going to rush through this. We can commit this to give it -2 speed. So this is now going to go to. Typically, we'll take 2, we'll put it on this side to indicate 6 -2 is a 4. Aylin, you can commit this to give it +2 speed. So you want to do that. You want to bring it back to neutral. We're going to journey to the west again. We're going to -2 speed. And then we're going to commit that to give it back again. This is the dance. Oh, that's damage. -2 damage. Okay, so then we're going to go from a 4 to a 2 extra. If I can find a 2. Okay, and then we're done with our dance. Aylin is going to send our attack. We are on a 4 high for 8. Okay, so 4 plus 0 is 4. We take that, but because it was an adjacent zone, we are going to take half of 8. We're going to take 4 damage. Yep. And at that point, we're going to end our demo because round 3 is starting. Thank you guys for learning how to play. And yeah, we'll carry on learning later. Oh, it's stuck.
Actually won Nick Reagan, the character we saw last round, his own character card. Yeah, 2 6-hand ties, pretty aggro characters, both given stats in their own way. Yeah, I like the shape of both these characters. Both these characters I've contemplated. I took one to an event. Love Endeavor 3 as an idea, and with the Attack on Titan having so much self-milling under the fire symbol, I'm really excited to see what Ethan's going to pull out and really showcase for us in this match today.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see what Attuned has done for Endeavor, because the order symbol is one of the better attuned symbols, and fire, not too shabby either. And the enters the discard pile sort of gimmick that Attack on Titan has, really pushed to the forefront, really utilized, that is tailor-made for a character who mills cards as quickly as Endeavor does, right?
Absolutely. And then on the other side of the screen, you've got Smiling Titan, a character that when they first were introduced in that AOT1 block was a menace. So much so that they broke the principles of the game, ended up getting touched. Used to give symmetrical stats of plus speed and plus damage due to how difficult your moves are, but now you get to pick speed or damage. And so I'm really excited to see the work that Justin has put in on this character. Again, representing under the death symbol once more. Huge build 5 on Endeavor's side. Looks like Smiling is coming back to match it. What are your predictions for this match going in now that we've seen the first turn builds?
So I don't expect a lot of blocking, number one.
Sure.
The Smiling Titan deck has utilized very, very, very powerful stage-based defense is how I'll put it.
Sure.
Invincible body resets from the stage, always cool being played from the stage. Blocking, not necessarily a big part of the game plan, because normally we're committing our foundations to play big attacks. So we have to find one single card solutions to our rivals' attacks. But what I'd really like to see is the string offense that Endeavor is so well known for, is about punishing characters that are attempting to block many attacks in a turn. And so I want to see how Endeavor's attacks work together. Are they just going to be, this is the best fortif on this symbol that does the most numbers and draws me the most cards? Or is it going to be cards that only really function when they're played together?
Yeah, that's the question, right? Is my Tamism that I use all the time is what techniques versus tactics, right? Techniques being individual cards versus tactics being 2 cards combining together. And we've got a crazy technique here in Fiery Rush, a 5/3, 5 mid for 5, turns into 7 for 5, that has its own mill ability that says if it deals damage, which is very likely to do, as you said, we're not blocking, to make my rival commit a bunch of foundations.
Well, we did see an early block, it looks like. Or no, I'm sorry. We added the Always Cool to our card pool.
Correct.
I apologize.
Yeah.
We added the Always Cool to our card pool. It looked like a block for a moment there.
It's tough to tell when you add cards into the card pool for card abilities.
Yeah. So, so what we're seeing is something else that the death symbol does really well right now, which is ramping face down foundations. That has been an absolutely huge part of the Smiling Titan game plan, because we've got cards like League Interview that can give us +1 to our check to play our first attack of the turn, but we've also got cards like Always Cool that can basically trade in 1 foundation for 2, giving us +1 net total. So when we don't care about the abilities on our foundations, we just need them to pass checks. Turning an Always Cool into 2 face downs, absolutely what we're looking for on turn 2.
Especially because Always Cool is a really good defensive ability on the damage stat, and Endeavor only gives damage after he cycle, which I do want to say the craziest thing about this last turn that Endeavor had, as Justin's thinking here, is we played 5 attacks and milled 20 cards. With every check plus the 3 from the attack, 4 from Endeavor, we had an action that milled and a foundation that milled. 20 cards, a third of our deck just gone in a singular turn. This Endeavor is here to burn and burn hot.
Yeah, and I gotta say, with all of Attack on Titan Apocalypse being revealed, it almost feels like this Endeavor deck is strictly ahead of its time, right? Cycle lock cards are maybe going to punish this type of game plan in the future, so this could be a last hurrah for a deck like this as well.
Totally agree. As long as you're willing to, as long as you're afraid of those cards, But
well, if I'm Endeavor, I mean that's got to change the value, the expected value a little bit, right? But we've got our Duplicitous Recollection, I believe, coming out. Or no, that's the one that builds.
That's the 7 diff. This is, I'm finding it, I promise.
This is the one that removes foundations from our discard pile, and we get a damage bonus equal to the combined difficulty.
Yes, and it also hilariously has stun too. This is Disciplined Maneuver.
Sorry, I got my D's wrong.
Yeah, another deed card. So this one is absolutely massive. 10 high for $1 million. It looks like we're going to be going for the block here, and if it's passed, it's going to be committing everything, right? But it looks like it's going to fail, end up taking, I think this is 11 damage? Yeah, all the way down to 20, and just like that, Smiling readies themselves back up, but it's turn 2, turn 3 for Smiling. There's no way another attack is coming. So take the lick, build back out, pass it back over to Endeavor.
Yeah, but we do see that invincible body hitting the table. That is essentially a 1-for-1 on an attack. If you don't have the damage pumps necessary to play footsies around this stat reduction, you're going to see your attack get zeroed out, and effectively 1 foundation for a whole attack card. I'll make that trade any day.
Yeah, following it up by a last-second rescue, doing that same thing as long as you have a momentum, right?
Right,
Which,
yeah.
luckily, we just did have a Discipline Remover hit 10 high for 11, smacks pretty hard.
Flash Fire Fist coming down now as our opener. This is a great opener for Endeavor. Does everything Endeavor pretty much wants, which is mill more and give more stats. And again, if we had cycled this turn, it would be symmetrical as well. But all attacks are going to get +1 speed for the rest of the turn now. The speed, not the thing that we're really focusing on too much, but it is important, right, that when a deck is defined by how unwilling it is to block, how scary is it the 1 or 2 times they do block, right, Tam?
Right. Yeah. It definitely messes with the math that you have, like that preconceived notion of what is going to be coming in. But man, as Ethan mills out these bonus cards, this deck is looking very, very thin. And some Bing Bong cards of our own with things like Lust for Battle and Unabashed Manner, making the checks a little more difficult to block. 2 extra damage, the stat that we were missing. Looks like +4 damage to the next one. This is 6 high for 6 4 diff that we're going to have to absolutely start respecting, start sweating.
Yeah, so this is your one government mandated block that you get to play every turn. And after this, blocks are probably going to be asking Justin the question of, do I want to commit my invincible body or do I want to use it or take this damage? Notably, Smiling Titan can ready itself when the rival's attack deals enough damage. So that is an option, defensively to get that one resource back. But I got to imagine Endeavor's going to be adding enough speed that if we don't have an answer for Invincible Body, that's going to be the most important interaction on this attack turn. And it seems that we have a conditional answer to it.
Yeah. It is tough. And if there was a card that you would want to block or put to 0 or whatever, it is the Punisher Beam that's following up here. If this attack deals damage in any way, selectively destroy one of my rival's foundations, this is going to absolutely ask for this Invincible Body to be popped here. I would imagine.
Yeah.
Justin's very secure about the block zones inside of his hand. I'd have to imagine that something is going to be some sort of answer has to come to this.
Some resource will be expended, right? Because even if it wasn't going to destroy my best foundation, 9 damage to the dome, not something I'm going to take lying down. And because that Unabashed Manner is a floating effect, right? It comes in at the beginning of the attack. It lacks that footsies element that I was talking about, footsies being the sort of back and forth that you get to do to find your opening, to find the optimal moment to apply your damage and your techniques. And so front loading all that damage means first enhance, remove Invincible Body, send this attack all the way to 0.
Yeah. And there it is, popped. It's the fastest move of all time. For nothing as we pass on to our next form. Responding getting away. And Besiege, massive follow-up here. Still have the -1 to the check due to another milled Lust for Battle. But a couple Besieges is going to put Smiling into a very scary position. And there is the cycle on turn 3, just as we wanted.
Yeah, this is the cycle pretty much as soon as you can get it, unless you're doing the exact, well, I don't even think it's standard legal anymore, but there used to be an infinite mill combo. That'd be the only way you could mill your deck faster than this.
True. And we haven't even talked about the other ability, the thing that kind of cuts Endeavor above what Smiling is doing. Smiling once per turn, it gets to after a move is successfully landed, I'll re-ready my character. I'll get a resource that way. Endeavor burns so hot that once we have cards removed once per game, I can take any attack in my remove from game pile, any card in my remove game pile, I believe, and put it back up into my hand. Normally it's attack cards. We're trying to get the job done. We're trying to kill them.
The best cards.
The top 10 that we remove here are going to be really important because those are the options that I have. And so we're going to take a peek here.
Okay, that's a pretty big one. We do have momentum now. We actually have some extra momentum.
Yeah, big freaking explosion is pretty good, but only as good as the attack set wind up in the discard pile. And then after finishing the mill, we've got 2 more. So
it's about as good as you can mill, too.
About as good as you can mill. And I feel like the onslaught is going to keep coming. I would not be surprised at all if we see a form from Endeavor to pick this attack up after this Besiege, and even slamming an explosion for 15 damage might be enough to clean up the game.
Yeah, it looks like we do have the Besiege that it looks like we're going to discard the momentum for that last second rescue, just working out exactly how all the on damage triggers work. So last second rescue does destroy itself if you take more than 5 damage, I believe, if you heal more than 5 damage. So is going to go away along with the momentum, but we have effectively dealt 0 damage this turn.
And because of this Doothfor that Smiling has had, after I take my 6 damage, I will heal it back and then respond and ask my rival, hey, you can pay 6 more than you dealt me, or you can pay a foundation and pass, which Smiling, all of their game actions happen on their own turn. Anything that they can do to get back to their turn, back to their agency in this game is what they want to do.
Yeah, absolutely huge plays here. I mean, we're seeing the power of the death symbol fuel so many different strategies, and it's very cool to see all the tiny little interactions, right? Because you can essentially think that last second rescue and Invincible Body will function the same, nearly identical most of the time, but it's those small nuances, right, where you don't want to use last second rescue during Punisher's Beam because you still technically take that damage, right? And so when you use the invincible body first, that's a first enhance, so you can't even really play the footsie game. You have to pretty much telegraph it. So there's a lot of tiny little nuance from these two similar situations that looked nearly identical. And I love the how'd you pronounce it? I was saying Dwaithvar. Doothvar. My bad. That's what I gotta get like Matt Mercer to just tell me how everything's pronounced.
True.
But yeah, the Doothvar, the Star Razor. You know, that response being combined with the last second rescue on the later attack is also so much more optimal, right? So very cool stuff.
You're talking about subtlety. You know, it's not subtle.
No.
Called the Colossus Titan attacks. Massive 10 damage, 10 difficulty, 10 damage move, given an extra stats on Smiling. It's a throw. It's just a big explosion right in your face. And it looks like we, even with the block, dropping from 20 all the way down to 12, an insane amount of life taken now. And the other half of this is if Endeavor does not finish his food on the following turn, the form ability on Colossus Titan of asking my rival to flip 2 foundations, discard 2 cards, essentially says that Smiling just gets to have a field day. Plus damage on all of my moves. They're all massive. You're at 12. It's just game over. We have, as Smiling Titan, we have asked the question, Endeavor, can you do it this next turn?
Yeah, one of the mantras I try to live by is discard is debuild. If you're going to make your opponent discard cards, what are they going to do to compensate? They're going to hold more cards. What does that mean? That means they're building less cards. If you're building less cards, can you block Smiling Titan attacks? It's a pincer attack at that point because you have to choose which way do you want to lose. And now that we got 2 momentum from Colossus Titan attacks, this Beast Titan's call looks like a great way to win a game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is representing lethal if we decide to pump our stats correctly. 8 difficulty, 6 low for 8. We give it the damage with Smiling. We spend that momentum on the speed for the EX. Again, asking more questions. Hey, how are you going to deal with it? It looks like the answer is
not at all.
We're not. Counting it out. Doing a little bit of math. They're a little quick for my numbers. And there it is. Game 1. Go to Justin Birch on Smiling Titan. Sam, Endeavor cycled. Didn't get a chance to use their once per game form. And then died because of it. I'm pretty sure that Endeavor also went first.
Yes.
Do you think this is just the AOT character format have just outsped what the new number 1 pro heroes got going on?
I want to say that we were just 1 turn too late or 1 interaction too slow. You saw how Ethan navigated the turn. He played the Flash Fire Fist first and then the Punisher's Beam, right? Get that high block out of the way. You know, we talked about how there's that sort of, it's a very typical play pattern to block the first attack and then rely on your stage for the rest. You know, make sure your opponent gets nothing easy, make them commit more cards for additional risk, you know, and we saw that block was fairly close. It wasn't, you know, achievable, but you know, the extra foundations we committed by playing Punisher's Beam on a 6 instead of on a 5 and then Flash Fire Fist on a 5, right? It's little things like that where trying to navigate the defense that Justin did have might have cost us the game, might have cost us 1 more turn that we could have survived to. So again, tiny little nuances, 1 foundation here or there. A game of inches is the game that Smiling Titan wants to play because Smiling Titan moves 10 yards at a time.
Yeah, and I think the big point that you made there is just stage interaction. Look at the defense that Ethan built inside of his stage. The answer was none. There just wasn't anything. We didn't play any defensive abilities, and Justin essentially negated 2 full attacks with the cards in his stage. And so, you know, if Justin didn't find the 2 defensive pieces, the game was over last turn either way.
Right.
So I think it might just come down to what foundations are we seeing, what foundations are we using, what enhances and responses could we possibly build in this Endeavor deck. And historically, it's not the goal. The goal is I'm gonna push forward and I'm gonna burn hot.
a big thing I want to see from Ethan's deck going forward is some card draw. We talked about the discard is debuild sort of a thing, and one of the things that makes this Smiling Titan deck work, the way that Justin has been able to afford this play style, is the fact that we're building 5 or 6 foundations early in the game on earlier turns than most decks can afford to. Most 6-handers can't afford to do it, right? And Smiling Titan doesn't have the biggest body. 31 is not the greatest health. I mean, Endeavor has 31 as well. He was one of the first, I think, 6-hander to break the 30 threshold. So in the resurgence of MHA. So I would love to see maybe like a sacrifice for the cause, maybe cancel that invincible body. I would love to see, something that stuns our opponent out. But more important than any of that, I want to see the card draw to be able to keep up with the build turns that Smiling Titan is going to have.
Totally agree. But instantly, we got a build 4 here, and one of the best pieces on Endeavor's board. Let's get that cycle a little bit faster. 1-man Inferno. I mill 1. You mill 1. We all mill 1. Us here in the booth, we mill 1 as well. Just trying to speed through this deck and make it as get that cycle as quick as possible. But not really what we want. I wanted like a build 5. Let's get more zeros. Sadly, fire symbol's a little hurting for them. But we'll see what Justin responds back with foundation-wise.
He's got plenty of scared Armin faces on the attuned order symbol. Okay?
True. That's fair.
We got plenty of blank zeros you can play, and you'll like it.
And there it is. Huge playmaker from the last game. Invincible body coming in.
Visual proof that Justin Birch does plan to block at least once.
Yeah, Keiko's Aid. Talk to me about that one.
Yeah, so Keiko's Aid is a long-term format staple, really, every time it appears. Response flip, after you block an attack, your rival's next attack gets +2 difficulty. Very important for a couple reasons. One, you can't play an action card or a foundation to clear like you would with Breaker to get through the effect.
Right.
It lingers until they play their next attack. And then also, there's more cards right now that are good at shutting off the check hacks that happen. They're not super popular in the format, but the interactivity of cards that increase difficulty is basically non-existent. So
true.
There's not a lot you can really do, and these symbols don't have a lot of ways to stop responsibilities. So the timing of Keiko's Aid is great, the type of ability that it is great, and the way that the effect interacts with the rival's cards is great.
Yeah, you asked for card draw. I'm looking up the exact name of it. I clicked action, not asset. Or asset, not action. This is a very neat piece of technology, a card that I wish that I was playing more. Cute Host Koto. 4 difficulty action. You play it as your first form. It doesn't count as progressive. You play out your turn, and at the end of your turn, you'll draw 3s to have that defense. Because, again, one more block from Endeavor, one successful block, the game totally flips on its head of Justin taking that first one. And so doing that I'm now allowed to overbuild, like you said. I'll build out massive, draw my foundations afterwards. I think this is a big deal. And with Justin just taking this move, taking the 6, dropping all the way down, or 7, dropping all the way down to 24. Massive build 3 here. Let's redraw back up. And I think we're sitting pretty on Endeavor side. I like this play pattern. Let's see 1-2 blocks happen this turn and keep that life total nice and healthy.
Yeah, the Cute Host Koto having the timing during the end phase means it's not the most proactive draw. It's purely a defensive draw for the most part. So you are going to get to build out the foundations that you already have in hand, but it's not really going to fix your hand on this turn. So not the best build, but we are staying ahead of the game, right? We are still getting a good amount of foundations in each turn, but we do got another big one coming our way.
Colossus Titan's destructive power. The thing that really is putting this character back on the map for Justin. Justin being a final round team member with me, I've played in this deck quite a bit. He loves this deck.
This is the card that when I saw it, I went, oh, Smiling Titan's back on the menu, to be totally fair.
She's totally back. 7 mid for 13 9 diff, but a 9-3. It has its costs. Right. Blitz, your rival sacrifices a foundation, then commits a foundation, then flips a ready foundation. Follow that up with +5 speed, making this just the most annoying 12 mid for 13 you've ever seen. It's just not blockable on turn 2, as we see Endeavor drop all the way down to 18.
The most important part for this is one of the few high difficulty attacks that doesn't start with symmetrical stats.
Yeah.
And because Smiling only gives one stat now, having that heavily loaded damage, because the other 9 diffs are like a 10 speed for 8, right? Or they're like a 6 speed throw or something like that. So having one that's like way higher in damage, but then we can also give it speed to match anyways, makes it look as impressive as Smiling Titan attacks of old.
Totally.
If it was a 9 diff, 9 mid 9 or something, right? Smiling would have made it a 14-14, and so now we can easily make this a 13-13.
And then you get the other half of it, which this 9-3 builds down into a foundation, becoming Bert's Devotion. I call it Bert in a basket. I think that's very funny. And it actually, you brought up the symmetrical stats of Smiling Titan of the old. It's this response after your unblocked attack deals damage, your rival loses 2 health.
Yes.
Hey, Smiling's going to give speed. This is +2 damage. That's basically the symmetrical stats we were looking for from the previous format. This character, too good in their first set, but when you assemble a bunch of techniques together and make it a real tactic, a totally viable and okay plan.
Yeah, but we do have a double Lust for Battle being milled here, so -2 to the check coming down. That one block that Justin normally gets to pull off before relying on damage reduction might not be available to us, because to pass the check, we might have to commit cards like Invincible Body. We also saw that Keiko's Aid was committed on our own turn, so that being a very standout defensive piece is unfortunately not going to be available to us. And on top of all that, we do have a weapon clash, but destroying foundations means it's harder to play all of our high difficulty moves, so that's not something you necessarily want to do too much of, but I wouldn't be surprised to see 1 or 2 activations come out.
Totally agree. Totally agree. A lot of back and forth happening here with the milling from One Man Inferno. We've seen an activation of an Invincible Body. We've had a League invitation to be checked in for extra committal on my rival's turn. There's a lot of buttons being pressed, fighting over this current attack, fiery confrontation, and then kaboom, the BFE, the big freaking explosion coming in. One of the key pieces for Fire Endeavor. Talk to me about the power of this card.
Yeah, this one is really cool because it gets bonus damage for every attack that's in your discard pile. And when you use the effect to get that damage bonus, you do a little bit of milling yourself to get it, to help get it online. But it has the drawback that if you mill 3 attacks with the mill 3 cost on the attack, you're going to take, was it half the damage rounded up?
It is half the damage rounded up.
Which could very well kill you before it kills your opponent. So a very cool card, very thematic card, very powerful card when it goes off, but it's got to fight around things like Invincible Body and stuff like that. So it looks like...
Luckily for Ethan, we popped it on the first one. We said that we cared way more about stun 2 than we care about a BFE coming in for massive, massive stats. And because Justin didn't even attempt to block the last one, we still have -3 to our check.
Yeah, a very common tactic is to fail a block to clear those check penalties.
Look at all these dice.
Yeah, and it looks like we got +14 damage from this move.
Wowzers.
This one's for 19. Gonna bring a block in with the -3. That it's gonna clear the check penalties, but we're gonna take a huge explosion to the face, and we're gonna follow it up with Besiege, another format all-star.
Yeah, this is looking. I think this is potentially lethal here with this Besiege, as long as Justin doesn't have the correct block zone.
We just got to find one more damage, and he doesn't have the correct block modifier, Tam. He's got a +1 mid block. We're going to get ourselves a game 3.
And there it is. Wow. Now that's what we were looking for.
That's the explosive action that we're expecting from Endeavor.
There were defensive pieces on Endeavor's board that we activated. We got the draw power that you wanted. They took the advice. And honestly, Justin, being a little excited about
You
not
can say
caring.
it was a mistake.
Yeah,
you can say the invincible buy was a mistake.
It was a mistake. It was a little bit of
happened.
disrespect on the Fluffernutter about what was the explosion that could potentially happen from Endeavor. I'm incredibly excited that Ethan got to showcase the power of that very cool critical role Challenger deck card.
Yeah, and that's something we also talked about, right? Is, when you put the pressure on with that early attack, it puts Justin in a position where he says, okay, if I want to block this, it's going to cost me my invincible body anyways. So why not just use the invincible body? The stun with the check hack was just enough pressure on the board to punish Justin. And I've been playing a lot of chess, Tim. There's something I've learned while playing chess is that chess is a game where you are trying to get your opponent to make a mistake.
Yeah.
And oftentimes it is way more powerful to cause your rival or to allow your rival to make a mistake than it is to necessarily play your best game. And so Justin definitely was not respecting the Endeavor offense, wasn't counting on that one momentum to turn into, 14 damage?
Yeah.
And he paid the price.
Absolutely love it. But Justin going first for the first time this entire match, and there it is. Oh, reliable invincible body coming out. I doubt we're going to see us fire this one off preemptively, but I do want to talk a little bit about the foundation that we built down. The name of it is escaping me. It is... Oh, it's a Death Foundation. I clicked Void. I was like, where are you?
Yeah, it's the 1/4 Death Foundation. It did have to get an errata, of course, because the original printing was a little too powerful. Tranquility of Death.
Of course, it has the death symbol, not the void symbol.
It's got
Silly.
death in the
It's
name.
got death in the name.
Yeah, so Tranquility of Death is very cool because it's technically a symmetrical card. But when you build your decks, you can account for symmetrical effects, right, that your opponent doesn't necessarily get to account for. And one thing we've definitely seen with Justin's idea of Smiling Titan is all of my foundations are my defense. None of them are active on my turn. And so Tranquility of Death's drawback that my rival gets to seal one of my foundations doesn't really come into effect because you can only use Tranquility of Death on your own turn.
100%. And the defensive pieces that the game has right now are so incredibly strong. And so the fact that Tranquility of Death just hit a desperate struggle, Smiling Titan gives a ton of speed, a ton of damage. Resetting this back to printed would be massive for blocks. This is off the table now.
Yeah, and the best part is Tranquility of Death can do that every turn.
Every single turn. And I think we have two of them. I just get to respond twice. There's two foundations that I just don't care about.
Yeah, interestingly enough, we chose to hit the Botons, and this is something I see all the time. When your rival has 2 Tranquility of Deaths, what is the first thing that you seal in their stage?
I mean, the idea is either the strongest piece or the second Tranquility,
right? So maybe Ethan realized he doesn't really have 2 cards that are important.
Right.
He's already got the one that matters sealed. So this is one of the rare times where I could see going for the Botons in this instance. But traditionally, I would like to think that conventional wisdom tells you to protect the rest of your stage, but there's no protection from this attack.
Yeah, Ravages of War. The Titans have come through, and the scouts are trying to clean it up, but the aftermath is felt. My rival destroys one, discard one, spend a momentum. 8 for 8, 8 for 12 from Smiling on turn 2.
We can block this with a +0. I'm coping, but we can block it with a +0. We can check a 5.
It'll be easy to safe even.
Quick, name all the +0 high blocks in the format on symbol. Go.
Think you back through tunes. Yeah, it's just not gonna happen. This is just 12 true damage.
Yeah.
Nothing we can do about it. Dropping all the way down to 19.
Yikers. Well, that is the exact power play that Smiling Titans have had as their bread and butter pretty much since the inception of the deck, right? Ravages of War has the right medium zone at 8 difficulty where you can pretty reliably pull it off turn 2. It's got the correct, 8 high for 8 stats, especially now that we have to pick between the two. And most importantly, making your rival sacrifice a ready foundation turn 2 because they haven't had a turn to commit one and use it anyways, puts you so far ahead.
Absolutely. And then I debuild my rival, and then all Smiling does, the classic play pattern, I just rebuild back up. That the Invincible Body, not unique. I've got a second one. I've got more draw power from the 1 difficulty, 1/6. After I play a big move, redraw a card, and then more building on the back of Weapon Clash. Smiling looks like they're in complete and total control, but Endeavor finally finding some pretty good defensive pieces.
The only issue is a lot of these defensive pieces care about the printed stats of a move, and one of the biggest benefits that playing these high difficulty, high statted moves is a reset to 8. Not super helpful most of the time. Bringing an attack from 12 to 8 damage means you're still taking 8 damage. So a big difference that we're seeing with cards like new #1 Desperate Struggle versus cards like Invincible Body.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, this is tough. The question is what's the other one? The answer, hey, there it was. There you go. Hit the Tranquility.
Now it makes sense because we have 2 Desperate Struggles to protect, right?
Yeah, my moves did not matter. And here it is. Beast Titan's Call, 6 low for 8, has the potential to go and grab us some cool shift cards, like sadly the 3-check Colossal Titan's Destructive Power that we just checked. Would have much rather milled that one off the top.
Absolutely, but we do have a little bit of momentum for this EX, so this could potentially be difficult to deal with. However, Ethan has 2 speed resets, so I'm wondering if there's a potential bait play here, but after checking a 3, I highly doubt Justin is going to play an attack after this, and Ethan should hopefully pick up on that and apply as much defense to this one attack as he can.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. The real question, I think, if you're sitting over here as a Smiling Titan fan, how much can I get off of the board for to deal with? How much can Smiling get off of Endeavor's board?
Right.
Especially because there's another ability on this cool speed hate card, the new #1. If you're a pro hero, which our Endeavor player is, mill 2, unseal a foundation. So now this Tranquility Death now just says, hey, my rival seals their own foundation. I'm fine. I'm chill.
Yeah, and it looks like we're going down to 11 here, which means we're going to mill 8 cards, and we're going to get to build a backup and or a shift attack into a backup. I haven't seen any native backups, but we do have some shift attack targets, and we hit the good ones.
We hit the good ones. Man, what a choice. +2 damage on all of your attacks. Go find +2 damage on all of your ranged attacks with Beast Titan attacks. Go pick up a ranged card with Beast Titan attacks, or make my rival discard 2 cards with Colossus. I'm not sure the shape of Justin's hand, but at 11, we could accidentally find game right now if we check well.
Correct. There is a potential, right? If we check even a 5, we could pass an 8 difficulty with the extra progressive, and the Beast Titan attacks can go find that for us.
Totally. Or we build in the Colossal Destruction, and that's a damage pump that gets around the reset of the Desperate Struggles. And so if I find a big enough move and can land, there's nothing we can do. And it looks like that's the choice. We care about +2 damage and a bonus foundation on all of our attacks.
Yeah, I think the bonus foundation makes this a way bigger deal, and the timing means that because it's still during the damage step, that response window is open for an extra little burn. I know Justin loves that little bit of extra value he can get from Beast Titan's Call.
Wow, and an incredible control, 3 insane defensive abilities, essentially fully 1-for-1ing 4 attacks, not to mention the 2 we already have on our stage. Sam, this is 6 attacks that we have answers to right now.
Yeah, you're going to have to place 5 attacks before you can deal printed damage, is how this reads on paper. Again, granted, we could play like a stun 2 move, and some of these metrics are going to shift around, but I mean, it's certainly an uphill battle. Are we on a symbol with Decay Awakening? Or Decay Awakened?
We are certainly searching our sideboard and praying. If there was a time to do it, it would be right now.
Are you allowed to tag in Godzilla? Is this a tag team match? Can we just tag in our buddy Godzilla from the top rope to destroy all foundations?
You know, if this tournament was happening 1 week from now, we'd have unyielding destruction to at least put us back down to 4.
True, but I mean that's still 4 invincible bodies in last second rescue.
It is a tough position to be in, especially as Ethan. We've got to make some move happen, so we're at 9. But a BFE coming in, no momentum this time, but a hearty 5 high for 5.
Yeah, unfortunately, no ability to play around the reset or force 2 resets. Doesn't feel good. I wouldn't be surprised to see Justin just raw block this one. Committing 1 or 2 immortals invincible buys feels like it's not the worst play in the world here. Doesn't seem like it has the ramifications, right, that we could have seen from game 2. So we do see the invincible body pretty much ripped off immediately. So this attack is essentially starting from 0.
Yeah, which is, an acceptable spot to be in if you are in the Smiling Titan fan club. But Ethan's got a massive hill to climb if we're going to make any sort of measurable moving of the needle on this turn.
Yeah, so that one is not going to do any damage, but we do have a follow-up attack.
Fan the Hammer. Mill 4, plus 2 damage for every ranged attack milled. Looks like we're going to grab 2, and an extra copy of Lust for Battle is triggered. So now 3 low for 5. Going to get a little extra speed from Endeavor themselves. As we're moving dice, we're taking it up. Hey, I got to play a little bit of chicken. How many buttons do I press before Justin says, enough's enough, back to 0 damage, please?
And that is it. 8 damage is the number.
Yeah, there's also a world where like the entire point of this turn is just to run through all of these pieces, because every time we use one of these defensive pieces, it is a debuild. It is asking my rival, hey, lose some percentage of your board state in order to stop these attacks from happening. And so for every time this happens, this is maybe I have an answer to one attack. The second attack can't happen now because you decided to pop all 3 invincible bodies on this turn.
Right. Yeah, it's definitely a struggle here, but we do have a 3 difficulty move coming in. It looks like it's got some nice numbers on it, but I don't expect those to stick around for very long. We really want to see some targeted committal. We've got some order tuned cards. Where is the solutions? You and I maybe affectionately call them Tim Keefe cards, because Tim Keefe has been a huge proponent of making sure that you can interact with your rival stage, and that has gotten him many championships in this game. So that is something I learned from him. That's something I took from his game and adapted it to my own, is make sure that I always have a way to interact with my rivals' foundations. And we're seeing exactly why that is the case in this matchup.
Here it is. We technically have taken a bunch of damage, but because of last second rescue, spinning that momentum, destroying the foundation, another foundation gone off of our board. Right. We're going to go right back up to 31. With the added bonus this time, if I get to re-ready Smiling Titan. Justin curling his finger, come here. How much more do you want to push into me? I still have Invincible Body and Double Always Cool to defend myself.
Ethan has done a great job, I'll say, of not overextending foundation-wise. He's been able to play 3 attack turns with all of his foundations ready multiple times. This 5 diff, 4 diff, 3 diff sort of string has been very cool. It's sort of like a little boxing combination. You've got your 1, 2, 3 sort of beginner combo that everyone learns, and it is the 1 punches just aren't doing it, and the 2 punches aren't doing it. This is a moment where your corner man is calling for the 5s and the 6s, right? We need to see something crazy, something out of left field, and Justin has just been unsurprised by everything that's coming at him. He has been prepared. He is seeing everything. And now we even see the 6 check beginning things for unexpected outcomes. One of my favorite, if not the best 4 check attack that exists.
Yeah, take a peek at your rival's hand, remove one of them from the game, become a copy of that one if we care about it. We don't necessarily care about the added stats that Smiling would give on the second one, but just getting rid of having that knowledge, knowing
Right.
what are my block zones look like, as well as it's a 9 diff. It's sporting some crazy stats, dude. 10 mid for 8. Smiling gives it more speed and then becomes lethal because of Bird in a basket.
Right. And one of my favorite things about this attack is very similar to sweeping daggers is you get to kill the rival with their own move.
Yeah.
You get to steal their technique, which is one of my favorite like martial arts movies sort of tropes that they utilize. You know, big rando fan in Yu Yu Hakusho for that reason. So the guy who travels around and steals techniques is one of my favorite archetypes, and Unexpected Outcomes delivers that with Attack on Titan, and it might not even get to that point, although we are seeing it happen now.
Yeah, it looks like the block is failed, and because of the +2 damage from Burt in a basket, that is the game.
Yeah, the players are sort of just talking out the checkmate rather than playing it out.
Yeah.
And it looks like this one's going to go to Justin Birch with, you know, I got to say it's a perfect performance in that final game.
Yeah.
Full health, untouched, gave no quarter to his opponent, gave no inch. And, I mean, he's making me a believer in the Smiling Titan.
Yeah, he putting his money where his smile is. That is for sure. Saying this character still has legs even after the errata, and coming out here to the Albuquerque Regional and proving it.
I mean, how many times have we seen characters be successful in regionals, much less win one, after they've been errated or, you know, banned and relaunched?
It has been a hot minute. I remember. I'll take you back. The
I can
Tim
only think of
Keefe
one.
2
Okay.
100 years ago.
True.
Won an event, and Phil Birch came into the event, and I was playing, you know, a Jetta deck, and he came in and he waxed everybody. I think he went undefeated the entire event, and was like, "Wait, they errated this guy?
Right.
What did they do?"
I just thought of a second one. Tim Keefe 2 was the one I had.
Yeah.
But there's also Quan Chi. So, like, two
Oh.
retro characters that basically didn't really have what they do reduced.
Yeah.
Like, I would say they were changed less than Smiling Titan was. But they just had the amount that they could do it reduced. They got the
Right.
twice per turn restrictions, and that just wasn't enough because of what they were doing was still so good.
Well, what we're going to do right now is we're going to come and get Justin on the mic and talk about what he thinks is going to happen whenever he wins this entire tournament with the Smiling deck that we just saw. So don't go anywhere. Give us just a second. We'll be right back. What's up, everybody? Welcome back. We have with us Justin Birch, the winner of this round, teammate from final round. Putting your money where your mouth is. You
Absolutely.
said Smiling Titan was the best character at this event.
Nice.
She has a big mouth. You have a big mouth.
That just seems a little untrue.
I've seen your Discord messages, my guy. What was the decision in bringing Smiling back?
So it's a few fold. I have play tested Smiling pretty much every single format since it got the errata.
Right.
And it's just always felt a little off. I've tried like a debuild variant, and like that felt great going first, not great going second. But when Critical Role came out, one of the big things that could still mess with Smiling is like resets were still a problem. They always were. But you didn't get that extra and speed and damage to kind of overcompensate to make one less attack connect. When I saw Tranquility of Death and Star Razor, I went, oh, we now have ways to address cards that would normally reset us or stop our game plan. And so with that, in combination with the normal really good defense that Smiling has, through just the death symbol being having all the 3 diffs it has, I was like, hey, this actually deck has a lot of legs right now in terms of keeping itself alive defensively while to make it to that one extra turn that Smiling kind of needs now to win the game.
I love that. I was also on Smiling whenever she was first debuted. Didn't quite have the bracket run that you did. You had the better deck. We'll say it. But I like the fact that even post errata, you're bringing this character back and answering the questions that UVS games gave you the tools to answer. We saw it even in this match. Tranquility Death touching the reset so that the 12 damage Ravages of War got to happen in game 3. Like it was all off the back of that interaction.
Absolutely. Like I just love what that card is doing for the deck so much. And I do think if anyone who watches game should go to take from this, the first thing is like, you said that UVS Games gave you the challenge. Don't just assume a character is bad because of errata. Now, a lot of people have understood with Devil Jin. Devil Jin's still very popular this tournament, that he's good with errata. But I've seen a lot of characters, Younger Toguro, Reiner 1, that like go 2, 3, 4 tournaments without seeing play, even Smiling, because it was like, oh, they must be bad now because we have substantially reduced it. But sometimes it just requires a change in how the deck has to think and play for it still to do everything it's wanting to do.
So obviously we had a lot of success versus the Endeavor 3. What are your thoughts on facing the rest of the field? You're taking something that is on the verge of off meta, maybe Rogue. Let's talk about the rest of the field versus Smiling.
So I'll do a little shameless plug. If you watch Tam Cardwell's Grind Nights, the final round Grind Nights, you have seen that we kind of played this against a lot of the meta. And it's at least gone 50-50, if not gone a little favorable against most of the meta. I feel very great into Devil Jin. Nick Reagan, you just have to out-race car him, and that's a thing this deck can do, and the resets can keep you alive for long enough to do that. So like against the meta, it's good. The main weakness it has right now, and I faced this in my round 1 versus Calvin on Elder Toguro, is the decks. A lot of the decks are running a bunch of resets to address Nick Reagan, doing like true 100% stuff. And as a result, a lot of those can kind of hit me as well. That deck was running 4 barrier shields and a bunch of breaker stuff to basically just make sure none of my things could ever connect. When all your eggs are in 1 or 2 baskets, you can only have so many answers in your stage to address that.
That makes total sense. Well, Justin, congratulations on round 3. I'm excited to see more of you and keep track of you in the event as we continue. Thanks again, man. Any shout outs before we end?
Yeah, I want to shout out my team, Final Round Games. Most of the members on my team, not everyone on my team. You know, my skill at the game has gone up exponentially since I've joined that team and been able to work with them and grind with them and play with them. Shout out to Let's Talk UVS for always being entertaining to beef with and play against. We're doing like some fun charity games and stuff like that, I know, in the near future, so I'm really excited to see where some of that goes. And honestly, just shout out to this community. You said I have a big mouth, and I might begrudgingly agree with you. However, I will say that part of the reason I feel so comfortable throwing so many jokes, throwing so many stars, is because I genuinely love being in this community.
Totally.
It is so much fun to play with everyone, even the EU and OCE people, which I have promised to call a truce against and not make fun of anymore. They have all been wonderful and to hang out with, to play with. just to be a part of this community with.
Love it. Absolutely love it. Well, thank you all for watching. We've got some exciting news. We are going to take a quick break, set up, and it sounds like we've got some new reveals coming your way very soon. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
All right.
Welcome back, everybody. We've got your round 4 action here in Albuquerque. I, of course, am Sam Tate, and I'm joined once again by David Toombs. David, we got another one of your teammates on stream today.
All right.
We've got...
this is the first teammate on stream.
No?
Yeah, we had a local earlier, Caden.
Oh,
He's a local.
Okay. I got my wires crossed. I was talking about Justin Birch because you guys are famously such good friends.
Yeah, we're arch rivals. He's like my Gary in Pokemon. You know?
He is the Bakugo to your Deku, I guess.
Yeah, Bakugo to Deku. Yeah, there we go. Bringing in a UBS IP.
That is a good one. But we've got some exciting action for you. We've got table 1 actually on stream, and it's one character you might expect, but on kind of a new symbol that we haven't seen too much with Nick Reagan. And we've got Kyle Gogwin playing King Ghidorah. So King Ghidorah has been super represented at this event.
Yeah, and I've got some personal beef here with Kyle, actually, from last night. We were playing in round 3 of Rochester Retro, the side event.
Oh,
and he beat me with Midnight 1, and I was playing Todoroki. So Kyle, not only did he just go 3-0 in Retro yesterday, he's currently 3-0 here. He is on an absolute heater this event, 6-0.
It's pretty good practice. If you can withstand the heat of Retro, you're probably prepared for Standard, right?
Yeah, and he was on. It was cool seeing Midnight like come in. He's like using this like patchwork baby, and then like these retro cards that would give like 1 billion keywords, and then +1/+1 for each keyword.
The retro keyword package is some of my favorites because you can do practically everything with it. You can pump keywords, you can reduce keywords, you can count the keywords for stats, you can add superfluous keywords just for the sake of counting them. There's cards that copy keywords the same way that we've seen with the new Attack on Titan Apocalypse, where you remove your rivals cards and get theirs keywords. We've got Stairwell Escape Shot, which you can play on your opponent's turn, which removes a card from your discard pile to give you more keywords. So very cool stuff. But for this game, we've got King Ghidorah going first.
That is going to be important here to get a couple builds before you have to withstand the crazy turn 2 aggressive output of Nick Reagan. And if we can get a momentum on our turn 2, like maybe a poke, get a momentum, get that condescending explanation online, that could go a really long way. We did see an Air Reagan earlier. I wanted to follow up on that. Caden took it down turn 2 both games. But for the record, Caden lost to Air Reagan in round 3, so he got its revenge. Just as an update, for everybody keeping track of, he's building a name for himself as the turn 2 king. But a really strong build here, a build 5. Did not check the 1. That's part of the key of doing well. What do you think in this matchup? What are you looking for?
So I think this is going to be a fairly difficult matchup for King Ghidorah. Nick Reagan does not have any trouble finding 10 damage moves. And maybe more importantly, at least, I don't know what's in the deck yet. I haven't looked at the list, but sweeping daggers has been something that King Ghidorahs have been looking to avoid a lot. And we're seeing attacks that King Ghidorah is playing that are pretty good sweeping daggers targets, like Violent Animus Shot. If it deals damage, you can respond. Remove a random card from your rival's hand, which
so it basically forces him to block.
Right.
There's no point in not blocking this attack.
Yeah, even if this is a partial, we might as well get this card out of our hand. And so we're going to go down to 31 here, and probably not a block you would normally play, right, David?
Yeah, now this was really interesting to me, this play right here, because we got the momentum. So I would think you just build and get your condescending online, but we played another one, got a little greedy, checked a 3, and now we had to commit our King Ghidorah. So condescending is still online because we chose to commit King Ghidorah instead, but that's kind of an iffy play. One thing I want to point out on Carson's stage is Ghidorahs get access to things like Barrier Shield and some pretty strong breaker effects, but that Ryukyu Agency Trainees is so sneaky against Barrier Shield to, hey, I'll build in my foundation now that you breakered me, and I can just get around it.
Yeah, and we're incredibly lucky because one of the reasons we probably felt okay with overextending a tiny bit there was that Cape of No Return that's in our hand, but we could have checked another 3 and potentially failed it. So not the worst luck possible, but definitely put ourselves in a much more vulnerable position. However, King Ghidorah always has access to blocks like true 100% being at 10 or less health every time. So he's got a couple of tricks, and we are seeing a double build from Nick Reagan. This has spelled doom for our 5-handers in the past, like we saw that Grog deck you mentioned. Is this does this tilt the game so far in Ghidorah's favor that you think
I don't think
potentially
so.
over?
I don't think so. I think he has. If he only had one attack, then you have to respect the Cape of No Return and just build from there.
Absolutely.
Because what's interesting about Condescending is it flips the attack, right? And
Right.
then the error Nick Reagan, you get access to Sniping Spy, and then you say thank you very much. That's now a 5 damage on Sniping Spy because it's a 0 check value.
Right. It's
And
still better than taking the damage of both moves, right?
yeah, it's still a powerful.
But that is neat
piece.
that you get a couple more damage points than you probably normally would have. But see another Sword of the Darkness Flame. This is a very, very common Ghidorah attack. Shares many symbols with him. You get to gain health and draw cards and get stun and bonus damage. And it's all essentially free for Ghidorah. So definitely like a staple among Ghidorah decks. 4 mid for 4, stun 1, draw a card. What's not to like?
And we just saw Carson blocked with the Foundation, which means that on his turn, he drew straight gray, which is the problem being a 5-hander. That's a real... Sometimes you just draw nothing.
Yeah, the 5 hand size problem is exactly that. And Ghidorah doesn't get the poke in, but we got a little bit of free card movement.
Okay, this one, I don't know the alternate art version. What do you know what that 2-diff is?
It's way funnier for me to like watch you struggle
on, you
that
gotta
I'm
help
never
me.
going to tell you what they are. Come on, it's in an evil Ghidorah deck. There's only so many answers.
It looks like
could
they're
be.
like top 8 cards or something with those.
It's the most beautiful one too. It's so crazy that that you're not going to get this one.
But Air Reagan can string out like crazy if he starts seeing it. The 2 pieces to be scared of are definitely the Condescending and the Cape. Going to start out with Invisible, so we can do something like flip Latent Skill to draw 2, bring it back in, draw 2 again, which then gets us to see 9 cards by our second attack, something like that.
Yeah, Invisible Infiltration is so cool to see people playing. It's one of my favorite air symbol cards. It's one of the best ways to refresh a Foundation and to unflip it. I mean, this card is incredibly good as long as you have like a linchpin Foundation to base your offense around.
There is the Warp Gate, so we'll almost certainly see Warp Gate copied into Sniping Spy.
Yeah, and a couple polite and well-spokens, which that counts as card advantage, right? Those are foundations you can play as a form during your turn from the remove from game pile.
One key thing that a lot of Nick Reagan players don't realize, or people playing against him, is he does not have to tell you which enhance he's going to use next.
Correct.
He removes them, and then the opponent plays the enhance, and then Reagan gets to choose which one to play.
But we
Why-
did see the condescending explanation as the first enhance.
But why did we not copy Warp Gate? Oh, because he aborted the attack by
You
using
never got to
Condescending.
play Warp Gate,
I
right?
see.
Yeah, you get enhances go back and forth, David. After one player plays an enhance, the other player gets an opportunity
It's
to play an
blitz.
enhance.
Offense does everything first.
Once it
and then
enters the card
defense.
pool. So
So-
Ghidorah getting a little get out of jail free card there 2 turns in a row. Did have to spend a momentum, did have to lose a Foundation, but that's way better than letting your rival go searching their deck for exactly what attack they want to play
Yeah,
next.
I'm a little confused by Carson's timing there, because if you only had one attack in hand and a Condescending was going to mess you up, I'm surprised that your very first enhance wasn't the flip Latent Skill and go
Yes.
digging for some more.
I feel the exact same way. It's one of those things where if it's the only attack in your hand, fixing your hand seems like a bigger
Yeah.
priority, right?
Or you could have used Invisible Infiltration to kick out the Condescending
Correct.
for
yeah.
just that one attack. You know, hey, let me get some more attacks, and then that thing can come back.
There is a couple different options, but if you only knew what that alternate art card was, you might understand why that was not the first enhance. Even with my
Is that the
context
thing that
clues.
cancels draw? Is that
Yes.
keeping alert?
It's keeping alert.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, that makes sense. All right. Latent skill was definitely not the right move.
I'm gonna go back and look through the Twitch chat and look through the YouTube comments because we're now streaming on YouTube as well.
See, now I'm
People
giving
didn't
bad
know.
commentary.
But I'm gonna love going back through the comments and watching everyone roast you, trying to figure out what cards are. But as we see the violent animus shot get blocked by a weightless, we are gonna see sweeping daggers come down.
I'm surprised. Okay, very lucky there was no warp gate portal in the discard pile.
I don't even know if that's the one I would choose. I think people are really high on that card for weird reasons. It's a great consistency piece, sure.
Yeah.
But if I already have attacks and cards I want in my hand, there's so many better options, right? To get stat pumps or to get card draw.
Yeah, it's good specifically in Reagan to get sniping spy. But if you don't have a sniping spy in your deck,
right. When you're trying to do like a very specific like chain of moves, it makes sense. But for a deck that is probably trying to just gain some incremental value, however, considering where we're at with King Ghidorah, it wouldn't surprise me very much at all if we went and searched our deck for something like a Tri-Gravity Beam to play on the third attack. So Warp Gate Portal is definitely an absolute banger of an enhance. It's just not the end-all, be-all. And we're going to go down to 22 as the Sweeping Daggers does land.
Yeah, a very, very strong start from King Ghidorah. So far, everything has been rolling Ghidorah's way. Now, that can all fall apart in one turn, but with having, the 3 lives of your character, plus those latent skills are just completely blank, unless Carson can find like a Frog Strike or a Chimera Kraken, something to interact with the...
Yeah, that's the thing I'm most excited for from the Air Nick Reagan is the opportunity to play Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken and even maybe more importantly, stitch it onto other attacks. Speaking of,
he's got a Lightning Rod and a Kraken. So the Kraken comes down first. That makes sense. That basically says, hey, you have to use your Cape of No Return on this attack.
Or you're just going to commit it with
or
the
you commit it first. That is how enhances work, yeah. That is the proper way to sequence the enhances on Chimera Kraken.
You're right, though. I mean, if he didn't do that, it would be...
It would have, that would have been a facepalm moment. That would have been something I do.
That's the next level play. David's like, I'll get him to remove it from the game, and then he won't have it next turn. I'm a genius, and I get to freeze a foundation, so I can draw cards by discarding 4 of them. I get it now, David. I get it now.
So look, now we're not really scared of one keeping alert. Because
true,
if I can get a couple more draws off, I don't mind having. You can cancel one, but I can still get to use the other. Let's see. We do find a sniping spy, but nothing to clear. That's the problem. Oh, and a schoolyard smackdown, but nothing to clear. So pretty much a blank removal slate.
Yeah, having all these synergy pieces, this is kind of the drawback, right? Is these cards are absolutely great, but only in certain specific situations compared to the all symbol Nick Reagan that we're used to, where pretty much all the attacks that hit are just good regardless of where you're at in the turn. So it's not totally uniform, but like it's almost never bad to put true 100% enhance on an attack.
Yeah. Yeah, that is the big downside of Air Reagan is you lose the big damage of true 100%. Now we have Ross, who is 3-0 with Reagan in this event, and he's not playing Warp Gate Portal. He's playing the 2-check Grenadier Blast to destroy a ready to double the damage.
Right.
To kind of get over that. But you have to kind of choose, right? Are you going to play the Warp Gate version or the Grenadier version? Because you're not taking out Sniping Spy and Lightning Rod.
Yeah, so sort of important here, though, is we ripped off the latent skill while we had 4 cards in hand, and we didn't want to activate the second one because we would have ended up discarding our next attack. But if we don't find another card draw here, or another card to add to our hand at least, we're not going to be able to activate latent skill at all. Mm-hmm. Granted, the one that's currently built will be frozen through the turn cycle, but we might not have an answer for Cape of No Return.
Yeah, and Lightning Rod here is not the best because Lightning Rod is great on turn 2, but Carson's got plenty of foundations.
Yeah, so, at that point, you're almost just milling yourself faster, right?
Yeah, you would much rather see a draw attack here. Okay, so we got Well, World's Weakest Hunter is not
That
an
is
enhance.
technically
Sniping
some
Spy
card
can
draw.
clear Kraken.
Oh, it's not an enhance. You're right.
Okay, we got the draw 2 from Death from Above. So
Wonderful.
typically you would see the Sniping Spy chosen from there, but here we'll probably see that draw 2.
Yeah, and then if we could hit another invisible infiltration, we could be unflipping latent skill and have ourselves like a mini engine almost.
Yeah, because that draw 2 becomes a draw 4 because of latent skill.
Yeah, I mean, we're still discarding 4 to draw 4, but it is 4 different cards you can potentially see. So, yeah, hitting the card draw, absolutely essential here. But King Ghidorah still has access to his own enhance, so we know that he's going to have the block that he wants from his discard pile if it's not already in hand. And playing a lot of high attacks, I mean, this is one of those moments where does Kyle have the read on which zones to hold, on which attacks are coming, or it looks like we are going to be, oh, this is incubating. Okay, I thought we were looking for a block, but I think we've got it in hand.
I have never seen a world where King Ghidorah removed Botan's coaching for the block.
Yeah.
That would be awesome.
Oh, I have seen actually that exactly once. Besiege. Had a block of Besiege.
That's true. Besiege,
That's
the
exactly
hidden
the card that they did too, yeah. So that is kind of funny, but oh, we're going for, was that Nonagon?
Yeah, so one mid block. Did we change the zone somehow, or is that just, we're adding it to our stage. Smart play. Okay, so the
size reductioning. Okay.
And so we get to add the mid block to our hand, so we know that Kyle's got a mid there. And add Nonagon here to completely seal an attack. Now, that's not going to stop Reagan entirely because he still gets an enhance from something he removes. But it is going to maybe switch up Carson's. Okay, Lightning Rod. Another Lightning Rod. Checks a 3 on it. So the 2 from Lightning Rod are going to go for sure, plus 1 more. And then do you Nonagon a Lightning Rod? Or do you wait to maybe Nonagon a Warp Gate Portal or Sniping Spy or something like that? He re-readies capture the target, so that previous Lightning Rod basically ensured the check for this Lightning Rod.
Yeah, if this was turn 2, this would be an amazing turn, and I would absolutely Nonagon the bonus 2 foundations. But because Nick Reagan does not actually add the enhance ability to the attack, he just plays it on the removed attack. I don't think sealing this card's going to do a whole lot.
Yeah, and we just hit another Lightning Rod. We're just an embarrassment of Lightning Rods. Oh, the Frog Strike. We can seal the Nonagon now that it wasn't used.
Yeah, and we did remove a Supersonic Flight, which is one of my personal favorite reasons to play, I guess All Symbol gets it too. But
I think he forgot. I think he didn't realize he removed a Supersonic because he's not drawing.
No, he did draw.
Okay, good.
It was just one of those things where he's pointing with one hand and drawing with the other, and you just got magicianed.
He did not find something to clear, though. That first one where he hit Schoolyard Smackdown Sniping Spy, that's almost what he wanted here. But I think saying seal the Nonagon is good too. Don't pick that Lightning Rod. He's thinking about picking another Lightning Rod.
He did.
Well, I don't think he's used his Lightning Rod yet.
Oh, okay.
So that might be his Lightning Rod.
Yeah, we've got 2 groups.
But he had to call
now.
the next enhance. Yeah, he called Lightning Rod. I don't know about that. I think I would have done
Lightning Rod.
I think I would have done the seal on Frog Strike every day. But this is 6 foundations that we didn't have the turn at the start of the turn that he's built.
Maybe he's got more card draw. We're also not using the latent skill that's there. So it turns out that draw 2 from Death from Above has been giving us what we want, and what we want is to play more attacks.
We have not taken a single head yet. We're going for the Kraken on an 8. We check a 3.
Not a big deal when you've just built 6 bonus foundations.
But this is going to surely be Nonagon.
Yeah, I mean, it's remove it or it's destroy it or get it frozen.
Yeah.
Is basically the answer. And this way, if it deals damage, it should not go to momentum face up because it will lose the face up ability at the...
And here's a Sniping Spy, so we do get 3 damage on the Kraken. Oh, and a Warp Gate Portal, but I don't think you want a Warp Gate here. I think you Sniping Spy.
I mean, Warp Gate to go get Sniping Spy versus Sniping Spy here.
Yeah.
Right? It's Warp Gate to get...
Depends on what you have in your hand.
Right. It's Warp Gate to get an attack that will effectively do the same thing. So.
Right.
But it's also a question of, do we even have Sniping Spies left in our deck? Our deck's getting pretty small, and Warp Gate Portal gets worse and worse the more cards we remove from it.
Yeah, so he does go Sniping Spy, gets 3 damage from clearing a 2-check. This makes this Kraken for 11 damage. So it is taking a head on a half block. And there it goes. The first head of King Ghidorah has been snatched into an Electric Moth on a 7. Check a 2, but we have double sniping or double whatever that is to make it a 4.
Wow, it's like I'm playing Attack on Titan cards.
Yeah. And so he's going to get to draw, refill his hand, and then latent skill. There's no way he doesn't find the gas here. It's just a question of can he pass his checks at this point.
Yeah, we're going to discard for draw 2, it looks like. I don't think Ghidorah has 10 foundations.
And now we're probably going to see a latent skill. Both of those were gray.
I'd have to assume.
Here it comes. Looks like a Schoolyard Smackdown, possibly.
Ooh, hopefully. We're going to need a little bit of card pool clear, I think, if we want to play 2 more moves. We can definitely pass 1 more, but it gets iffy after that.
So we can check from our hand now, which is, I guess we can check for 5, but that really wasn't a great removal there.
Yeah, and checking from your hand doesn't look great when you only got 2 cards in hand, and you definitely have to play more than 1 more attack. So it's going to be pretty tough. We also haven't seen the Ryukyu agency trainees for that reason, right? We haven't been able to afford to build the foundation from our hand, even when our rival blocks. But we've got an additional draw 2 going here. We do see a Supersonic in hand, so maybe a way to remove that for some kind of cost or effect. But this Electric Moth is semi-threatening, I would say, at 6 damage.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, because if we don't kill in this turn, we have removed so many cards already.
But we are going to get 6 damage, and we're more than halfway there.
There is the Warp Gate on a 9. Checks the 1.
That is a true combo in this game.
He checked the 2 and then a 1.
Play the 1 check. You check the 1 check. It's back to back.
That Warp Gate would have changed everything. He goes and finds the snipe. You hit a Sniping Spy on that Warp Gate, clear 1. You go and find Sniping Spy, you clear 1. Maybe even on that second Sniping Spy, you find a Smackdown to clear 1. Like, that could have changed the whole aspect of the game, checking a 5 on that. And he checks the 1.
If I could play 7 Sniping Spies in one game, I'd probably win that one too, David. Yeah, I don't know how close we were going to get to that 3rd head, but I definitely felt like with the Warp Gate portal, we were for sure getting that 2nd one, and that's going to make the game so much easier going forward because readying your foundations, and you only have to deal 10 damage to win the game. It's going to be way easier. But now that Ghidorah can leverage that counter as essentially, damage reduction, right, as an attack negate when you're at like 1 health, it's going to be so hard with the lack of cards left in Nick's deck here.
Now, Ghidorah is not very well set up, though, for defense at this point. They kind of had to burn everything on that turn. They do have the Cape of No Return, but there's no more Condescending. There's no more Keeping Alert ready. It's not comfortable quite yet for Ghidorah, but it's getting there.
And that's the main reason why I really felt like we were never getting both counters. We might get one by playing 2 more attacks because a Cape of No Return did seem pretty good there. But Kyle's also being really reserved with it. Maybe he
it got committed. It got committed on the last one. It got
that was still the same turn?
Yeah.
Oh,
I know. These
goodness.
turns take forever.
We were there for so long. I was sitting there going like, oh, this thing's it's still frozen. Okay. I was like, oh, it's a good thing the Keeping Alert was frozen from 2 turns ago.
Now it's your turn to make a mistake.
That was a long turn, to be fair.
It was.
That was the longest string we've seen all day, at least that I've seen. So, and there's a Sweeping Daggers, and it looks like we're going to get a scoop from there. So,
hey, he's doing what you suggested doing. You got to scoop quickly.
I mean,
because he was at 22 health, and he just said, I don't have enough cards in my deck or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, well, he's going to go through and do a chain Sweeping Daggers, I assume. Any Sweeping Daggers that are in the Nick Reagan discard pile are all going to get chain removed as you
the Sweeping Daggers is like, it's kind of hard for those cards in Nick Reagan that don't have enhances because they're so bad when you hit them on the removal. So you can only play so many of them. So then it's do you play Weakest Hunter, Sweeping Daggers, Aerial Goblin Bolt?
Right.
Like, which of those are you playing? Like, I'm
World
a big fan of
Weakest
playing.
Is the big one.
Yeah, I like playing AGB and Sweeping Daggers, but I know that others really like Weakest Hunter. If there's ever a Weakest Hunter hater, it's me. So I just refuse to play it.
I feel like I have to play Sweeping Daggers in Nick Reagan because it is more of the same. It is removing cards and then adding their abilities to another one. So the Frankenstein's monster of attack that you can get from stealing your rival's attack and using the Nick Reagan enhance is so exciting for me. So it would make sense to not see it included in this version though. But it does look like we are going to go to a game 2, and
I'm still so confused though as to why Carson scooped. You don't have to press the Nick Reagan button. Just kill him on 12 foundations.
Okay. Well, if we're gonna be playing cards like Warpgate Portal in our deck and being forced to draw them, I would scoop too.
I think it was a little premature.
I think it was a little premature too. I think my rival would have to put me to. I think that was a turn where we could at least say, "Show me lethal," right?
Yeah.
And especially since the Nick Reagan deck, when things are going its way, it shouldn't take too long. Like in that first round, the big thing was the way that the grog is built and set up. Even in games it wins, it's going to take a long time. And I just don't know if that's true with Ghidorah, because when you can expose Ghidorah, he does fold. It's super rare. But once you find that opening, once you have the silver bullet card that seals the character, for example, or, this is not common, but like turn 2ing a King Ghidorah is possible. If you can send 3 moves for 10 damage on turn 2, like that is not an unlikely scenario in this format. And sometimes they just don't have the right block zone, or sometimes they just don't build well. So, getting on top of it early and ending the game early is not only the game plan, but I think your only feasible chance at victory.
Yeah. I'm a little surprised that we actually don't see more Heroes Upbringing, because it's so good against both of these characters. Sealing the Ghidorah and then telling Nick Reagan you only get 2 times that you get to do your...
Heroes Upbringing is a little expensive, and in my personal experiences, it's usually too late. By the time my opponent has done 2 Nick Reagans, they're so far ahead that me destroying a foundation and surviving one more turn isn't the biggest deal in the world. And it's all about when you implement it. So if Nick Reagan is killing you turn 2 and you didn't use it, you feel bad. But if you use it turn 2 and it puts you so far ahead that he just gets to play his turn 3, essentially ahead of you still, that's not really a winning strategy. There are cards that help you lose slower, and there are cards that help you win games. And like we saw Genkai's guidance disappear for a long time out of the format, despite being like arguably way stronger. And it's just because it puts you so far behind to pay the cost.
He's got triple warp gate.
That feels illegal.
He at least has double. I think he has triple.
That's not even that good though, right? Because you have to play a different attack in between them. And we got the lightning rod. I was just about to say we checked
the
bad,
ultimate turn 2 card.
but now we've got the lightning rod and we've got invisible infiltration. So if we wanted a face up, we could do that. But I have to imagine the lightning rod is going to happen.
Yeah,
right?
so we immediately got rid of the Nonagon. He's going to lightning rod, even though he checked poorly on this attack.
What's a better value? The math is kind of difficult to do on the spot, but you can go get a lightning rod and play it after this on a 5, or you can go get a sniping spy after this and play it on a 5.
I think I would play sniping spy.
Yeah, because once you play 2 cards after the sniping spy, I believe you are better off with the reduced progressive. So
the downside of this Reagan deck is like you said earlier, that turn took forever. And then when we're starting to use these warp gates, we have to shuffle our deck. Now, if there's anybody who's good at shuffling a 100+ card deck, it's he played it from his hand. Why didn't he? Oh, it got sealed. It got sealed by Nonagon. That makes sense.
Oh, did it?
Yeah. He popped the Nonagon right away. But this one is not going to get popped. And imagine if we find a sniping spy here and then go find one. So double death from above. We can either draw or get some big damage, or Aerial Goblin Bolt's going to be blank. So basically,
just draw 2, basically. Yeah. Well, or the big damage. I might go for the big damage here if I had lethal for a head, right, in the discard pile, and I think that's what we're checking for.
But all he's got
plus
is
6.
He's got +4 with Moth, and then Kraken is 6. So I think I would go damage too.
Ahead. Yeah,
I would definitely go damage,
especially since I'm going to play my next card from Warpgate Portal anyhow, right? Yeah, this is the move. Threaten to take a counter, get it out of the way. This is that early aggression that we were talking about. And this is kind of what I was mentioning before, right? Is sometimes the card advantage isn't as good as just getting the stats. Like situationally, it's kind of hard to argue, but that was 100% the right call there.
And now he will go searching. And yeah, Carson has, like, I don't think he's ever played a deck underneath 100 cards at a regional. So Nick Reagan is the.
It didn't seem like his style at first when you mentioned it. I was like, really? Even Carson, who usually plays like, heavily defensive decks, like water symbol decks back in the day. But when you mentioned it's shuffling 100 cards, I'm like, oh, this makes perfect sense. So yeah, we are going to get the sniping spy. Now that we have 2 cards of progressive, I don't know if the expected value changes on build 2 versus clear 1. Because now you're still going to have to be committing 1 to continue playing cards, which means the likelihood of playing the 2 card limit to generate additional value is not great. However, we could hit a second sniping spy.
We checked a 3 though, and we just have to commit Nick Reagan. Yeah, that happens. Well, look, you got rid of Nonagon, you got rid of a head. Like you take that every day.
Hard to complain, yeah. But I will say that, and this could theoretically threaten another head. I don't think it will land.
It would if Nick Reagan was ready. That's
right.
The
we also lose
part
the
too.
stats. True. Yeah. King Ghidorah with that sneaky -1 damage. Was it?
Well, it gets to 9. Yeah, and then it'll go to 8.
Right. Okay.
That is rough. But Kyle also checking the 3 there feels terrible because you would have drawn that. Try gravity if you didn't go for the block. Let's see if Nick can get any more builds because those 2 from Lightning Rod are leaving at the end of this turn.
Yeah, it's not looking like a...
Or is he thinking about playing like a aerial Goblin Bolt on a 5? That would be nuts.
I don't know, but we do have the polite and well-spokens, so we did
He forgot about them.
Uh-oh.
He just
even
forgot.
set them to the side.
He forgot.
That's a shame, truly. I mean, they're still there for later, but... I didn't see a
On
reason
4,
not
on
to
a
try to
5.
play him.
It's on a 4 on a 5. He just forgot.
And the cape is going to change things quite a bit now. Now we're going to really want to see those vast hybrid Chimera Krakens to commit the cape so we can open the doorway. But we are already closer to victory than we were in game 1.
Definitely.
So that
Going
is an
first
improvement.
is a huge deal against Ghidorah.
Yeah, that is a big improvement.
I wonder if I would just flip the fearsome transformations to get rid of keeping alert.
That would be interesting.
Comes Warp Gate. There is no Nonagon here. We continue checking
Check
poorly.
Another 3.
If we can find a way to flip one of those, we can ready it with Weightless. I guess when we clear, we can ready Mother's Embrace. So this might not be as bad as it looks.
Yeah, it'll be really cool because if we go get the sniping spy, clear our card pool, we get to ready one of our foundations by flipping it, and then when it's face down, we'll get to ready it again later with Weightless. So not the worst place to be, but obviously you can't say it's going Carson's way.
No, but this is cape of no return proof, right? Because if it capes it, you say, oh no, it's gone. Okay, I'll go get another one.
Right. Well,
because I can
not
play it
Warp Gate, but right.
Yeah, yeah.
But you get to go get another.
Yeah, anything
attack.
except for Warp Gate. You're right.
I always forget that in Tasty Riff. I always think Tasty Riff can pick up Tasty Riff, but it can't.
We've hit 2 attacks, but they're both blank. 3 attacks, they're all blank. This is running terrible. That was a straight blank. This is why we're choosing to run Sweeping Daggers and World's Weakest Hunter in the same deck. To me,
that's why I took the
I just don't like World's Weakest Hunter. I really don't like it.
Yeah.
Like in my list, get it out of here. I want to run Luna to Harris instead of it. Give me a throw.
I was struggling with it into the DR decks. I will say that getting it to actually deal damage can be quite the challenge. But we are going to see Cape of No Return come in.
That's interesting to cape the Warp Gate. But
I think what he's doing is he's waiting for him to do the remove 8 because he basically got Carson to concede to the threat of milling out and not being able to activate it. So he's making him mill the 8, seeing what he's going to get, and then caping, which is just that little bit of like experience, right? It's a veteran move.
Lightning Rod is going to really save us here. Assuming we don't check the 1 on it.
Yeah, well, you willed it into. You got to remember you're a commentator now.
Yeah. I
You're
will
cursing people.
personally apologize to him if he takes the one here.
You're cursing them. Call him cursing Panos. All right, so let's see. What do we check here? Okay, you're lucky. You're safe.
All right.
You're safe for another day.
So this changes everything. We now we'll have 4 ready foundations with 2 foundations that ready more. Weightless can ready the face downs from Lightning Rod. If he goes and chooses Lightning Rod and not like an Electric Moth, that tells me he has another attack in hand.
True. Yeah, this is a little telegraphed in that respect.
Once again, we're not hitting
Spy.
anything that we want. These are the worst removals I have ever seen this deck put out.
Really makes you question the deck builder, doesn't it?
Hey, there's 3 of them. There's 3 of them that are 3-0.
Whoever put this deck
It's got the
together.
Extreme Curse going on right now, though. That's for sure. It's a little shy. It's a little shy in public.
Shy on stream. Yeah. It's never been on stream before. Well, it's
I
better.
assume
get
he's
used
got
to it.
another attack if he went and found Lightning Rod.
Yeah, I'd have to hope so too. I mean, even just a card that draws me foundations that are permanent would feel better than just building 2 foundations that are going to go away and then not playing more
This
attacks.
is going to feel nasty. He's going to get to Nonagot. No, he didn't have it. He was just hoping that he found it. Loot box will be nice to build in something. Let's see if he remembers the polite and well-spokens. He remembered. He's actually doing it.
In our free foundation builds.
He's
The
not checking
continuous
well,
ability on Polite and Well Spoken, saying you can play it from your remove from game pile at any time, essentially means that it's a free foundation once you remove it. And going for the full build out, I think this is smart. I think we're at 33 health. We're already down a game anyways. This is kind of Ghidorah's game to throw, kind of like we saw Justin Birch do with game 2 in his round, where he felt like he was
like Ghidorah's setup here?
Well,
No, you're saying you like the Reagan setup, right?
I'm saying it's smart to build his whole hand. Because he's going to need, at this point in the game, you are going to need a lot of foundations to overcome Ghidorah's defense.
Yeah.
Ghidorah is practically set up. We got him to use the cape. Yeah, we got him to use the cape, but we still have Nonagon. We have Botons. We have enough speed speed reduction that we can chain block pretty well. And Ghidorah's going to have a whole turn of building. A lot of people don't use the Ghidorah enhance to go find a good foundation.
Get your best thing.
It's so good to go find condescending explanation or a stat reset. A lot of times I see evil Ghidorahs get invincible body if they do, and so few players are down to make that play when it can be absolutely the number 1 best play you can make.
Yeah, but if I'm honestly in Kyle's position here, I think he's dead if he passes. I think he's super dead if he passes. So if I was him, I would just go all in here.
If he added nothing to his stage, I could see where you're coming from, but I just have to feel like there is going to be an absolutely spicy meatball that gets built if Kyle doesn't just go off and deal 33 damage here. It is possible.
Let's see what he picks up. That'll probably tell us. Looks like he's going sweeping.
Okay, Sweeping Daggers has some pretty nice targets. Electric Moth is a great target.
Yeah.
Just discard and draw 2, I think it's still, or is it, no? Oh, it's 2, yeah. We're at 9
Reagan's only blocking
foundations.
once. We have one card in the end. We committed Reagan. I mean, it's not a defensive deck, so
correct. Yeah.
Yeah, we can copy Kraken. We can copy Warpgate. I assume that if he doesn't have copy Warpgate, go get Tri-Gravity Beam. Seems pretty good.
True. That is definitely
that forces the block on the sweeping.
Yeah, we talked about that, in the last game, and Carson might not see it coming. This is pretty fast, but very blockable if you're only going to try to do it once. But opting for the damage reduction instead.
He's going to do Warm and Bubbly. I don't know if he realizes that. He's got Ripper and Tri-Gravity. That card is gonzo.
Yeah, that last card in hand is almost certainly, I have to assume, getting Tri-Gravitied out. We might go for something that draws us a card. That wouldn't surprise me too much. But this is or
even an Irwin's Final Charge maybe to get
another sweep.
Oh, could there be another Warp Gate? That sucks.
Oh, there is another Warp Gate.
Yeah, what a cool.
This is the turn that never ends.
That's so nasty.
Yeah, double warp gate is pretty gnarly.
He said, hey, thank you for playing one checks. They're my one checks.
Yeah, imagine if he was also removing sweeping daggers before this. But we went for electric moth. So we're just going for like a build out after this. So we went for like a very value centric style of play here. Tri-Gravity Beam might not be in the deck. I don't know if we've seen it yet, but it would be.
It'd just be surprising if he has the Ripper.
Right. If you're playing the Ripper, which has like a conditional symmetrical draw or discard, and has like a weird stat pump for Ghidorah to activate, but it is possible.
So here comes this one block of the turn. If he
now play Irwin's final turn. Irwin's for 26. Not quite that big of a stage yet, so it'll come down to what we have to build.
You're right, and he checks the 3. That is a terrible time to check
commentator's curse. It's an Irwin's final charge.
Yeah. This is going to nuke his stage, That's why I'm saying, if I was Kyle, I think I would have just said copy Warp Gate. I'm going all in. Hopefully I can check 5s.
Yeah, I don't hate that plan. I was definitely on board when I saw the second Warp Gate. Was definitely on board with Tri-Gravity, rip out my opponent's last card. Anything guaranteed, right? And instead we went for a little bit of randomness. We went for some blind card draw and stuff. So not the exciting additions to the stage I was expecting. This looks very good for Carson here, but
yeah, he nabbed that Warp Gate on the last one. So you guys let's see if he chooses to Nonagon Crack. You kind of have to, right? And then all your defense is down for Ghidorah.
Yeah, there is a world where you say
that can stop it, right?
Right. I was going to say there is a world where you let it go and just see if you pick something else, but Icy Blade cancels any ability that commits one of your foundations.
Coming in clutch.
Which, not to brag, but in my last Card Gamer article, I did talk about how Icy Blade's underplayed. You're a big fan of underrated cards, David. I know you can sympathize.
Yeah, Icy Blade. Stop a Showdown. Stop a Kraken. It's got solid meta things. Now let's see if there can be a Reagan where it doesn't whiff. We got Invisible Infiltration to get back a latent skill maybe or some draw. Yeah, these are the worst. These are the worst.
These
Reagan
are not good
removes. So we basically got Invisible Infiltration.
Yeah, not.
Depends what draw foundation we have face down there. I don't even know if we do have a latent skill. Might be Fearsome Transformations or something like that.
Yeah, not the most exciting pools, but I'm a fan of Invisible Infiltration. Looks like we're instead going to get draw and discard a card, so kind of like Bizarro latent skill.
Yeah.
It's like latent skill's younger brother who has like more potential and doesn't have a bad credit score yet, so your parents always talk about him and how cool he is and how you should be more like him, and I'm working on it, Mom.
It's getting personal.
Yeah, kind of like Patrick for you.
Yeah. So the seal comes in. We know that Carson doesn't have any more gas. He draws into a Schoolyard Smackdown off the Fearsome. So there you go.
Yeah.
It works out. It could have gotten really bad there.
Just once, I want to see this deck Warp Gate Port to go get Sniping Spy. I've been told that is the move. I've been told that is the play, and it has not worked out yet.
I know. Well, that's kind of Ghidorah, right? Ghidorah always says hey, your cool thing that you're doing with your deck, it's just not going to happen this game.
Yeah, that's true.
Because I'm Ghidorah.
Ghidorah's just going to say, look, man, you're going to have to work way harder to do anything you were normally doing. So
now we got some good stuff.
Yeah, it looks like we do have a supersonic draw. We've got Giant Moth, or we've got the Electric Moth. Got the Smackdown, which can clear the first attack and give us a little bonus. And what was that other for?
Dark Interruption. We can check from our hand.
Okay.
Or we could draw one.
All pretty good options. Check from my hand while playing a card from my deck seems like Bizarro UniVersus to me, so I'm here for it.
I think I'd go Smackdown or maybe Electric Moth. One of those two. Depends how confident you feel.
It really also depends on what's left in the deck, right? I think we're about halfway through the deck, maybe a little more so. So with a thin deck, your options might be limited. Nothing feels worse than like playing a card like Koenma's Task and naming the wrong card to go search your deck for.
So we're looking through discard piles. Or remove piles.
Look at
Wonder
how
what
big that
we're looking
remove
for.
pile is. My goodness.
I guess he's trying to decide like what attack is he going to go get with Warp Gate. No, the Warp Gate got Nonagon. What am I talking about? Jeez, can he just get a Warp Gate off?
Like I said, just once. Just once. I want to see the Warp Gate go get the sniping spy. We're never gonna see
and now even if he gets another Warp Gate, we can Aerial Goblin Bolt cancel it.
Correct. Fun times. What a cool card. I'm so glad that they nerfed Devil Jin instead of Goblin Bolt.
I am too. I really like Aerial Goblin Bolt. I think it's cool to have some character cancels in the game. And it forces you to run a 3-death.
It's correct. It's just the correct thing, right? It's an attack, so it's a 3-check. It's a low impact attack, so it feels kind of like an action, you know. You still have the opportunity to block with it, but it's not a mid block, so it doesn't block everything.
We didn't play the Smackdown. I don't understand.
It's not working out. Dealing. Oh,
He has
we're back to.
He has one head left, and you could hit something off Reagan. I don't. I guess because it can be canceled, but this. I don't understand.
If we couldn't deal all 10, it doesn't feel good to overextend.
Yeah.
Because we're still at a high enough health total, and Ghidorah is not so potent offensively that we can't decide the game off of one block.
Yeah,
right?
he's thinking about whether to use that Genkai's.
I mean,
And just go all in this turn.
I love this.
You
I
got to
love
discard a
offensive
card as cost,
Genkais.
right? You forgot to
Correct.
pay cost. Not a big deal.
It might not be cost. It might be part of the effect, actually, but
Oh, okay.
it should be cost. If we're being honest, it should be cost. But it could be the other way around. But double hand attack with violent animus shot. So first F, remove a card, and then second F, if it deals damage, remove a card.
But that shouldn't be. I mean, we can pretty easily block this
If we have a high block.
if we have a high block.
If we don't have a high block, then another card is going to go from our hand. And if we partial block it, we're going to have no cards in hand. So the worst part about it is if it deals damage, it's a random card. So trying to hold one of these cards intentionally is also not necessarily guaranteed. Violent Animus Shot puts you in so many tough situations, so many rocky situations. It can be difficult to figure out the right answer, but I don't think partial blocking this one is the right call.
Yeah, at any time, Kyle can commit and go get Irwin's final charge.
That is the strongest thing about Ghidorah in the current format, I think, is once you do leave yourself open. Now, I don't think Irwin's final charge is quite 26 damage yet, but it's not going to take very long for that stage to
Yeah, and it looks like he
remedy
can
that.
do the other, where he can go. He can do sweeping daggers into Warp Gate, into Irwin's as well.
Right.
So we did have the high block in hand. Schoolyard, since he didn't play it, he has it. One high block.
Now a sweeping.
Checks like 3 on the sweep. That's 2 3s.
Things are coming back Carson's way. They're looking a little bit more favorable for Nick, but we are also running out of time in the round. So got to take out that last head ASAP once it comes back to our turn. I guess if it comes back to our turn, there is still a crazy world where Ghidorah puts up 26 damage here.
I could definitely see it. I think Kyle's in a really good spot to win on this turn, but we'll see. It's far from guaranteed. He could use
Ooh.
he could clear his Animus Shot. He can Frog Strike for 3 damage. Death from Above for more
Death
damage.
from above to go find the biggest move in his own discard
But Carson
pile.
can still block this. So yeah.
Yeah, he still has one card in hand? And plenty of foundations to block a normal speed move.
Yeah, he goes and grabs Warp Gate Portal.
Gonna
So
burn
that-
him for 1. Or not. Okay, he is.
Yeah, I think Carson's confused on the timing.
Yeah.
They're both blitzes. It's kind of confusing sometimes when you have double blitzes.
Right. The my biggest issue with blitz is like I'm sitting there watching my opponent play the game for a very long time. Especially if they have 2 blitzes and then they're enhanced, you know.
Is this a 7 speed 5 damage, sweeping daggers.
Oh, you got Botoned. So
Carson has 1 in hand, so you basically have to use it on this one. But if you use it on this one, you're going to get clobbered by the.
Uh-oh. Yeah, we had our nice was that frog kick block.
So there goes the card in the hand, and then we can Irwin's. Well, no. We have to have the Irwins in our hand. But
we're gonna try gravity beam the last card away, and that try gravity beam should also put us just into Irwin's final charge range, which you might as well commit them. They're about to be gone. So
I think the only thing that basically saves Carson is a couple 3 checks, which he checks the 5 here. Even on a 5, 6, 7, 8, even if you check a 3, you have to commit out. You still pass it, but
no, he won't pass it. He only has 4 ready foundations.
But it's on an 8. Oh, yeah, he doesn't have his.
Yeah,
he doesn't have his character.
So Carson is basically preying on a 3 check here. If there's an Irwin's in hand, we don't even know if it's in hand, right?
Yeah, I'm just thinking like that's the one thing
that
that's
is like the one big dunk.
Destroy him. Or you can play a couple 4 diffs and check running 5.
You can play any powerful move with 2 momentum.
That's true. It's true.
Or any
So
powerful
we're gonna
3 move, I
Reagan
guess.
We can seal
Gets a
something.
draw
We
card.
can seal the damage.
Seal something.
No. Sorry, he gets to ready something. He just gets supersonic to draw.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
Which
why he was
all of his
doing
committed
it.
foundations
He
are
doesn't
face
get to
down,
use
though,
enhances
so.
on defense.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that was kind of a heads up, smart play there to go get the supersonic flight.
Yeah.
To dig for it at least.
Yeah, removing 8 on defense is pretty rare for Nick Reagan decks, but that is pretty much the main reason to do it. And, it is just unfortunate that there was no named foundations committed to auto ready and help us block, because if there is another move after this, it might be pretty fast. We're in deadlock?
Surely we're not in deadlock. Maybe. Checks a 5.
Maybe there's 2 foundations under that readied one already.
Yeah, maybe. But either way, he checked the 5. He needed to check the 5 with that 3 speed on it. He gets the block. Probably takes him out of Irwin's final charge range. I think Carson lives. 10 minutes left in the round. If he can find 1 head on his turn, then we're probably looking at a draw here for table 1.
Yeah, I don't see 20 coming down, but
he's thinking about it.
Okay, Relentless Challenger hits the table.
What a heads-up play hitting the supersonic flight. That absolutely saved his life.
Yeah. Looks like it was a loot. Oh, there was 1 loot box foundation under there, so hard to tell how many face downs. Okay, there's a lot more face downs than I thought in that 1 stack.
Yeah, he draws
some attacks.
He's got some orange, and Ghidorah really doesn't have defense at the moment. So
Invisible infiltration.
We can get a draw foundation back. We can get that fearsome back. That is what he chooses. He knows he needs to go digging. He basically needs to find 1 more to kill Ghidorah, or at best 2 more. But I think this is the only attack in Carson's hand. So 5 hand size problems are real. Dark Interruption draws. Lightning Rod is not what we need right now. We hit the draw 2. Or we could just go stats. Right? Well, that's going to be blockable.
Yeah, the hard part is not only finding the right place to pump your damage, right? But it's you've already had to play around like the 1 health, take a head counter, but now you have to play around the fact that Ghidorah has double -1 damage to basically knock out the Nick Reagan damage as well. So you're gonna be.
I don't think he found an attack. He's got gray in his hand. He might have just.
Yeah, and we're not going to get that fearsome transformation back until next attack.
He had to
the
find
next enhanced
just
step.
1 more. That feels so bad. Now, do they still have 7 minutes until overtime, or are they in overtime?
Well, they have 7 minutes and 50 seconds until overtime starts.
Yeah.
So, He might get one more turn, but Ghidorah finally has enough of a stage to like put together another string, and he can keep going and finding those sweeping daggers. Luckily, sort of luckily, I guess, Carson just cycled, so he doesn't have a lot of options for those sweeping daggers anymore.
Yeah. Question is, if you're Kyle, you can, and I'm not saying that this is the right thing to do, but you can just kind of take your time here and double
I
those
talk about it
7
all the
minutes
time.
away.
Absolutely. You don't need urgency. You can't slow play. Not saying slow play, but you can play attacks that you know won't win you the game.
Yeah.
Just to go through the motions, right? You can play the game at a normal pace for 7 minutes. And I mean, truth be told, Carson can't really complain considering the length of his turns anyways, right?
No,
He
no.
has
It's
had
perfectly, it's a perfectly
he
reasonable
has
thing
had
to
the
do.
lion's share of the round. It's
Yeah,
just,
it's not how I want to see the game end, but if I was a player, I'm not like so opposed to it.
you know how I want to see this game end? I don't think it can now. I don't know if there's any left, but I would love to see Nick Reagan or Ghidorah lose to the burn one of a sweeping daggers. I would love to see sweeping dagger blitz for lethal. People have made a big stink about how it's a burn effect that can kill people, and I've never seen it. So I would love to see it on stream.
Yeah, he hit electric moths, so he had draw 3 because Carson built out so
Super
wide.
into deadlock, yeah.
I'm kind of surprised he built out so wide when this is a very hand-ripping kind of Ghidorah strategy here.
That was my initial thought, but when you keep bricking as a 5-hander, you know, you're familiar with the Yomi pass technique, of course, and that is like a perfect way to lose a game is to be afraid of the discard strategy, hold 3 cards in your hand, and then only draw 2 on your next turn or draw 3 after you review and still
That's
have
very
no
true.
attacks.
There's like that. They're kind of clashing with each other. You want to be drawing attacks, so you don't want to end with 4 attacks, 4 foundations.
4 foundations, yeah. So it's just tough. It's just another reason why maybe we just don't print cards that discard cards from our rivals' hands. Maybe we just don't have to do that anymore. Maybe we could just let that archetype die and never come back. It'd be cool if you didn't discard cards from my hand ever again.
Dora's looking.
Alternatively, maybe we could print more cards that say something like draw 2 when you block with it. Potentially some health gain because why not?
Yeah.
Throw breaker on and it sounds like a playable card.
I just wonder if there's any chance this turn takes less than 5 minutes.
There is a chance. It's not a good one. For what's worth, I think Kyle's just going to win on this turn.
I think he can too. It depends. I mean, checks like that. He does only have 8 foundations, now 6. So
Yeah.
there is that.
But unless this is exactly a high block, that card's going to go away.
Yeah.
Even if Carson mills or removes 8.
Was a high block, but it's a +4, and he checked a 3. I think he can still pass it.
He can
but
still pass it.
It's going to require basically everything. So that is it. Now it's a Kyle, can you count to 20?
Or is Kyle even aware of the time on the clock? One of the issues with playing on stream is you don't have a timer readily available to you. One of the feedbacks I've given at multiple regionals, I said this about Denver, was there's no clock in the room to casually look at the time. And so being aware of how much time is left is something that these players might not even know. But we do see Tri-Gravity Beam, so that card was going to go away no matter what on the next attack. This one's for 9 damage. We can pass an Irwin's Final Charge for a little more than exact lethal after this, provided
this should be game.
Provided we're not playing a 2 check. As long as King Ghidorah doesn't have a 2 or a 1 check in their deck, this should be mathematically all Kyle.
Yeah, and if Kyle wins this, he is now 7-0 in the last couple days. He is just on a real tear here.
Yeah, here's the Irwin's Final Charge. Checks the 5 and the handshake comes down. Kyle Gogwin, hopefully I'm saying that right, is going to be your winner of round 4 here at the UniVersus Albuquerque May Regional. King Ghidorah coming back into the fold. Metagame menace.
Void right now is very, very strong. These Void prison decks, and as soon as you misstep, Ghidorah can punish you.
Absolutely. And, you know, I can't say nothing went Carson's way, but he definitely was not having the high explosive turns that you're expecting from Nick Reagan, right? The thing that everyone is playing Nick Reagan for, we just never really got to see from either of the Nick Reagans on stream. So, you know what that means, guys? We got to go bring you more Nick Reagan games. I know what you want.
No.
I know what you guys want. You want to see Nick Reagan pop off.
I think it was big credit to Kyle, too, because the reason Carson's deck didn't work properly is because Kyle was making it not work. Just a couple Nonagons go such a long way into foiling the plans of the Reagan deck.
Yeah, but we got something very excited for you guys. I think we got some of those Street Fighter reveals coming up. We should. I want to talk about them right now. Can we talk about them right now? I would love to do that before the next round.
First, and then do you want to do a quick interview?
Oh, we've got to do the interview, right? I'm sorry, I'm getting ahead of I'm excited. So don't go anywhere, guys. We're gonna have a word from your winner real quick, and then we're gonna talk about some new Street Fighter cards. Good call.
All right, I'll go grab Kyle.
Welcome back, everybody. I've got your round 4 winner, Kyle Gogan, playing Ghidorah with the Void symbol. Kyle, how do you feel after that matchup? You seemed like you were in control pretty much the whole time.
I feel so jazzed. Like 4-0, can't complain about that. Nick Reagan is a crazy character and still a tough matchup, even with all the tools I get on Void to kind of interact with him. But also, not a lot of experience against the air build. Mostly it's all. So this is a little bit of a, having to adapt and figure it out. And it was still touch and go in the second game, too. So really happy with how it turned out.
Awesome. Tell me a little bit, what was the choice to play King Ghidorah? What made you, have you been playing King Ghidorah this whole time? Or is this a deck you revisited?
This is a deck I've been on ever since King Ghidorah dropped. Super cool and evil, especially with like true 100%. But all the tools that the Void build's gotten, like Spy Specialist, the new toolbox with your foundations from the discard pile.
Yes.
Now you have like Nonagon looping that's really good. Sweeping Daggers, which let me steal Warp Gate, which was such a cool play. I don't get to say I do that all the time. So all the cool tools just gives me the answers to deal with a lot of the decks that you run into, and then some.
Awesome. Well, you correct me if I'm wrong. You were at table 1.
I was at table 1.
You're undefeated.
I am undefeated.
Is there a deck that you are afraid to face that you've seen around in the event, or just a deck that maybe you think is a bad matchup for your deck?
Ooh, I think the other control decks are tough, just because my kill plan is usually to discard their hand and then try to throw all the damage in, but a lot of times they have the extra draw. They're blocking all the attacks leading up to it, so I'm not getting the damage through. That's what happened. I had my first 2 rounds was against Tyrion.
Okay.
And there was Nathan DeWalt round 2, but I ended up having to win by deck out. And I never got to kill him. He was still in like the 20s. But I had and that was like the only way I was going to win that matchup was just not dying.
It's a pretty good plan A, if I have to say so myself. But were you here yesterday? We did have kind of a 3-day regional.
I did the retro.
Awesome.
I went 3-0 in that. I played Midnight 1. And on all, super cool with the Demon Worm Awakening.
Yes.
Patchwork Babies.
Counting all those keywords.
Juicebox Hero is another one that she gets.
Okay.
It's super sick.
Awesome. That's awesome to hear. So all you MHA players out there, you got no more excuses to play retro. You got Midnight 1 taking down the event undefeated. So have you been having fun throughout the weekend?
I'm having a blast.
What's been your favorite part about the weekend so far?
Oh, honestly, my matches against Nathan DeWalt and this one were great, and the retro event. The retro event was super fun.
Awesome. Do you have any shout-outs you want to give to the people before we take it to the next round?
Oh, I got to shout out my locals. I run the local scene in San Diego at Rare and Sleeveless. So if you're ever in San Diego, stop by and we can play some UniVersus, please.
That's awesome. Well, congratulations on a very well-played game.
Thank you.
Good luck with the rest of the tournament. And don't go anywhere, guys, because we've got some Street Fighter reveals for you coming up very soon before round 5.
Sweet. Awesome.
Welcome back. We got some exciting Street Fighter reveals for you. Round 5 is just around the corner, so we're going to do this pretty quick. But what do we have for us today?
we've got Chun-Li and Jamie, and we should have a foundation from each of them. So you guys might have seen the character cards a little bit if you did some digging on the website there, but we've got a very exciting character card to reveal for you with Jamie Sue, Peacekeeping Breakdancer. He's a 722 brawler, bringing those keywords back that we first saw introduced with Tekken, which is very cool. And response commit once per turn. After you play an attack, add 1 drink counter to this card and enhance Tenacious, since we're going to commit ourselves. Your attack gets 1 speed and 1 damage for each drink counter on this card. Max 4. That's Smiling Titan numbers on a 7-hander. We got to talk about that. But if your attack is completely blocked, you also get to ready this card. That is pretty crazy at face value, David.
No question about it. +4/+4, and that response is so easy to get off. You're basically guaranteed a drink counter every single time you play a poke, and then if it's blocked, you get to get 2 of them. Like, this guy, I think this guy is crazy. Instant meta character coming out.
Yeah, I mean, you get to get a drink counter every time you play the game. Every time you play an attack and your character's ready, you get to get a drink counter. So I think that's very cool. I'm a little surprised thematically, having played a lot of Street Fighter 6, that he doesn't have to deal damage, because the only thing keeping Jamie back in the video game is the fact that getting drink counters is kind of difficult. But once Jamie gets all of his drinking done in Street Fighter 6, he is by far the top tier, the best character. He has all the best data, all the best stats. He does the most damage. His moves are the fastest, and his combos are the longest. So seeing that huge payoff for the maximum drink counters, not surprising at all.
And this art feels alive.
Yes.
With that kick coming right at you. You feel like it's 3D. Love this art.
And you get such a huge glimpse at Jamie's personality from the art. Absolutely love it. But we should also have a Jamie foundation to show off, and that is Hates Lectures.
2 difficulty, 4 check, 3 mid block. Flip, after you play a kick card, it gains Breaker 2. All right, so on the water attuned symbol, so any character that has water can now play this. Imagine if you play this with the Shobijins.
Correct.
If you're a character that can have access to both of them, since this is attuned,
Absolutely.
you can have so many Breaker 2s. But it's a simple common. It's a pretty powerful common. The four check probably is going to hold this back in a lot of builds. Plus, it's a bad block. But I love Breaker. It's one of my favorite mechanics. So I like seeing it come back here.
Yeah, the downside might be that the forecheck says you might not have the most consistent aggro deck with it, but stacking breakers. We've seen Keiko's Aid stacking. Shobujin's message that you mentioned, the Shobujin's is unique, but you can get 4 of these in play and absolutely tell your opponent their turn is over. And I think that's really cool. And also, going back to the art, you get not only the attitude and the personality of the characters from Street Fighter, you also get more insight to the relationship that Jamie has with Yoon and Yang, who used to be Chun-Li's predecessors, essentially, or not predecessors, or successors. So you get a little bit of that Street Fighter interconnectivity with the other characters, which, if you didn't know, Yoon is my first ever main in Street Fighter, so I'm glad to see him on a card art.
I really like the brick wall behind the text.
Yes.
Each everything now in the art kind of shifts based on IP, but the brick wall, it's really, really clean. It's really easy to read the text.
Absolutely awesome. And but Jamie's not the only character we have to show off today. You want to take this one, partner?
All right, let's see it. We got Chun-Li, martial arts master, 31 health, 6-hander. She can clear a kick from her card pool and ready a foundation of her choosing. Your attack gets 2 speed. That's once per turn. After your attack is completely blocked, your rival freezes 1 committed foundation. So if your rival wants to be blocking, they're going to have to be freezing their own stage.
Yeah, this could be one of the ways to punish all those characters that are really good at chain blocking. Even if you are blocking 4 or 5 attacks in a turn, you've probably got some committed foundations, no matter how good you are at defense. And having that punishment is super, super huge. But can we talk about the cost on the enhance? Clear a kick from your card pool. That's not a cost. You're not paying anything. That's a benefit. This is just 2 good effects squeezed into one.
Yeah, this means that if you can have some solid draw, you can really be playing a long string, and the longer of a string you play, I like this. The more offensive output I do, the better defense I also get because you're freezing your stage. So I can play a very long string and force you to freeze out.
Yeah, very cool stuff. And then we've also got a Chun-Li Foundation from these are of course all in the same sort of starter deck, right? You get the Chun-Li and you get the Jamie together. And the biggest, really quick, one thing I should mention actually before we go to the next slide though is the Ready One Foundation being like an air character, having that on the air symbol. One of the foundations I'm most excited to ready with this is Thunder Spear Demo, which is just more card pool clearing. So
Yeah.
when you're talking about long strings, there's a ton of potential here for this character.
All right, we got one last foundation here for you guys. Or nope, an attack.
We've upgraded it to an attack.
All right. 5 difficulty, 3 high, 6, stun 1, kick. After it's blocked, your rival adds the top card of their card pool to their top card of their deck to their card pool face down. So not only are they going to have to be freezing something, now they're going to be clogging their own card pool. All sorts of punishment for her rival trying to play defense.
Yeah, this one's super cool. Love that the art's coming at you with so many special effects, right? There's explosions and hit sparks, and you can still make out like the background is, that traditional Chinese sort of venue. So I think that is super, super cool. But this attack in the game is incredibly difficult to deal with. Chun-Li has multiple kicks where she's coming at you from above you, and you're not sure which direction you're supposed to be blocking. And so having this card, kind of mess with your opponent for attempting to block it and things like that is super good, and we're finally seeing the return of card pool clog as a main strategy.
Yeah, I love to see it. The water symbol coming back around on one of its original identities. All right, but we have 2 players ready to go for round 5, and we will be back in 30 seconds. We are back with round 5, where we have a Devil Jin played by Aaron Cook versus Calvin Tahan I'm not sure.
Tahan's great.
On Chaos Godzilla.
He's not watching.
So Godzilla versus Devil Jin, 2 characters we haven't seen today. What do you think about this matchup?
2 Titans, 2 characters that at some point inside of their respective meta were arguably the best deck. Part of the reason I wanted to showcase these is 2 massive 6-hand size, Devil just has 6-hand size, 2 massive chaos monsters, absolutely trying to just destroy each other. Devil Jin putting in a ton of cards into his card pool to get that massive stat. Godzilla just existing for but a static +3. Going into this, obviously we see Calvin fail out his 4th foundation. What are your expectations for Godzilla versus Devil Jin?
Yeah, I think it's going to be 2 characters just trying to smack each other. Both of these are very, very high offensive output. I like the short-lived promotion on Godzilla's side to make him a 7-hander on his next turn, and then he can fear some transformations also to see an 8th card on his turn. A pretty good time to check a 3 there. So we saw that Calvin failed a foundation build because he checked a 3, and Aaron gets a foundation because he checks a 3.
Yeah, gets a bonus. And right before I pulled both these players while you guys were doing the awesome Street Fighter reveals, and Aaron looked me right in the eye and said, "You're gonna like this deck. I just stole it from you." So this is just the list that me and another creator, Rebby Lynn, worked on together, having taken inspiration from Gavin. Sorry. But hey, Godzilla doing Godzilla things. City Rampage into a Titan Cliff, easily passing these checks, even on 3 foundations. That doesn't matter. We're slinging the big ones just as much as we can.
Are you surprised we didn't short-lived promotion on this turn?
So the normal way that I like to use short-lived promotion, and Calvin might agree with me, is normally short-lived promotion is on the turn that I'm going to blow up. Yeah. Is I'm going to blow up. I'm going to be that 7-hand size character, so I don't just build 2, I build 3 to like get myself right back into the game. And obviously, we have a City Rampage in hand. We're slinging, we're stomping them, and so I don't hate the not activation of the short-lived, especially we have a way to fix our hand with things like with the Titan Cliff.
Yeah.
But a camouflage counter, one of the premier attacks for Devil Jin, coming in and getting a solid block with the ability to, after you take damage, stack it back on top of the deck. But not blocking Godzilla is not where you want to be.
Yeah, and we check a 5 on this. It's good. We're going to have +3 to our next check. I mean, we checked a 7 on it, sorry. We're going to have +3 to our next check. This is getting pretty scary for Devil Jin very, very early. What do you think, by the way, about Aaron just slamming that character in the middle?
In the middle of the stage?
Yeah, do you like it in the middle or the side?
I put it in the middle, up in front, and I actually put my character at the very top of my mat. I put my card pool in the middle, and then my stage in the bottom. I want it's very obvious to know that my character, that's the guy that I'm playing, and more importantly, I won't ever forget the ability of my character, because it's right slam in the middle. But there it is. 2 massive moves. I got to draw a bonus card, and then building back out, getting a momentum, a premier piece of a bullet for Godzilla.
It's an interesting play to commit Godzilla and not fearsome transformations there. So we are not going to be able to be using our momentum for defense. I mean, it's only 1 momentum.
I think we just might care about the card draw and like potentially blocking 2 things, right? Like. Devil Jin has these
slow.
4 foundations, and keeping them off of the attack cards, specifically blocking not this camouflage counter, whatever that comes afterwards might be important. So with 1 card in hand, we might be trying to block zone check. Well, maybe now we do want to block this as the camouflage counter comes in, and there it is, the redraw, tossing us up to 2 cards inside of our hand. Inspiring Song coming in, milling 3, putting extra ideas, extra resources in for oh, excuse me. That was a Radiant Visage, not an Inspiring Song. Mill 3. My rival spins the momentum. Love it, love it, love it.
Very, very strong into this matchup. Pretty much any deck, any character that has fire, I'm slamming 3 or 4 Radiants in there.
Absolutely. Looks like we are going for, I mean, we'll check to see if there is a response. A full block here, but man, what a crazy card. Mega Burst. Huge technology for Devil Jin. When it is played, it gets +1 to its stun rating for every attack in the card pool. Starts at stun 0. It's going to be a stun 4. All of those Godzilla foundations all turned sideways. Wowzers, that's really good.
Yeah, they came after Devil Jin with the errata, but they did not errata anything on offense.
Yes.
So he still has his full suite of tools, and he still has 35 health. So like that got, even for a Godzilla, 35 health is going to be a lot to chew through. This one is almost certainly going to land and bring them to pretty close to even on the health totals.
I believe it should be 26. I think they're messing with the wrong life total. But it looks like, hey, another attack getting added in. And the big thing here is as we...
It's going to be difficult to build.
Yeah, that is true. Our life totals are a little off on our side, but that's okay.
Yeah, he gets to clear both of those camouflage counters.
Yeah, by stacking them on top of the deck, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and camouflage counters, just after it connects, stack it on top, get +1 to your next check. And then we use Horrifying Realization, flip, discard a card, draw a card. And so those 2 camouflage counters that are now back in the pool were actually the first 2 camouflage counters that we started this turn with.
It's still blockable, though, because camouflage is so slow.
Correct.
If there's like a 1 mid block, it could...
Yeah, one buck or even hopefully
here.
here's the low. This is on a 6. We got to check it hard, and it fails. Here's another not 4 damage, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 damage that has come through.
Yeah, that's pretty chunky. That takes Godzilla down to 13 health. That is quite a bit. Oh, teaming with the Attack Titan.
And here it is. One of the main reasons this character is so potent.
This is going to get 3, 6, 7. It's going to get to 12. It is 1 off. How do we get it lethal?
Yeah, that is the question. I mean, the other idea is maybe there's a second teaming coming in now that we've got, back again our +2 to our check with the camouflage counters.
I'm seeing it. One.
The teaming is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Checks a 5 with a +2. Commit Devil Jin for 6.
What a
and
crazy
there it
string.
is. Wowzers.
I thought that string was done about 3 attacks ago.
No. Devil Jin you never know when he's done, especially when camouflage counter is involved. And here's the crazy thing. This we did not care about the errata at all. The errata of, hey, I'm going to add in these Goblin Bolts on defense was not relevant not one time. We didn't even see a Goblin Bolt in the discard pile. It never happened.
Yeah.
Shows you
Devil
still
Jin
the power of the character.
Was great before, but a lot of times UniVersus players, we just kind of abandon characters once they're errated. Like we're seeing a comeback here of Reiner 1s. We have I think quite a few Reiner Braun 1s here. And Mikasa 1 is kind of making a comeback, and so it just takes some time to get used to the errata, but so many people just flee the character at the beginning.
I mean, in round 3, we saw Justin Bertrand Smiling Titan, also a character with an errata, come back, showcasing the power. This could be, a new resurgence. Maybe the best characters are the ones that already got touched,
And I like the way that UVS Games has been doing the erratas lately. These characters are still strong. Like, Smiling is still very, very strong, but now it's just not, she's manageable.
Overwhelming.
Yeah,
totally agree.
There are answers that can be played. And so no aerial Goblin Bolt on defense means that, hey, 35 is doable at least.
Let's talk about that. So Calvin, it felt like Calvin did get an attacking turn. Bit of a setup. I played 2 attacks. I got my momentum. I did the thing that I wanted to do. Is there anything that you think that we could have done differently to hedge our bets and make our survivability that much better in this matchup?
I really don't think so. I mean, it came down to Aaron basically checking 2 5s on the teamings. Well, no. I mean, the last one was guaranteed with the camouflages. What am I saying?
Fair.
Guaranteed it. A build 4 here does feel better than game 1, at least. But really, I mean, both these characters are so aggressive, at least the way these decks are being built at the moment. Like, you could play a defensive Godzilla, but I don't think that's what Calvin's going for with this build. And so when you choose to go aggro, you're choosing to not have answers on defense.
True. And the question is does the 6-hander that only gives +3 on all of my moves beat the 5-hander that has upwards to infinite scaling damage, depending on how many cards we can put in the card pool and still pass checks?
You know what would have been a cool one, also with teaming with the Attack Titan for Devil Jin, is Final Slash coming in from Attack on Titan Apocalypse.
True.
Because we saw he was down to 1. Final Slash is a 1 difficulty attack that could have been played at that time. It's got a little heavier of a play restriction on it, so maybe it doesn't quite make it in. But
That's an interesting idea.
hard check a 6 here.
Easy, simple. The Godzilla's mad. He wants to show.
He hard check a 6, builds the 6.
Show Devil Jin why he is called the king of the monster. Discard 2, redraw 2. My question here is: we saw a lot of aggression from Calvin in the first rounds, turn 2. Is there going to be some number of waiting, patience as we rebuild back out? Maybe get a couple additional blocks.
Yeah, we do get a block up. There is no City Rampage. I'm kind of scared as Godzilla on it. Devil Jin's hard because Devil Jin has so much. Ooh, Chrome Kraken.
Hey, you add your Kraken in. Let me one up you real fast.
Calvin at all times is simultaneously looking to sell those and buy those.
Schrodinger's Kraken for sure. If you can find the last one, I'm sure that he'll never sell them ever. Absolutely Calvin's favorite attack in the game. He says this one's really, really good. It looks like adding +1 to our check, flipping to redraw a card, getting as much value out of this as possible, potentially even using Godzilla here. Yeah, for now +3 to the check to make it.
I like it because it's offense that turns into defense.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I can imagine this is another attack. Hey, Devil Jin's his guard's down, so I want to make some moves happen.
Devil Jin did build double Radiance, though, so Godzilla's pretty much going to have to be managing this game without momentum.
That's true, or spinning it efficiently, right? Like, there's a world where double Radiance is just the thing, is the price you have to pay.
And he had to commit them, so I do think that we already used the one that sent itself to momentum for +2. So there is another on an 8. I can't see what he checked.
3, 4, 5, 3, 4,
Good
5, 6, 7, 8. Looks like a 3, but with a +3 to our check here to play this next one, it's feeling pretty good. It snaps the extra momentum, but this is kind of saying, hey, we're done attacking here.
I know that he didn't want to keep the momentums for like Radiance to come through on the other side, but the Determined Advance was a pretty greedy play because now you're down that foundation and you're down Godzilla. I guess it gets you enough momentum to get out of Radiance. It could work out, but like if Aaron finds the absolute gas, we really did leave ourselves open.
I mean, that's the bet that we get to hedge, right? 5 hand-sized character. I froze one of your best flow pieces in that support. What's the name of this card? The Z card. This guy here.
Incredible display. Oh,
Nope.
long range.
Long range support. I can remember support.
Yeah.
I can remember long range. Well, long range support not existing, but last kill turn started and ended with some pretty powerful responses on a camouflage counter. But here's the Gobble Bolt coming in, stopping anything that we could possibly interact with.
And there is nothing.
There could be action from hand.
Yeah, there could be
something
hand.
happening.
Yeah, maybe a referee jury. It's
Not
not
on
like
this
chaos.
symbol,
Yeah.
but there's an idea. But I think even just the idea of protecting these Radiant Visages to strip the momentum is so important here on the camouflage counter. It coming in with a stun 1, too high for 6 now. An attack I think you're allowed to let through, sadly, because this is probably the least amount of damage that's going to happen in this entire turn.
Probably going to be the only blockable attack for the entire turn.
Also true. But the question is there more? What else could be coming?
We see a teaming in hand, but is there? No,
Looks like we're going to give it up. I think this is totally fair. We're up a game. Let's build to reestablish our board. We still get to take in, do this exact same play next turn by adding in the bolt and saying my defensive pieces don't exist. And in addition to that, we've got all these attacks in hand. The question is, does Calvin press the button? Is it time to reset? We've got a Kraken. We've got the momentum. What is the idea? And he said no.
Yeah, not
it's
with the
rampage time. I can hear the Skreunks from here. And a second Chrome Kraken touching the board. Absolutely stunning cards. They look so beautiful.
I think UVS should just pump the secondary market a little bit and say Chrome Krakens get to commit and freeze two
of them. Right, yeah. That makes sense. Then there's no way Calvin would get rid of them. There's no shot. If you got 2 of them, that would be crazy.
My one qualm over here with Calvin's stage is that we have triple pass-through walls, and that card is so blank right now.
Totally. I mean, there is a world where potentially we've got there's a world where there's some amount of breaker that could come in and try and stop what we've got going on, but it does look like with the response on Devil Jin coming in, we get to redraw the card and guarantee that this Gobble Bolt happens. And the fact that Gobble Bolt can cancel the Godzilla enhance that we haven't quite used yet, there's the potential for a very limited turn, all of the response with this little 3 difficulty ultra rare.
Yeah, we did manage to get it into our card pool, but at the cost of a half block, right? In that previous one?
Yes, yeah. So we are down to 12 to 28 over on Godzilla's side. And so the real question is how much more gas could we have, and how much can Calvin output without pressing these buttons?
Yeah, I wonder if he cancels the speed to get one more block in. If he has like a camouflage counter blocks low, right?
Chemical counter blocks high.
Blocks high.
Yeah. But it looks like all the way down to 2, taking 10 damage on this move. And then we have another smashing stomp to come in.
Yeah, checking a 6.
Going for the zone check. Hey, do you got it?
Let's see if Aaron held the right block zone. Probably not, but he's not scooping.
I mean, this here is the number one thing about the errata to Devil Jin, right? Is his ability to re-block and change the zones. So
Teaming
he didn't have to block the teaming, but the answer is that's not quite enough.
He checked a 3 on both blocks. He already used the Devil Jin on the first one. So that is it. Calvin takes the next game. Yeah, so far we've just seen a lot of aggression.
A lot of aggression.
Yeah, the commit and freeze down for Aaron. He didn't have camouflages like in the discard to be adding in to help his checks. Didn't have the turn 2 gas. But now this is going to be the first game where Devil Jin goes first.
Correct, which I think is going to be a big deal, especially if we find some of our key pieces like the exam strategies for +X for my card pool, or the manipulation of Zeke Yeager, fixing our 5 hand size problem, and going not first, but while your character is ready. That card is free to build as long as you are your character is active and you can respond to it. I checked the 3, I added in, it's now a 4. And my character, it's a 5. It's safe. And so the question is how much gas can either of these characters find on the turn 2, potentially turn 3 to try and close out?
These players are both 3 and 1, correct? And going into round 5.
I'm unsure. I saw 2 very cool decks, and I went and I grabbed them.
I'm going to go find out because
about.
If it is, then if they're 3-1, because I don't think 5-2 gets in quite.
Sure.
I think it'll probably be 5-1-1.
This could be tournament live.
Yeah, this is game 3 basically for your chances at top cuts, assuming that they have a chance still.
Very scary. So it's interesting. I didn't see very much sideboard coming in or out between game 1 and 2, but it looks like now both players are reaching into the sideboard to see what could possibly exist.
Yeah, and they Aaron is 3-0-1, and Calvin is 3-0-1. Okay, so actually a loss here doesn't technically kick you out. 5-1-1. But
Okay.
thinking of sideboards, is there any? I guess it didn't look like. Sorry, I call Aaron Cookie. We're locals.
Sure.
I
We can keep it friendly. What does Cookie want on sideboard?
Yeah.
You're the local.
I honestly have no idea. I have never played Devil Jin. I have not played. I mean, like maybe going second, Godzilla puts in like some runaways or
I think,
something.
honestly, both players could easily play Runaway because although it is a pseudo unblocked attack over on Devil Jin's side, it is momentum negation. That move did not connect. You do not get the momentum at the end of the turn, which means that the follow-up turn from Godzilla is even less. And on the other side for Godzilla, I can imagine, not giving a move +6 damage. Let's make it 4. The actual 4 that a camouflage counter really is could be really good at stretching out that 34 as well. I can easily see Manetta's face pop up over and over and over again in this game 3.
Yeah, Manetta rotated, but he's not quite out.
Yeah.
Hasn't quite
Still as
left us
annoying as
yet.
ever. Here it is. This one's for lethal, actually. I would love for you to take the top card of your discard pile and put it into your card pool, please. That would be very neat for me.
Have we shown the representation yet for the field?
I don't believe so.
Public seen it.
I don't believe
I
so.
won't spill the beans on that too much. But do you think Devil Jin's still? Let's say he was almost certainly top 10 pre-errata. Do you think he's still in the top 10 spear, or do you think he's been knocked down to top 25?
Let me be perfectly clear because I think something you said was a little off. I think that he was the best character in the game pre-errata. I believe that. I believe he was number 1. I still think that he is easily top 10 now. I think that we just saw him on 4 foundations on turn 2 find 34 like it was nothing. I think it is everything is dependent on how much gas can he find. And the fact that he is allowed to shut out your defensive abilities, defensive enhances, even on characters such as things like Rodan, the things that are going to drag him into the depths of the water, like you said. The fact that he's got the cancel on offense is so so powerful that he has to still be up there. He just has to.
Does he Devil Jin and throw this in? No, he's choosing not to. So that tells us he's probably going to play another one following this.
It's either that or I'm down to commit these 2 foundations that don't really do anything right now, and I can guarantee pass more checks later for my build turn.
Yeah, he only had to build 2, which wasn't great. But then Calvin followed it up with going second, only building 3. That was a chance. That was a chance for Calvin to build 5 and kind of, if you're going second, you build 5 and going first, they built 2. I'd say that's pretty equal. You've completely equalized going second, but he didn't quite make it, even with the selective mulligan.
Especially, and hey, there it is. There's the runaway. Especially with, the reason Aaron probably kept this hand is because this Attack Titan's Haymaker, as though it is an incredibly powerful, potent, that's very funny, an incredibly powerful, potent card to fight against. It does a lot of damage, but also builds down as a foundation at the end of the turn. So we're going to be getting the extra value off of this one, unless we forget to shift. We forget to shift the card.
Yeah,
it does not have to connect.
Should get a foundation right there, and he just immediately discarded it.
It is a choice. It is a choice to shift it down. Wowzers! Hey, the runaway.
It is a choice.
It is a choice. You do not have to shift this if you do not want to.
Interesting. Yeah, that could be a huge difference maker. And again, this could be tournament lives on the line in this game 3.
That runaway scared a foundation out of Devil Jin's stage.
Yeah.
Determined Advance, incredible. Really taking this AOT1 ultra rare and pushing this character above and beyond. And we're seeing it right now. 6 mid for 6, can't be reduced below printed. 6 mid for 9 in the Lizard, and then instantly gets the momentum so we can instantly snap it and grab bonuses to our check. So incredibly strong.
He's going to go for a block, but he checks a 3 on it. We do get 2 past the block because we're Devil Jin, and I think that's a full block.
It is a full block. Luckily, we're using Devil Gens once per turn, committing everything. Gets a redraw. Get a little bit of a filter here. If we like the card, we can keep it. Otherwise, it's a review if it was a foundation that I don't necessarily want. But man, I'm sure Calvin really wanted that 9 damage kind of free attack.
Yeah, now it's going to get scary on a 7. This could be disaster. He hard checks the 6. So
he checked
now
it
he looks like
a
genius.
2.
Yeah, a 3 check there ends the game pretty much.
He knew though. There's +2 to my next check again. From here, I mean, this just tells me there's more coming.
That feels, that felt so greedy, but it could end up being a game-winning greedy line. Sometimes you have to know when to be greedy and when not to be greedy. So he gets +2 to his check, and he only has to pass 1. I mean, we went from checking a 3 ends the game, and because I checked a 6 and then a 5, now I have 2 foundations. It's all advantage Godzilla right now.
Absolutely, but the question that we have to ask is Calvin going to finish his food? Because we saw how potent Aaron and Devil Jin are on 4 foundations. We have 5, and 2 of the best foundations in the Devil Jin stage in capture the target, being able to re-ready things for practically free in this character, as well as exam strategy, eking out a bunch of extra speed and damage. And it looks like dropping down to 17, giving Devil Jin an extra chance to come back and steal this game from such an advantaged position that Calvin has, taken the risk to put himself in.
Yeah, and he just drew straight gray. So he does have a runaway, which isn't nothing. But the 2 Master's Prides with Determined Advance kind of give Calvin a stronger stage than it looks on the surface. Mimicry, we can't even use this turn, unfortunately.
And it seems like every chance that we get, we check an attack on the very first move, redrawing some bonus cards. And then the real question that we have here is how much gas is Godzilla going to pull back out? And now that we have 2 momentum off the bat, I am smelling blood in the water.
Even though it's a high block, and I get that that's his only high block, I still think you have to play it.
I'm pretty sure that the Tough Skin is also a high block. It looks very orange, but it is
so he was
just
thinking,
high block.
am I going to play a 1 def or am I going to play a 0 def?
I think that is the case. What happens if I check a 3 on this next move? Reviewing our own runaway and then drawing as much as we can.
And that did not look like a very strong draw.
And then from there, the question is if it's not a strong draw, is it worth nuking the board? I have two foundations. As long as on the follow-up turn I can pass at least 1 attack, I've got more foundations than my rival could possibly build.
I would feel pretty comfortable nuking the board here since you have a 12 health advantage. But I understand if he doesn't want to. Okay, he is
looks
going
like
to,
that is
though.
the right call. Holy cow, we discarded a Chrome.
Yeah.
I don't think I could do that on principle.
We did have a determined advance and a Chimera Crack, but the problem is neither of them draw.
Correct.
And you know that with that healthy stage, a block is coming in.
100%. 100%. But this is a very, very scary turn
Do not
for
get rid of the
Aaron.
mimicry, though.
Yeah, he gets to keep it, and then he gets to turn this into something else. So maybe it becomes easily becomes a horrifying realization. I'll form on horrifying. I get to build an additional foundation. Now that you've already used the Devil Gen once per
Did he
game. Excuse me.
forget to form?
I'm unsure. He might have done it at the very beginning. Could have been his first form.
He normally takes the foundation and turns it sideways. I think he just forgot.
Just might not have anything he values. That's okay. But 7 hand size Godzilla coming in with 2 momentum. Very, very scary.
2 momentum means there's 2 foundations. It kind of comes down to what do you check on your first move. Like if you play a 6 here and check a 3, once again, it's how greedy does Calvin want to get. But, scared money doesn't make money.
Whoa. How lucky
How lucky.
Calvin feel? Yeah, I am waiting on bated breath to see what the first form on this Godzilla's turn is. And
It's got a Kraken. I would slam down the crack.
how much?
Yeah.
Hey, Kraken is a perfect one. Even if we check poorly, it's still passable. But hey, check the
wouldn't check the
6.
6.
It's fine. 4 high for 6, getting rid of the best defensive piece that Aaron could possibly have. It looks like,
Where's your smile now?
yeah,
Gets taken down. A little bit of discard pile hate and defense a little bit. I think it's like +1 check to block. After you block something or something along those lines.
yeah.
But now it is committed and frozen, which really Calvin's in a really, really good spot here. 12 health advantage. Cookie only has 3 foundations to block with. We're forcing the camouflage counters out of his hand.
Yeah, but this is a pretty neato. If there was a time to check a camouflage counter on defense, this would be it, right? So
Yeah.
we've got the 17 health. We can survive one more unblocked attack. We could respond with both the camouflage counters once the walk the dog comes in. 6 low
This
for
gets to
9.
lethal. It gets to 1 off lethal, right?
9,
checks
10, 11,
the-
12.
Oh, no. He only
I
has
think
1 momentum left.
We're at 17.
Yeah.
But
So
checking,
maybe that wasn't the right time to pass that block. It enabled the walk the dog because if he only had the 1 committed, that walk the dog can't come out.
That's true. That's very, very true. But stacking both these camouflage counters could be the thing that Aaron needs in order to come back into this game
He can clear
defensively.
out +2.
Looks like +2 to our check. There's more gas happening. I think it's all going to come down to what's the last block. Could we possibly eke out one more block with a clean card pool plus guaranteed that I'm going to be checking a 5 on the next one? Calvin's got to be doing math just as much as everybody else.
There it goes. He's going to have +2. Probably can't block the walk the dog. Oh, and a second walk the dog. This probably spells game.
Teaming with the attack titan, so it's a 6 low, be on a 7, checks a 5. Yeah, I can't imagine there's any 0 low blocks inside of Aaron's deck. I think that this.
So it'll be on 7 +2 the check. So he can. Oh, but it's an attack on top. The runaway. We forgot about the runaway.
Boom. That's a 5. He said, "Hey, I'm gonna pay 6, and actually, I need 1 more."
Yeah.
Actually, yeah. You remember that one time that you runawayed me way earlier on in this game? I need 1 more from you. Wow, what an insane runaway, and we still have a camouflage counter on top of our deck. For whenever we draw for our turn, there's going to be more gas, and Calvin has to give up the ghost. Oh, no.
But he only has 29 health. I mean, he has 29 health, and Aaron only has 3 foundations. So it's one of them is capture the target, which does get to re-ready itself, so it's effectively 4 foundations. But it's still going to be a pretty tall ask.
It is 3 foundations plus a mimicry to be whatever key piece we need in our discard pile. Chad, if I was betting, it's game over right now. I think Calvin missed because of this runaway.
Yeah.
Expertly
Aaron
played.
the gas. He's got Kraken. He's got camouflage. He's got teaming.
He's got it all. This is all going to come down to, does he check bad twice? Check bad once?
Yeah.
That's okay. Do I check bad twice? That is the question.
Yeah, unless Calvin also has a runaway of his own in his hand. We've seen them kind of like, it feels like they both sided them in for this game 3, and then they both come in big. So he went for manipulations. His manipulations, would you have gone for, or would you have gone for like something so simple as like an inspiring song, or?
I think there's a ton of choices. I think what he's saying is the hand that I have, with the current numbers that I have in my hand, it's not quite lethal. I need one more. I haven't found all of my teamings quite yet.
Yeah.
I can go dig a little bit deeper. Or even
Makes
better,
sense.
I know that camouflage counters are going to be impactful in this game. I have one in hand. I've got extras. I'm going to be using manipulations to then mill them back off the top.
The
and
bad
then
check
go
comes
find
in
them.
on the first one. That's okay. If you're going to check bet twice, have it be on your first one.
I guess that's fair, but I don't want to use Devil Jin here. I want to save it for as late as it could possibly be.
So if you mimicry, just a rules question here, and picked inspiring song, when you flip it for the +1 to your check, it also becomes a foundation.
It does
right?
become a foundation. So this is
okay.
+1 of my check, +1 of my foundation, but it may just be more important that I need to find more gas. I don't hate the manipulation play. There's also a world where this becomes exam strategy, and if I put 4, 5, 6 cards in my card pool, it's an extra 6 damage on an asset that I didn't have previously.
That's basically a whole attack.
29 is a big move to get through.
But the camouflage, he has lots of camouflage in the discard, which felt like how he won game 1, is all of that check guaranteeing power from it. So, and game 2, he just didn't have him in his discard pile too, and at least on his turn 2, which is very hard to find your stuff on turn 2. But he checks his 6 for a defensive block.
This is Star Trek's lower decks card. I believe it is. I can taste sound.
Taste sound
as a 6 check. Just more 6s that we want to put inside of our very expensive Godzilla.
So we do get to ready up, capture the target. We can stack the camouflage counters. We can stack 3 or 2. Yeah.
Stacking 2, getting +2 to our check. We're going to check 1, add 1 in, redraw the second one, stack an additional one, mill it off of manipulation. I mean, there's just, we're going to see camouflage counter attack over and over and over and over and over again. And it's 4 damage moves. It's okay. It's totally chill. But with Devil Jin putting +4, +5, +6 damage on every single one of these, it is going to be very, very scary very, very quickly. But
yeah, Devil Jin kind of makes a mockery of the game. Not, I say that in a complimentary way,
Sure.
but like you should not be able to have 4 attacks in your card pool and 0 ready, 1 ready foundation, and like, hey, he can still play 3 more.
Speaking
but
of mockery,
the runaway comes in, so it didn't deal damage, so the camouflage counters can't leave, and that might be a turn-saving play.
This might be it, but it looks like we do have a teaming coming in. This is on a 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. -7.
Checks a 3 on it, so we do get to
the
stack.
4th camouflage counter. Holy cow.
Looks like the judge was just confirming the math that there were 4 attacks in the card pool. So Devil Jin does get to pass this teaming. This teaming is going to be for mega damage, and then it can have +4 to the next check. The question is, can this plus the next attack equal 25? Because we're going to check a 7. If we clear all the camouflages, we're going to check a 7 next. Basically have to find another teaming, right?
Well, it could be...
We do clear our card pool a lot, though.
We clear the card pool, but do we have another attack to play? Because normally the gameplay loop is, I hit with my Devil Jin, I stack the camouflage counter, I respond to Devil Jin, and I draw the camouflage counter. But we used it here.
Maybe he's hoping to find with the manipulations...
I think it might be manipulations or bust. I'm not seeing very much more aggression inside the hand. That is the question. Again, it takes 2 bad checks for Devil Jin to have lost his turn, and I think if we found them.
Yeah, this is going to deal 14 damage. It will take Calvin down to 11. The question, is there any world in which he passes the next check? Or he finds an attack? I haven't seen him using manipulations. Did he for...
I haven't either. It almost feels like it has been... It's upside down. Is it sealed?
I don't see how it could have gotten
I'm not
sealed.
sure either.
Maybe he didn't pick manipulations. Maybe he picked something else.
That might be it. I don't know. Either way, our players are playing to the absolute best of their abilities. And we connect with all of these, stacking them all back on top. as
are we doing the math?
Godzilla drops down all the way to in comparison to where Aaron's at, a healthy 11.
Yeah. I mean, Aaron can't block. He knows he can at least pass one foundation. So there's that. And he can't, so he might get one block in. He basically has to hope that Calvin just straight bricks. Or that Calvin goes on a 6, checks a 3, and Aaron gets one block off, and Calvin can't pass the second thing. Because that is frozen. So he has 2, yeah, I mean, a 3 check here and a block. Maybe Aaron's in business. There's outs. It's not over.
It's not over, but it is looking very dire. If being on either side of the table, I'd much rather be in Calvin's position currently than Aaron's.
Yeah, 100%.
One more meaty poke,
But
a
he's
move with
thinking.
EX.
He's not slamming anything down.
It could be the defining factor.
Yeah, Determined Advance does have EX3. So even if he checks poorly on it, okay, so smashing, he does check the 3. He can give +2 to his next check, keeping Godzilla ready.
Yeah, 4 low for 6. I mean, this could just be, hey, do you have the correct block zone? I will give this a bunch of speed. You don't get to use Devil Jin defensively any longer. There might be a world where the +1 to our check is enough to, like, play one additional move. That's the question we have.
Wonder if he has the move in hand or if he's hoping Smashing Stomp draws the move. I can't quite make out his cards.
Yeah, that might be the decision point that we have. That high risk, high reward that Calvin's been playing all game, all match.
Or just zone check him. Maybe he doesn't have a low block and he dies on the spot.
That's the question, right? We saw you play a bunch of attacks. You played the teaming when last time you blocked with the teaming, and at this point you're no longer in a runaway range. Paying 5, paying 6 kills you. Funny how the game slows down. The 2 chaos aggro characters, we get into game 3, and now everybody's absolutely chill. Everybody,
I feel like that's
let's
most
relax.
of UVS. Like, there's one game that goes. It feels like a lot of times there's one game that goes drastically in one person's favor. Another game goes drastically in the other person's favor. But in 3 games, there's typically at least one of those where it really came down to a few select skillful plays or a few select lucky breaks that come in. But there's normally at least one game in a round of 3 that goes past turn 5, and there's lots of decision points.
Yeah, we're digging a little deep, crunching the numbers, making the math happen. Hey, any move that I connect with as Calvin ends Aaron's dream of winning this match. The question is, are we cooking too long? Here's the question, +2 or EX3?
Yeah, if
He says +2, that's what matters to me.
It would be such a heads up. Like, what if he's doing that with no attacks in hand? Just on the prayer. I guess it doesn't. He wouldn't do that with no attacks in hand because a low block here means that you can't draw. So the draw is gone. But does Calvin have another one? I have to imagine he does.
You'd have to imagine without the EX to potentially make this thing that much faster.
Yeah, he could have spent the momentum on EX, huh?
He
and just
certainly
won the
could
game,
have.
right? But the Kraken comes
a Kraken comes
yeah.
in. This is on a 6. We checked the 6.
No, we checked a 5.
We had +3 to our check. We used Godzilla, and we have the +1 from the Stomp.
+1 from the yeah, we do have
Yes.
so there's the
And
handshake.
So there's the safety
yeah.
strat. The handshake comes in incredible. Calvin taking it down as Godzilla, showing him, hey, I'm the 6-hand size chaos aggro character around here, not you, Devil Jin. How about you come back when you catch a hand size? How about that?
Yeah, and a lot of that I think came down to Calvin's kind of heads-up use of Godzilla. You don't have to press the first form, blow up the stage every game, but just having access to it kind of felt like that might have won him the game 3.
Totally agree. Totally agree. Expertly played from both of our players. We are going to cut to a small break while we get Calvin in for an interview. I'm incredibly excited to hear what he has to say about his change from Amajiki, one of your favorites, one of my favorites, on the King of the Monsters. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back.